refugees. They bear deep psychological wounds that will last a lifetime. And things are getting worse, not better. More than 13 million people need humanitarian assistance to survive this year. That is over 20% more than last year, and the majority of the population is now facing hunger. Another 10.5 million people, Syrian refugees and those hosting them, require support across the region. Syria's economy has been ravaged, and now the impacts of COVID-19 have made things worse. Almost half of all families lost their source of income. 9 in 10 Syrians are living in poverty. For many, the humanitarian aid and protection brought by UN agencies and our humanitarian partners is their only source of survival. Every month, humanitarians bring help to 7.6 million people in Syria, including through cross-line and cross-border operations. This is only possible thanks to the extraordinary commitment and endurance of humanitarians and health workers on the front lines. The vast majority of them are Syrians who have themselves suffered because of the conflict. They brave immense odds, and thousands of them have been killed, maimed, detained and kidnapped since conflict began. After a decade of war, many Syrians have lost confidence that the international community can help them forge an agreed path out of the conflict. I'm convinced that we still can, along with the Syrian parties themselves. We will be relentless in our pursuit of a negotiated political settlement in line with Security Council Resolution 2254. I also call on you to help us address rising needs and to step up your financial and humanitarian commitments to people in Syria and help relieve the significant financial burden of the countries that are hosting refugees. The war in Syria is not only Syria's war. Ending it and the tremendous suffering it continues to cause is our collective responsibility. Thank you.
Secretary General Guterres has captured the scale, severity and complexity of the situation in Syria. I just want to say a few more words about the impact of this crisis on children, which is really unfathomable. Something like half of Syria's children have known nothing but a lifetime of conflict. Tens of thousands of them have died. Almost half of all young people in Syria have lost an immediate family member or a close friend. And those deep-rooted traumas remain completely unaddressed. Close to 2.5 million Syrian children, including 40% of girls, are not going to school. Only one school in three, one in three schools cannot be used because they've been destroyed or damaged, or because now they house displaced families or they're being used for military purposes. And the pandemic's made it even harder for children in Syria to go to school. Students with disabilities and girls are among the most affected. That's why I urge donors here today, as part of your pledges, really to prioritise support for children's education in Syria and in the region. We count on your continued support. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary General. We'll now go straight to some voices from countries neighbouring Syria who will speak about their challenges hosting Syrian refugees. I will give the floor first to His Excellency Mr. Hassan Diab, the President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like at the outset to commend the organisers for their unwavering determination to convene this conference despite the time of uncertainties worldwide. The circumstances are particularly daunting for Lebanon and the displaced Syrians, as we are all in the same boat, trying to withstand a storm due mainly to Lebanon's unprecedented, concurrent and acute crisis compounded by the pandemic outbreak, the tragic port of Beirut explosion, the ensuing Lebanese people's excruciating ordeal, and the lingering Syrian agony. Therefore, in sharing with you a few points, I look forward to your considerate attention and stabilizing assistance. First, as you know, the state service providers are strained and drained. The triple nexus of public administrations, host communities, and displaced Syrians should be periodically reviewed if we were to improve the qualitative and the quantitative services so that no poor or vulnerable would be left behind. Second, a national COVID-19 vaccination plan was launched on February 14, 2021, aiming to vaccinate around 6.8 million Lebanese and non-Lebanese, including the displaced Syrians and the Palestinian refugees. We hope that through your mechanisms, we can have a quick and fair access to additional safe and effective vaccines. Third, reinforcing the social safety net is of paramount importance in a country where poverty continues to worsen, engulfing around 60% of the Lebanese people, amongst them about 25% living in abject poverty, joining most of the displaced Syrians in extreme poverty if Lebanon keeps sinking in the abyss. Fourth, addressing the tension between the Lebanese communities and the displaced Syrians, present throughout Lebanon, is another priority. Despite the reported incidents, which I hope will remain isolated, Lebanon continues to provide shelter for the displaced Syrians and to show a caring solidarity. However, their stay is temporary and should not be construed under any circumstances as a local integration, which is a sovereign decision and an act of states in accordance with the conclusions of the UNHCR Executive Committee in 2005. Moreover, the local settlement contravenes the Lebanese constitution. Mr. Chair, after 10 years of the Syrian conflict, the prospect for a political solution is not, regretfully, encouraging, while the various problems of the Syrians and the host communities remain pressing. Indeed, in Lebanon, the massive Syrian displacement weighs heavily on the economy and already cost our country around $46.5 billion, according to the estimate of the Ministry of Finance for the period of 2011-2018. Moreover, it continues to affect the social fabric of Lebanon. Therefore, with the actual political status quo and the fallout on Lebanon, we believe that the Lebanese government plan for the gradual return of the displaced Syrians, adopted on July 22, 2020, should be given the opportunity to reach its goal with the assistance of the international community. This plan accommodates the Lebanese worried about the settlement of the displaced Syrians in their country, and 89% of them still longing to go home, according to a UNHCR survey dated May 2019. It is based on a set of principles. One, delinking the return from the political solution. Two, respect of human rights and the principle of non-refoulement. And three, ensuring the dignified, secure, and non-coercive return of the displaced Syrians to safe destinations in Syria. Hopefully, the UN-led efforts and a common understanding among the concerned actors would achieve a breakthrough to solve the protracted Syrian conflict. To conclude, the Lebanese hospitality to the displaced Syrians has been labelled exceptional, very generous, and unprecedented. It could not have been so had it not been for the Lebanese people. I seize the moment to pay tribute to the ordinary, decent, and good Lebanese for their remarkable resilience and their ongoing hospitality beyond realms of possibility, while experiencing onerous living conditions and enormous constraints, thereby demonstrating their strong faith in the human worth. These great Lebanese deserve the valuable support of the EU, UN, and the international community herein represented, and to whom I express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will now pass the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ayman al-Safadi, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, who is joining us from Amman.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, dear friends, dear Joseph, dear Mark. More than 500,000 people killed, more than 6.7 million people pushed into refugee camps in foreign lands. 30 million men, women and children are in need of humanitarian aid. 12 million are food insecure. Over 80% of Syrians live under poverty line. 2.5 million children are not going to schools. 5 million children born into war and 1 million born as a refugee in neighbouring countries. Livelihoods destroyed, dreams shattered, generations lost. This is the horrific outcome of 10 years of the Syrian crisis. And the dangerous reality is that 10 years into the crisis, there is no end in sight. There is no real strategy to stop the devastation. This, dear friends, cannot and should not continue. Genuine, collective and immediate efforts to realise a political solution that recognises that the Syrian people are the top priority must begin and begin in earnest. Security Council Resolution 2254 sets clear parameters for a political settlement that would end this crisis. That solution may seem like a distant objective, but we must start with steady, even humble, steps that would seek to lessen the suffering of the Syrian people, end the fear, build schools, provide healthcare, and restore hope on the path towards a complete end to the conflict. Ultimately, the solution that will ensure peace is the one that Syrians will accept, a solution that will preserve Syria's unity, deliver an enduring defeat of terrorism, lead to the departure of foreign forces, and create conditions conducive to the voluntary return of refugees. But until that happens, the refugees of the Syrian crisis must not be forgotten, nor should the countries that host them be left to face the challenge alone. Unfortunately, in this regard, the current trajectory is alarming. Less and less support is available. UN organisations are not receiving the funds they need. Host countries are not getting anywhere near the sufficient assistance required to continue to meet this burden. My friends, my country is host to about 1.3 million Syrians. Only 10% of them live in refugee camps. The rest are spread across Jordan. Of the roughly 200,000 school-aged refugees, 144,000 are receiving formal education. We provide refugees with the same medical services and care we offer our citizens. Indeed, Jordan was the first country in the world to offer COVID-19 vaccines to refugees in spite of the very limited supply. We do everything we can to give refugees the chance to live dignified lives because it is the right thing to do, because this is who Jordanians are. But as we grapple with the terrible impact of COVID on our people, their livelihoods and our economy, we are seeing less support coming to us and to UN organisations that have been crucial partners over the past decade. We recognise the unprecedented burden that the pandemic has placed on our friends and partners, but the ongoing challenges of the Syrian crisis have only deepened over the past year. Now is not the time to forget about those who so desperately need our help. The continued sharing of this responsibility must be real and it must be comprehensive. We have just announced in Jordan our response plan for the year 2021. The plan details requirements for meeting refugees' needs. We do hope it will receive your support. My friends, immediate measures must be taken to ensure sufficient support for refugees. More funds must be made available and must reflect the changing needs of refugees. Emergency relief is no longer the top priority. My friends, about 50% of Syrians in Jordan are under the age of 15. They need schools, they need proper medical care, and they need to be prepared to meet the demands of the job market. Their needs are not for food and shelter. Their needs are for tools that would enable them to build their lives and to develop into able, productive members of society and members of their country when they have the chance to go back to. Refugees cannot become an occasional concern. They must remain a central and constant priority. The convening of the Fifth Brussels Conference demonstrates a clear commitment from the EU and the UN to continue to prioritise refugees on the global agenda. All of you who have joined us virtually today are helping send a clear and important message to refugees that the world still cares about them, that they have not been forgotten. We must continue to work together to provide refugees with the dignity and hope and humanity they so desperately deserve. Ideally, the end solution to this challenge will come when refugees are able to voluntarily return to their home country. But until that is a feasible reality, we have a collective responsibility to ensure that they are not abandoned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We now go to Ankara to hear from Mr. Sedat Ünal, Turkey's Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, I would first like to extend our appreciations to the European Union and the United Nations for organizing this timely conference. In the past decade, we witnessed in Syria one of the worst human tragedies in history. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed. More than half of Syria's population have been displaced. Just recently, we witnessed another brutal attack. On March 21st, a hospital in Al-Atarab was targeted. Several civilians, including a child, lost their lives. The Syrian people have suffered too much for too long. They cannot afford to endure another decade of loss and suffering. The international community has a collective responsibility to help alleviate their grievances. It takes a concerted and multidimensional effort that not only meets the acute humanitarian needs on the ground, but also addresses the root causes of the crisis. A lasting political solution on the basis of UN Security Council Resolution 2254 is the only way out to end the plight of the Syrian people. Such a solution can only be achieved through the alignment of positions of all stakeholders inside and outside of the country. Turkey actively takes part in support of the processes in Geneva and Astana. We support the efforts of Special Envoy Geir Pedersen in facilitating and advancing the work of the Constitutional Committee. Of course, there is an obvious need now to inject more dynamism into the talks in Geneva. Dear ministers, dear colleagues, progress in the political process is directly related with the situation on the ground. Preserving calm on the ground is also key for protecting civilians and preventing additional potential refugee flows. Terrorism is yet another challenge we need to confront collectively. Turkey cleared an area over 8,000 kilometers from Daesh and PKK-YPG, and the success of these counterterrorism operations has allowed more than 220,000 Syrians to return to their homes. While we need to be vigilant against the danger of the emergence of Daesh, we should also not turn a blind eye to other malign activities. PKK-YPG's separatist agenda in the northeast continue to pose an existential threat not only to our national security but also to Syria's territorial integrity. Our resolve to eliminate this threat remains intact. Distinguished ministers, recently, coupled with the impact of COVID, the humanitarian situation on the ground has worsened. For more than 4 million Syrians, Turkey is the only gateway for the UN cross-border humanitarian assistance. The Security Council will consider the extension of the Resolution 2533 in June this year. This time, we are faced with a serious risk of losing the entire UN cross-border mechanism. It is of utmost importance for the international community to try to ensure that millions of Syrians are not deprived of this life-saving assistance. We are hosting almost 3.7 million Syrians in Turkey, And together with IDPs on the other side of the border, we are actually looking after for the needs of almost 9 million Syrians. International solidarity and burden sharing is essential to support the neighboring countries. In this respect, we look forward to European Union's continued cooperation. Last but not least, the voluntary, safe and dignified return of refugees and its facilitation should be part and parcel of our overall efforts to find a durable solution to the Syrian crisis. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. This conference creates a platform for dialogue with civil society in Syria. Findings from targeted discussions in an online survey, as well as the panel discussions during yesterday's day of dialogue, feed this ministerial. So now we will go to Syria and listen to a testimonial from civil society.
We have been through a lot. Youth have experienced the crisis in its tiny details. We were determined. We contributed, we fell, we arose, and we formed the backbone of the evolving civil society in what it initiated. Today, the recovery will require civil society efforts to build, youth involvement to function, and social solidarity to come true. And in these times when the global movement in general and local aspirations in particular rely on and invest in youth, we look forward to have our voices heard efficiently in a way that presents our dedication to what we do, our joint dedication with those who shared us the experience, and that presents our values and our aspirations to the current and next generations. Hearing our voices efficiently in itself is a big part of the solution.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spatt. So now, to open the political session of this ministerial, I would like to give the floor to UN Special Envoy, Mr. Geir Pedersen. Can you hear us?
I can hear you very well. I hope you can hear me too.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Valerie. And let me start, of course, by thanking my friend, the High Representative of the EU and the Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Borrell, ministers, excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this month, we all commemorated the tragic 10th anniversary of the Syrian conflict. On the day of its observance, I addressed the UN Security Council. I reminded its members of the disastrous trajectory of a country that 10 years ago was a middle-income one, and whose people today have been reduced in its vast majority to destitution and suffering, with 60% at risk of going hungry this year, a population half of which are displaced from their homes, millions now surviving as refugees or as internally displaced persons. The Syrian people, men and women, have suffered countless acts of military violence and violations of international law. Many families from all areas and all backgrounds have lived through the torment of having one of their loved ones detained, abducted, or gone missing. Their country remained torn by territorial fragmentation. Syrian women have been impacted in disproportionate and unique ways, and the pandemic has only added further strains on a society and an economy decimated by a decade of war and by mismanagement, corruption, disconnection from the world markets, and economic difficulties in neighboring countries. The Syrian civil society that the High Representative and I engaged this morning in the context of the CSSR platform, despite their diversity of their opinions and experiences, unanimously reminded us of the imperative to address the manifold plights of their communities. You will hear their common messages during this session. Excellencies, since we met in June last year, the situation on the ground in Syria has seen a relative calm, with stable front lines for now over a year. but let's not be misled by this calm. In a context where military tensions remain high and frequent eruptions of violence continue to occur, where hospitals and civilians are still getting hit, and where 5 foreign armies operate in proximity from one another, flames can ignite anew at any time. Progressing towards the nationwide ceasefire that Security Council Resolution 2254 has called for remains more urgent than ever. It would be equally misleading to ignore the threat that groups recognized as terrorists by the Security Council continues to pose today. The resurgence of these groups and the territorial hold of some of them cannot leave the international community indifferent. At the same time, it is clear that this challenge can only be addressed in manners that uphold international law and the principles of the protection of civilians. High Representative Borrell, Excellencies, I stand fully behind the words of the UN Secretary General and my colleague, Emergency Relief Coordinator Lowcock, to express my hope that the generosity of the international community will be reaffirmed today. I also echo their call that the effect of sanction measures need to be mitigated so Syria's capacity to access humanitarian assistance and medical support is not hindered. And I recall their important appeals for the extension of the UN's mandate to deliver critical cross-border and cross-line humanitarian assistance. But we all know that the realization of this humanitarian imperative only serves to reaffirm the need for a political settlement to the conflict, one that upholds the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Syria, and at the same time, it meets the legitimate aspirations of its peoples in line with Security Council Resolution 2254. I and my team continue intense diplomatic engagement with the government of Syria and the Syrian Negotiations Commission. In particular, I'm still in the process of facilitating a way forward to put in place the conditions for a successful 6th session of the Constitutional Committee. We need renewed resolve by the Syrian parties, supported by the international community, to complete the constitutional reform mandated by Resolution 2254 in order to allow for free and fair elections administered under UN supervision with all Syrians, including members of the diaspora, able to participate. The constitutional track is, of course, only one of the aspects of the comprehensive set of issues outlined in Resolution 2254. We need real actions on detainees, abductees, and missing persons. And we need to achieve the establishment of the safe, calm, and neutral environment to which all Syrians are entitled, and which will be indispensable to create the necessary conditions for the safe, voluntary, and dignified return of Syrian refugees. I remain heartened by the determination of Syrian women to take their full place in this political process. High Representative Borrell and I just received another testimony of their steadfastness when we met this morning with the members of the Syrian Women's Advisory Board, the group that supports my efforts to ensure the mainstreaming of gender perspectives in all aspects of the process. Above all, what is required today to be able to respond to the staggering challenges facing Syria and the aspiration of its peoples to achieve peace is indeed international unity. Unity in pledging the necessary financial support, of course. Unity in backing the efforts of the UN to facilitate the implementation of all aspects of Resolution 2254. And unity in promoting the identification of mutual and reciprocal steps that will enable progress to that end. This may necessitate, in due time, new ways for the international community to come together to discuss what can be put on the table and how to structure this discussion through cooperative diplomacy. We are all very much aware of the differences that exist, but we need to overcome them. This will not happen without flexibility and a spirit of compromise, and the realization that the end of this tragedy is in the interest of all of us, Syrians first and foremost, and the region and international community at large. I believe all stakeholders realize that there is no military solution to this deeply internationalized conflict, and that it cannot be left in a state of no war, no peace. We must signal that Syria remains central to our concerns, that we are determined to work to advance the political process, and I count on your continued support. Thank you.
مرحبا، مو مهم اسمي ولا عمري ولا مين بكون، المهم المكان اللي عم حاكيكم منه، إدلب أو شمال غرب سوريا، أو فيكم تسموها سوريا الصغرى، اللي كانت مأوى لكل من طالب بالحرية والعدالة والديمقراطية. قيم أوروبا اللي ألهمتها للعالم وثرنا لتحقيقها داخل سوريا، مو لنضطر للهجرة. ما حكرر عليكم حجم الانهيار الاقتصادي اللي عم نعاني منه، ولا رح أحكي عن مليوني نازح داخل الخيام العشوائية اللي عم يواجهوا ظروف مأساوية كان آخرها فيروس كورونا. كل شيء عم نعانيه سببه سياسي بالدرجة الأولى. أطفالنا المتسربين دراسيا واللي حرمتهم الحرب من طفولتهم، شبابنا الضايع والفاقد لحقه بالتعليم الأكاديمي المعترف فيه، فتياتنا اللي اضطروا للزواج المبكر. هالوضع الغير طبيعي اللي سببته الحرب حينشئ جيل غير قادر على بناء حضارة بنطمح إلها. رسالتي لكم أنه ندعم التعليم بكل مستوياته، التعليم أولا والتعليم ثانيا والتعليم دائما، لأنه سبب في بناء المجتمعات. ما حأنسى الطفل اللي كنت عم ناقشه بأحد المخيمات عن حقه بالتعليم، ورد علي أنسى أنا لازم أشتغل لحتى طعمي إخواتي بعد ما فقد أهله نتيجة الحرب. لازم نعرف أنه الحل السياسي العادل هو بوابة للاستقرار، وأنه الحوار المنطقي أهم أدواته. وشكرا للجميع.
أعزائي الحضور، نشكركم على إتاحة الفرصة لنا للمشاركة في مؤتمر بروكسل الخامس الخاص بالأزمة السورية، مما لا شك فيه أن الأزمة السورية المستفحلة منذ أكثر من 10 سنوات بتداعياتها الكارثية من قتل ودمار وتشريد وهجرة ونزوح قد أثقلت كاهل المرأة ووضعتها في مواجهة واقع مريض استوجب منها التعامل معه والعمل على تجاوزه، لكن لفت الانتباه أيضا إلى الدور الهام المنوط بها لتجاوز هذه الأزمة. في شمال وشرق سوريا وبسبب حالة الاستقرار النسبي الذي رسخته الإدارة الذاتية الديمقراطية وشاركت المرأة في تأسيسها، انطلقت المرأة للعمل وبخطوات تاريخية واستنادا على الإرث النضالي للمرأة السورية، واستطاعت أن تقود ناصية التغيير بمشاركتها وبناء على مبدأ المناصفة في المجالات السياسية والاجتماعية والإدارية والعسكرية والاقتصادية. ولعل إصدار قانون خاص بالمرأة وتطبيقه في شمال وشرق سوريا من أهم المكتسبات التي حققتها المرأة بنضالها. بالرغم من هذا الحراك النسوي اللافت، يتم إقصاء المرأة وتهميشها في شمال وشرق سوريا في القضايا المتعلقة ببلدها سوريا، مثل أبعادها عن مفاوضات الحل السياسي في جنيف وعن تشكيلة اللجنة الدستورية ولا سيما مقاومة المجتمع المدني. إنني كناشطة مدنية ومن منطلق إيماني بدور المرأة الهام في تجاوز الأزمة أطالب المجتمع الدولي من خلال منبركم الكريم بدعم مشاركة المرأة في مفاوضات الحل السياسي للأزمة السورية وتشكيلة اللجنة الدستورية بما يتناسب مع حجم الإنجازات والمكتسبات التي حققتها على أرض الواقع. كما أنني أطالب المجتمع الدولي بوضع حد الانتهاكات المنهجة بحق المرأة في سوريا ولا سيما في المناطق المحتلة من قبل الدولة التركية والفصائل المرتبطة بها في شمال وشرق سوريا كعفرين وتل أبيض وسريغانية، وإرسال لجنة تقصي الحقائق للوقوف على هذه الانتهاكات الموثقة في التقرير الصادر في 14 سبتمبر 2020 عن اللجنة المستقلة التابعة لمجلس حقوق الإنسان. إن المرأة التي حاربت الإرهاب العالمي المتمثل بتنظيم داعش نيابة عن الإنسانية جمعاء تنتهك حقوقها وإنسانيتها أمام مرأة ومسمع المجتمع الدولي، وكي يتم إقصاؤها عن المشاركة في حل أزمة بلدها سوريا تحت ضغوط إقليمية وبذرائع واهية. ويقينا أن أي حل الأزمة السورية لن يكون شاملا إذا تم إقصاء المرأة من المشاركة فيه، بما يتوافق مع اتفاقيات والقرارات الدولية التي نصت على أهمية المشاركة السياسية للمرأة في المفاوضات ومراكز صنع القرار.
Thank you very much to Special Envoy Pedersen and to our two Syrian women for their strong advocacy on behalf of women in Syria. Now we will have some interventions from more of our distinguished guests, and I will give the floor to His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Qatar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني في البداية أن أتوجه بالشكر للاتحاد الأوروبي والأمم المتحدة على جهودهم المقدرة لعقد هذا المؤتمر في نسخته الخامسة، كما أشكر جميع الدول المشاركة على مواصلة دعمها للشعب السوري الشقيق داخل وخارج سوريا على الرغم من الأزمة الصحية العالمية وتفشي جائحة كوفيد-19 التي لا تزال تعصف بجميع دول العالم. السيدات والسادة، إن عقد هذا المؤتمر اليوم يؤكد عزم المجتمع الدولي على مواصلة دعم الشعب السوري الشقيق للتخفيف من أزمته الإنسانية المستمرة منذ أكثر من 10 سنوات، ولا يخفى أن الأوضاع الإنسانية تزداد سوءا في سوريا وتتفاقم آثارها السلبية عاما بعد عام في ظل مواصلة النظام السوري لانتهاكاته لحقوق الإنسان وارتكابه لفظائع ترقى لجرائم حرب وعرقلته لمسار الحل السياسي. ولا شك أن جائحة كوفيد-19 وآثارها الاقتصادية السلبية قد جعلت الظروف المعيشية للسوريين أشد قسوة، ما يستوجب التدخل العاجل للأمم المتحدة ووكالاتها وخاصة منظمة الصحة العالمية لإعطاء الأولوية لتوصيل اللقاحات داخل سوريا. إن النجاح في مواجهة التداعيات الإنسانية الكارثية للأزمة السورية لا يتأتى إلا بتحقيق الحل السياسي الذي ينهي هذه الأزمة والتي تواجه صعوبات بالغة في إنهائها في ظل استمرار تعنت النظام الحاكم ورفضه تلبية المطالب المشروعة للشعب السوري. وفي هذا السياق فإن دولة قطر تؤكد موقفها الثابت لدعم الجهود الدولية التي تهدف إلى التوصل لحل سياسي لإنهاء الأزمة السورية وفقا لبيان جنيف 1 لعام 2012 وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، وخاصة القرار رقم 2254 الذي يحقق تطلعات الشعب السوري في الأمن والاستقرار وأن يحفظ وحدة سوريا واستقلالها. وفي هذا الإطار تؤكد دولة قطر على أهمية دور اللجنة الدستورية السورية في المساعدة على إنهاء هذه الأزمة وعلى استعدادها لتقديم الدعم لهذه اللجنة بالتعاون مع المبعوث الخاص للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة لسوريا، ومن خلال التفاعل المستمر مع الأطراف السورية ودعمها للعودة الآمنة والطوعية للاجئين السوريين. السيدات والسادة، انطلاقا من الإيمان الثابت بحق الشعب السوري الشقيق في العيش الكريم، فقد حرصت دولة قطر منذ بداية الأزمة على تقديم الدعم الإنساني والمادي له، وقد تجاوزت مساعداتها مبلغ $2 أمريكي من خلال المساعدات الحكومية أو من خلال منظمات المجتمع المدني والجمعيات الإنسانية الخيرية والمؤسسات المانحة القطرية. وفي هذا الإطار يسرني الإعلان عن تعهد جديد من دولة قطر بمبلغ $100 مليون أمريكي للتخفيف من وطأة الكارثة الإنسانية السورية. ومن منطلق التزاماتنا الدولية نؤكد مجددا أهمية الاستجابة الجماعية وتعزيز المساهمات المقدمة للتخفيف من معاناة الشعب السوري الشقيق والمنطقة. وفي الختام أكرر الشكر للجهات المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر وكافة الدول والمنظمات التي تساهم في تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية للشعب السوري، وأتمنى أن يحقق هذا المؤتمر أهدافه المرجوة لصالح الشعب السوري الشقيق. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we will go to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Yves Le Drian, the Minister for European and Foreign Affairs of France, to make a statement.
Chers amis, ce mois de mars 2021 marque le triste anniversaire d'une décennie de chaos pour la Syrie, dont porte la responsabilité le régime de Damas et ses soutiens extérieurs, qui s'enferrent à présent dans une logique de reconquête militaire aux conséquences tragiques et meurtrières pour la population civile. Je veux donc adresser aujourd'hui au peuple syrien un message de soutien, de détermination et de mobilisation. Avec nos partenaires de l'Union européenne, nous sommes et nous resterons à vos côtés. La France réitère son appel à ce qu'un accès humanitaire sûr, complet et sans entrave puisse être garanti, y compris par voie transfrontalière, au profit de celles et ceux qui, au nord-est ou au nord-ouest du pays, dépendent de l'aide internationale. Notre soutien va également aux réfugiés qui ont fui le conflit et aux pays qui les accueillent. Ce soutien, c'est un soutien concret auquel nous consacrerons 560 millions d'euros supplémentaires pour la période 2021-2022. Par ailleurs, nous restons déterminés à lutter contre l'impunité des crimes commis en Syrie. Parce que sans justice, il ne peut y avoir ni paix ni solution politique. Et parce que c'est une question de principe et un enjeu de sécurité collective, en particulier s'agissant de l'emploi d'armes chimiques. Le mois dernier, un ancien membre des services de renseignement syriens a été condamné par le tribunal de Coblence. C'est une première étape historique. Une procédure judiciaire est également engagée en France à la suite de la plainte déposée à Paris pour des attaques chimiques perpétrées par le régime syrien contre sa population. Nous apportons notre soutien aux travaux des juridictions nationales et nous apportons notre soutien aux mécanismes internationaux de lutte contre l'impunité. Nos efforts se poursuivront afin que toute la lumière soit faite sur ces 10 années d'exaction et que les coupables répondent de leurs actes. Je veux enfin vous assurer de notre mobilisation en vue d'une solution politique crédible et durable pour permettre à la Syrie de sortir de l'impasse et de trouver le chemin de la paix, de la stabilité et de la souveraineté. Ces conditions sont connues, elles ont été posées par la résolution 2254 du Conseil de sécurité il y a plus de 6 ans. Si le régime syrien semble vouloir réduire ce cadre à un processus constitutionnel dépourvu de toute crédibilité, les urgences sont ailleurs. Je pense à la préparation d'élections libres et régulières auxquelles l'ensemble des Syriens devraient pouvoir participer, y compris les réfugiés et les déplacés. Et je pense au retour sûr et volontaire des réfugiés, qui n'est pas envisageable sans des changements concrets sur le terrain, à commencer par la libération des prisonniers détenus arbitrairement. Tant que le régime syrien ne fera qu'alimenter l'instabilité, la crise humanitaire et le risque terroriste, la France et l'Union européenne, je veux le dire très clairement, s'opposeront au financement de la reconstruction de la Syrie, s'opposeront à la normalisation des relations avec Damas et s'opposeront à tout allègement du dispositif de sanctions. Le peuple syrien, en revanche, doit savoir qu'il peut compter sur la constance de notre soutien et c'est le sens même de cette réunion. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I will now give the floor to His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhad Al Saud, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة لا سيما قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2254 وبيان جنيف 1 في إطالة أمد الأزمة وتعقيدها ودفع ذلك إلى تفاقم الأوضاع الإنسانية المؤلمة. إننا في المملكة العربية السعودية منذ بداية الأزمة نرى أن الحل الوحيد للأزمة السورية هو الحل السياسي وفق القرارات الدولية، وتدعم المملكة العربية السعودية كافة الجهود الدولية لعودة الاستقرار والسلام إلى سوريا وشعبها الشقيق، لا سيما جهود الأمم المتحدة والمبعوث الخاص والسيد جير بيترسون لاستئناف العملية السياسية وكذلك أعمال اللجنة الدستورية. ومنذ بداية الأزمة بذلت المملكة جهودا معلنة وغير معلنة في سبيل منع اندلاع وتفاقم مأساة الشعب السوري، واستضافت المملكة مؤتمرات للمعارضة السورية بهدف توحيدها ودعم رفض المعارضة السياسية ومادية. ولا زالت المملكة مستمرة في جهودها الداعمة لحل الأزمة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة تجدد المملكة العربية السعودية رفضها لتدخلات إيران والميليشيات التابعة لها في سوريا، وتطلب بوقف مشروعها الطائفي الذي يساهم في إطالة أمد الأزمة ويزيدها تعقيدا وخروجها وكافة القوات التابعة لها من الأراضي السورية، ووقف ممارساتها الإجرامية الهادفة لتغيير هوية سوريا العربية عبر عملية التهجير الطائفي والتغيير الديمغرافي. كما تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية من هذا المنبر على أهمية محاربة جميع التنظيمات الإرهابية بكافة أشكالها ومنع عودتها ودعم جهود الاستقرار، كما تشدد المملكة على موقفها الرافض لاستخدام الأسلحة الكيميائية ضد المدنيين، وتؤيد كافة الإجراءات الدولية لمنع إعادة استخدام وعاقبة كافة مرتكبي جرائم الحرب. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة أن البدء في عملية تسوية سياسية حقيقية تحت إشراف الأمم المتحدة هو السبيل الوحيد لإعادة الإعمار في سوريا، هو عودة اللاجئين والنازحين إلى ديارهم ووقف معاناتهم وتوفير الشروط اللازمة لذلك وفقا للمعايير الدولية التي تقرها المفوضية السامية المتحدة لشؤون اللاجئين. وتؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية على أهمية توحيد جهود الأطراف الدولية هي لسبل تسهيل دخول المساعدات الإنسانية والإغاثية لجميع المحتاجين لها دون عراقيل، كما شملت جهود المملكة دعم ورعاية الملايين من اللاجئين السوريين في الداخل السوري وبلدان الجوار من خلال مركز الملك سلمان للإغاثة والأعمال الإنسانية والبرامج الإنسانية والإغاثية والتنموية بالتنسيق مع حكومات تلك الدول. كما ساهمت المملكة العربية السعودية في تخفيف معاناة الشعب السوري من خلال استضافة مئات الآلاف من الأشقاء السوريين على أراضيها يعاملون معاملة المواطنين السعوديين من حيث فرص العمل والخدمات الطبية. وقد بلغت المساعدات الإنسانية التي قدمتها المملكة للأشقاء السوريين في الداخل السوري ودول الجوار نحو $1,250,000,000. وفي الختام أشكر الاتحاد الأوروبي والأمم المتحدة على دعوتهم وتنظيمه الناجح للمؤتمر بروكسل الخامس حول دعم المستقبل لسوريا والمنطقة، متمنيا بأن يأتي مؤتمرنا القادم وقد دخلت سوريا مرحلة من الأمن والسلام والاستقرار. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Your Highness. The next intervention will be made by His Excellency Mr. Heiko Maas, the Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
A decade has passed since 15 school children sprayed the slogan of the Arab Spring on a wall in the town of Daraa. The people demand the fall of the regime. Assad's secret police arrested and tortured these children. Since then, a decade of death and destruction was brought upon the people of Syria by the regime and its international supporters, crushing their hopes for change. The question before us today is, what can we do to restore hope in a better future for Syria? First of all, we must not accept the status quo. Over the past 10 years, half of the Syrian population has had to flee. 90% live in poverty. And 2.4 million children cannot go to school. That situation will never be sustainable. Assad and his international supporters must finally understand that. Sham elections in a ruined country cannot replace a real political process. Only a genuine commitment to international diplomacy and to the political process outlined in Resolution 2254 will lead to a sustainable solution. We are willing to offer the good steps for good steps that Geir Pedersen recently called for. But let me be clear, there will be no reconstruction without a meaningful political process. Ladies and gentlemen, justice can also restore hope. Of course, the recent handing down of a jail sentence by a German court against a former member of the Syrian secret police won't heal the wounds of the past. But it is a start and a victory for all Syrians who have been suffering all these years. And lastly, hope can crown from international solidarity. We have heard from Mark Lowcock how desperate the humanitarian situation is. Maintaining cross-border access for humanitarian assistance is therefore essential. The lives of almost 3 million people in northwest Syria depend on it. Host countries in the region deserve more than just our gratitude. They need our full support. And of course, proper funding is crucial. Today, Germany is therefore making its largest pledge in the last 4 years, €1.738 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Syrian tragedy must not last another 10 years. Ending it begins by restoring hope. It begins with our commitments here today.
Thank you very much, Minister Maas. I will now give the floor to the Right Honourable Dominic Raab, the First Secretary of State and Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom.
During 10 years of conflict, we've seen unimaginable levels of suffering. More than 500,000 people killed, more than 11 million people displaced. The chaos inside Syria continues to spill out across the region. We must keep supporting Syrians in need. So with that in mind, the UK is doing all it can, both with emergency relief and through early recovery support for livelihoods and education. We're one of the largest donors to the Syria crisis, having provided over £3.5 billion since 2012, our largest contribution to a humanitarian crisis. This has provided education for over 1 million children, safe water for over 6 million people, and 21 million medical consultations. In order to save lives, humanitarian support for all areas of Syria must continue. So the renewal of the UN cross-border aid resolution in July is also absolutely essential. Aid access mustn't be held hostage to politics. We're committed to supporting the UN Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, in his efforts on a UN political process to deliver a lasting settlement and to protect the rights of all Syrians. And we will continue to hold the regime to account. So this month I announced new sanctions on 6 individuals who are responsible for the repressing of the civilian population in Syria. And COVID-19 has placed additional pressures on Turkey, Jordan and Lebanon, who continue to support their citizens and the refugees that they host. The UK will continue to support these countries so that they can face the challenges ahead and support and protect their refugee populations. Syrians should be able to return home voluntarily and with dignity, and only when it's safe to do so. The continued support of the international community remains absolutely vital. And that's why today the UK is pledging at least £205 million to the Syria crisis this year, bringing our total commitment since 2012 to over £3.7 billion. To those still in Syria, those forced to flee, and those still suffering, however long the road ahead, the UK will continue to stand with you.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Luigi Di Maio, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, will take the floor next.
On the 10th anniversary since the beginning of the Syrian crisis, we all feel that the Syrian people have been suffering for too long. This conflict has caused a huge loss of lives, systematic violations of human rights, vast destruction and massive displacement of millions of civilians. Over the last year, the humanitarian situation has further deteriorated because of the COVID-19 pandemic. At this point, the economic and financial situation in the country is close to collapse. More than ever, the international community has to stand by the Syrian people's side, no matter how difficult conditions are on the ground or at the negotiating table. Therefore, I wish to thank the EU and UN for convening this virtual meeting today. It confirms our enduring collective commitment. Once again, we have to state loud and clear that the only way out from the Syrian crisis is a Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political solution, facilitated by the UN and in line with UN Resolution 2254. Without a credible political process, it would be hard for the international community to engage in effective reconstruction. In this perspective, the UN Special Envoy for Syria, Pedersen, deserves our full support. His action is key to advance on all aspects of Resolution 2254, including free and fair elections open to diaspora. The presidential elections to be held later this year will not fulfill these criteria. As such, they cannot lead to any international normalization with the Syrian regime. Let me stress also the importance of accountability for all violations of international humanitarian and human rights law in Syria. If we want this country to have a true reconciliation process, we cannot accept any compromise or silence on that. In conclusion, I would like to spend a few words on the leading role of the EU and its member states in the relief efforts. This year, Italy will confirm its pledge of 45 million euros in grants for humanitarian and stabilization projects in Syria and neighboring countries. We will keep on working side by side with civil society and international organizations to provide life-saving assistance, protection, humanitarian rehabilitation, and early recovery. We will continue listening to the most vulnerable, in particular the young generations. We will direct our efforts to neighboring countries too, such as Jordan and Lebanon. And allow me to commend them for the extraordinary solidarity they have shown in hosting Syrian refugees despite so many difficulties. Let us never forget that they have been carrying a burden hardly sustainable in the longer run. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister De Maio. We will now go to His Highness Sheikh Dr. Ahmad Nasser Al Mohammed Al Sabah, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Kuwait.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس أمين عام الأمم المتحدة، معالي السيد جوزيف بوريل الممثل الأعلى للشؤون الخارجية في الاتحاد الأوروبي، أصحاب السعادة رؤساء الوفود، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنقل إليكم تحيات دولة الكويت أميرا وحكومة وشعبا، والتقدير لجهود كل من الاتحاد الأوروبي والأمم المتحدة في رئاستهما المشتركة وتنظيمهما لهذا المؤتمر الهام الذي يهدف إلى العمل على تخفيف معاناة الشعب السوري الشقيق. سيدات والسادة، لقد طرأت خلال ال10 سنوات المنصرمة العديد من الانتهاكات والممارسات المناهضة لحقوق الإنسان والمناهضة كذلك القوانين الدولية في هذا الشأن، مما تسبب في معاناة إنسانية هائلة للشعب السوري الشقيق. وتعد أزمة اللاجئين السوريين أكبر أزمة نزوح في العالم، حيث يوجد حوالي 5.6 مليون لاجئ سوري مسجل في المنطقة، وحوالي 6.2 مليون شخص نازح في الداخل السوري. وتؤمن دولة الكويت إيمانا مطلقا بأن الوضع في سوريا أصبح أكثر تعقيدا بسبب تدخل الأطراف الخارجية من جهة، والصعوبات التي تواجهها محادثات السلام التي ترعاها الأمم المتحدة من جهة أخرى. ونأمل أن تساهم مخرجات هذا المؤتمر الهام في التخفيف من معاناة الشعب السوري الشقيق، لا سيما وأن غياب الحل السياسي يدعونا إلى العمل على إيجاد حلول سلمية تنهي الصراع السوري. وفي هذا الصدد تجدد دولة الكويت التأكيد على أنه لا يمكن أن يكون هناك حل عسكري للأزمة السورية، حيث أن الحل الناجع والوحيد هو حل سياسي شامل وفقا لقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2254 وبيان جنيف 1 لعام 2012. ويسعدني في هذا الصدد أن أبلغكم بأن تعهدنا المعلن في مؤتمر بروكسل لعام 2019 والبالغ 300 مليون دولار أمريكي لمدة 3 سنوات للأعوام 2019 2020 2021 جاري تنفيذه بوتيرة مناسبة، وإننا ملتزمون تمام الالتزام باستيفاء التزاماتنا المعلنة ضمن ذلك التعهد للعام 2021. في الختام، آمل أن توفر مخرجات مؤتمركم هذا نتائج ملموسة تسهم في التوصل لسلام مستدام ومصالحة حقيقية ما بين أطياف الشعب السوري الشقيق. شاكر لكم حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Highness. We will now go to Her Excellency Ms. Anna Kristina Lind, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Excellencies, I would like to thank our hosts, the European Union and the United Nations. We need to turn the coming decade for the Syrian people into a decade of peace, hope and healing. Sweden stands ready to contribute, as we have done these last 10 years. But for peace, refugee returns and reconstruction to be sustainable, there needs to be a political solution. We urge all parties to act responsibly and use their influence to this end. We fully support the efforts of Special Envoy Pedersen, including to ensure the full and effective participation of women. Over the coming 3 years, We will increase Sweden's financial contribution through our regional aid strategy for the Syria crisis by more than 30%. We will continue to strengthen the resilience of the Syrian people and their host communities in Syria and in the region. This includes supporting the neighbouring countries, which continue to show great generosity in hosting millions of refugees. We will also continue our substantial humanitarian efforts. In total, Sweden pledges an initial $97 million to the Syria crisis response for 2021. In addition, we are one of the largest donors of core funding to the concerned UN agencies. We will also strengthen our efforts to achieve accountability for the horrific crimes that have been and continue to be committed, not least by the Syrian regime and Daesh. Fighting impunity and achieving justice for victims is fundamental in moving Syria towards a sustainable peace and reconciliation. Lastly, I urge the UN Security Council to assume its responsibility, renew the humanitarian cross-border mandate, and reinstate former border crossings, including to northeast Syria. Millions of lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. We will now go to His Excellency Khalifa Shaheen Al-Marar, the Minister of State of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express the United Arab Emirates' thoughtful gratitude to the European Union and to the United Nations for organizing this fifth conference and supporting the future of Syria and the region. This year, as we all know, the Syrian crisis reached its decade-long, a situation that has brought tremendous suffering to the Syrian people and deeply affected the stability of the region. We therefore fully support this continuous effort in sustaining and recalibrating the international focus on Syria. Similarly, I also would like to extend a particular thank you to the humanitarian actors and health service providers in Syria, who continue to carry out their duties unreservedly despite the security challenges and continue to respond to public health challenges represented by the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet in Syria, citizens are trying to mitigate the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic with a depleted and devastated health system. The UAE remains concerned of the threat COVID-19 poses to Syria. The socio-economic impacts of the pandemic continue to be exacerbating force on already considerable humanitarian needs across the country and to the healthcare workers on the front line. The UAE is home to over 130,000 Syrians, and during these years of the war and suffering, we stood alongside the Syrian people by providing assistance through United Nations agencies in Syria and in neighboring countries. For the past 10 years, the UAE provided aid exceeding $1.1 billion in humanitarian assistance for Syria, in Syria itself, and for the refugees in Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Greece. This assistance ranged from providing food, shelters, to medical care and setting up of field hospitals. In 2013, we also established the refugee camp, Mrejib Lefhout, a Jordanian Emirati camp to sustain the livelihoods, provide protection and different social services. The UAE is also co-founder, together with Germany and the United States of America, to the Syria Recovery Trust Fund, and has contributed $23.4 million to support the local stabilization of the Syrians IDPs. The UAE strongly believes that there is only a political solution to the current crisis in Syria and fully support the efforts of the United Nations and the United Nations Special Envoy for Syria, Mr. Geir Pedersen, as well as other international efforts to reach a peaceful solution in accordance with Geneva process and the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254. We stress the rejection of foreign interference in Syria's affair and emphasizes the importance of an effective Arab role in the quest to end Syria's suffering and help Syria to return to Arabs' folds. Finally, it gives me great pleasure to announce that United Arab Emirates pledges $30 million and the UAE will continue the diplomatic effort in support of a political solution to the Syrian crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We will now have an intervention from Mr. Sergei Vershinin, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Добрый день. Меня слышно? Do you hear me?
Добрый день.
Okay.
I heard добрый день, but I cannot hear the rest of what you're saying.
А это было самое главное. It was the main thing. Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые коллеги, сегодняшняя конференция, поддерживая будущее Сирии и региона, по замыслу организаторов нацелена на обсуждение задач по обеспечению гуманитарного содействия и продвижению политического процесса сирийского регулирования в соответствии с резолюцией 2254 Совета Безопасности ООН. Однако, как и прежде, все эти насущные для Сирии и сирийцев вопросы предлагается рассматривать без их непосредственного участия, включая в первую очередь неприглашение правительства Сирийской Арабской Республики страны-члена ООН. Подобный подход не может не вызывать сожаления и вопросы по поводу эффективности мероприятия. Очевидно, что на нынешнем этапе Сирия и сирийцы особенно остро нуждаются в коллективной поддержке международного сообщества без политизации и предварительных условий. Несмотря на значительное снижение насилия на земле за последний год, в стране сохраняется высокий уровень террористической угрозы, особенно на фоне заметной активизации ИГИЛ в Заифратии и контроля Хейат Тахрир аш-Шам над Идлибской зоной деэскалации. Напомню, что речь идет о террористических группировках, признанных таковыми Советом Безопасности ООН, и неподконтрольных Дамаску районах, ответственность за которые несут де-факто оккупирующие их страны. Убеждены, что установление долгосрочного и прочного мира в Сирии и регионе без ликвидации террористических очагов и восстановления территориальной целостности страны невозможно. А значит, непримиримая борьба с террористами должна быть продолжена. Будем и впредь оказывать в этом сирийским властям необходимую поддержку. На фоне пандемии коронавируса и беспрецедентного ужесточения незаконных односторонних санкций Сирия сталкивается, по словам ООНовских коллег, с самым масштабным гуманитарным кризисом. Свыше 13,5 миллионов сирийцев нуждаются в срочной гуманитарной помощи, что на 20% больше по сравнению с прошлым годом. 60% населения голодает в условиях рекордной инфляции и девальвации сирийского фунта. Представители профильных международных организаций призывают не только и не столько нарастить базовые гуманитарные поставки, так называемые food baskets, но обеспечить нуждающихся средствами к существованию, что предполагает реализацию проектов раннего восстановления, ремонт и строительство объектов гражданской инфраструктуры. Однако все эти призывы упорно игнорируются в угоду политизированным установкам на отказ от гуманитарного восстановления и дискриминацию правительственных территорий, удушение санкциями с требованиями политических преобразований в Сирии. В этой связи призываем всех задуматься, к чему приведет социально-экономический коллапс в Сирии, какими необратимыми последствиями он чреват. На карте ближневосточного региона рискует появиться очередная черная дыра, по примеру Йемена и Ливии. а Запад, прежде всего европейские страны, захлестнет очередная масштабная волна беженцев. Не приходится сомневаться и в том, что образовавшимся вакуумом воспользуются террористы, стремящиеся распространить свое влияние далеко за пределы Ближнего Востока. Таким образом, по сугубо политическим соображениям на карту поставлено не только будущее Сирии, как указано в названии нынешней конференции, но и миллионов сирийцев внутри страны и за ее пределами, общая безопасность и стабильность. Со своей стороны неизменно выступаем за политическое решение сирийского кризиса путем продвижения политического процесса, ведомого и осуществляемого самими сирийцами при поддержке ООН, как это предусмотрено резолюцией 2254. Ключевую роль в данном процессе призван сыграть Конституционный комитет в Женеве, который, согласно утвержденным правилам процедуры, должен работать оперативно и непрерывно для достижения результатов и дальнейшего прогресса лишь в интересах сирийского народа, без иностранного вмешательства, в том числе без навязываемых извне сроков. Это, бесспорно, трудный путь достижения общесирийского согласия по ключевым вопросам будущего Сирийской Арабской Республики. Тем более после стольких лет вооруженной конфронтации. Но этот путь, надо пройти. Поэтому очевидно, что не должно быть искусственного блокирования деятельности комитета под техническими предлогами согласования неких дополнительных рабочих методов и планов. Кроме того, убеждены, что политический процесс должен быть поддержан эффективными мерами гуманитарного содействия, особенно востребованными на фоне пандемии COVID-19. Россия с сентября 2015 года последовательно оказывает гуманитарную помощь нуждающимся. В рамках 2800 акций было распределено около 5000 тонн продуктов питания и предметов первой необходимости. Медицинская помощь оказана свыше 132 тысячам человек. Осуществлены поставки строительной техники и материалов. Полагаем важным работать и над выполнением другого положения резолюции 2254 о содействии возвращения беженцев и временно перемещенным лицам в места постоянного проживания и восстановлении пострадавших районов в соответствии с нормами международного права. В этих целях на границах и внутри Сирии открыты 13 пунктов пропуска. В провинциях Дамаск, Алеппо и Хама реализуются необходимые восстановительные проекты. В частности, с июля 2018 года в Сирии при нашей помощи восстановлены 980 образовательных и 252 медицинских учреждения, более 4900 жилых домов, отремонтированы 2000 километров автодорог, проложены 1500 линий электропередач, введены в эксплуатацию 263 объекта водоснабжения, 323 хлебопекарни. Цифры, как говорится, говорят сами за себя. Российские военные специалисты обеспечили разминирование свыше 600 500 гектар сирийской территории и обезвредили более 105 тысяч взрывоопасных предметов. В дополнение к комплексным гуманитарным усилиям на двусторонней основе делаем ежегодные добровольные взносы и в бюджеты специализированных международных организаций на нужды Сирии, в том числе по линии управления Верховного комиссара ООН по делам беженцев, службы ООН по разминированию, Всемирной продовольственной программы, программы развития ООН, Детского фонда ООН, Всемирной организации здравоохранения, Фонда ООН в области народонаселения, Продовольственной и сельскохозяйственной организации ООН, а также Международного комитета Красного Креста. На этом фоне большое сожаление вызывает отсутствие политической воли у ряда западных стран поддержать усилия сирийцев по созданию условий для добровольного, достойного и безопасного возвращения своих граждан, в частности, в ходе международной конференции по беженцам в Дамаске в ноябре 2020 года. Сегодня все более очевидно, что только четкое следование резолюции 2254 Совета Безопасности ООН, прописывающей твердую приверженность суверенитету, независимости, единству и территориальной целостности Сирии, а также целям и принципам Устава ООН, приведет к долгосрочному и надежному регулированию в Сирии. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from Her Excellency Ms. Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations.
This month, we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Syrian uprising. For a full decade, the Syrian people have endured the unimaginable: violent suppression, terrorism, and a brutal civil war. Imagine being a 10-year-old child in Syria. One of your parents may have been killed by chemical weapons attacks, one of the 500,000 killed by Assad's horrific war. Some of your relatives were tortured or disappeared. You are one of 13 million Syrians that were forced to flee your home and then flee again and again, maybe even a dozen times or more. You're 10 years old and you've known nothing but war. For that child and so many others, we must allow and empower humanitarians to do their jobs, alleviate the suffering, and save people's lives. The United States is committed to doing our part, both to provide aid and to help address the obstacles standing in the way of humanitarian access. After all, an average of 2.4 million Syrians per month depend on cross-border humanitarian assistance. The UN mechanism must be renewed by the Security Council in the next few months. So today, I'm proud to announce over $596 million in new humanitarian assistance in support of vulnerable Syrians in Syria, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey from the United States. In total, the United States has provided nearly $13 billion in aid to the Syrian people over the past decade. And while we strive together to meet the humanitarian needs of the Syrian people, and especially refugees, we know that assistance alone will not solve this crisis. The Syrian people need a real political resolution to the conflict, in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. The United States will not provide reconstruction assistance absent progress on the political track. It is important to note that human rights and humanitarian groups continue to report the vast majority of Syrians fear returning to regime-held areas. They would face arbitrary detention, torture, or even death at the hands of Assad's security forces. So any Syrian refugee return must be voluntary, well-informed, and take place in safety and with dignity to the place of their origin or choosing. Let me conclude by stating unequivocally that we remain committed to supporting the Syrian people, as well as regional countries who have taken on the burden of hosting millions of refugees. The Syrian people deserve a real political solution. They deserve a safe, stable, and hopeful future. As I've said throughout this month, the 11th anniversary cannot look like the 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. We will now go to Mr. Francisco André, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Portugal.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, Excellencies, Mr. High Representative, ladies and gentlemen. After 10 years of conflict, Syria remains one of the most worrisome humanitarian crises in our days. In this past decade, hundreds of thousands of Syrians were killed and millions forced to flee their homes and seek refuge in other parts of Syria and other countries. During this period, Portugal disbursed more than 29 million euros in voluntary and other contributions. Today, we renew our commitment in supporting vulnerable Syrians as well as the host communities in neighbouring countries. By doing so, we recognise our shared responsibility to continue providing essential humanitarian assistance to Syrians in need of basic services, food assistance and livelihood solutions. Safe, unimpeded and sustainable humanitarian access is crucial to reach those in need. To this end, all parties in the conflict must fully respect international humanitarian law and uphold the humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality and independence. But allowing humanitarian assistance to be delivered will not be enough. In the absence of a Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political transition, the situation will only continue to further deteriorate. We must continue to urge all parties to commit to a political solution in accordance with UNSC Resolution 2254. Only when it will be possible to put an end to the conflict and Syrians will be able to restart their lives in their homeland as a voluntary, safe, dignified and sustainable return becomes possible. Finally, let me underline the commitment of Portugal to the realization of the right to education. This includes the right to education at all levels in situations of emergencies and, from our perspective, should be a strategic priority in humanitarian aid. And if education in emergency situations is not new, we somehow have been neglecting the importance of higher education in our humanitarian responses and as its impact on mid and long term. With the aim of filling this gap, former President of Portugal, Jorge Sampaio, founded in 2013 the Global Platform for Syrian Students, an emergency scholarship program which provides support to Syrian refugees to access higher education. The main goal was to prevent the loss of a generation of university graduates and set the basis for rebuilding Syria by investing in its future leaders and, at the same time, offering opportunities that can also allow long-term inclusion and integration in hosting countries. Since its inception, the now called Global Platform for Higher Education in Emergencies has awarded over 550 annual scholarships for Syrian students to continue their higher education studies. With an extraordinary rate of success, some decided to stay in Portugal, but others have already returned to Syria, making use of the skills acquired. Portugal has been a steadfast supporter of this initiative, to which our voluntary contributions amount to almost 800,000 euros. This year, our contribution to the Global Platform for Higher Education in Emergencies amounts to over 80,000 euros. We will keep this severe crisis and its humanitarian aspects on the agenda of the Portuguese presidency of the European Union Council, with a focus on people in the most vulnerable situations and the need to continue ensuring respect for international humanitarian law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Now we will have a voice from the European Parliament. Mr. David McAllister, the Chair of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the European Parliament.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the Chairman of the European Parliament's Committee on Foreign Affairs, it is a pleasure to deliver a brief message for the 5th Brussels Syria Conference. From the beginning of the conflict in Syria, the European Parliament has provided a strong mandate to the European Commission and to the European External Action Service. This happened so that we could deploy all efforts for a political solution to the conflict and so that we could continue to provide relief to the Syrian population, both in Syria and in neighbouring countries. The European Parliament has also advocated all along for adequate financial support by the European Union for those countries hosting Syrian refugees. There is strong disappointment in the European Parliament at the lack of tangible progress in the Constitutional Committee in Geneva and at the sheer lack of commitment by the Syrian regime to advance the negotiations. A political solution to end the conflict in Syria, starting with the establishment of a transitional governing body, must remain our primary objective. The regime of President Assad must come to the negotiating table and show a clear commitment to resolving the conflict in a democratic and a politically inclusive manner. There is not and there should not be any way around this fundamental principle. This is why for us, as European Parliament, it is important to ensure that the resources devoted to the immediate relief of the Syrian people are not used for reconstruction purposes or for longer-term relief in Syria. First, there must be a clear commitment by the Syrian regime of President Assad to the Geneva process, and the political process must be firmly underway. The future of Syria also depends on the Syrian refugees who will choose to return to Syria once the conflict is over. They will play an important role in rebuilding their country. For this reason, Parliament has underlined the importance of facilitating access to education and to longer-term socio-economic integration for Syrian refugees. Not every neighbouring country hosting Syrian refugees is doing its utmost to provide the Syrian refugee communities with a dignified life and the necessary tools to rebuild their lives and the future of Syria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And now, before giving the floor to the High Representative to conclude, we will have a message from the Civil Society Support Room, which is a platform to ensure an inclusive political process by consulting with and engaging a broad and diverse range of civil society actors.
نأسف أننا تجاوزنا العام العاشر للأزمة السورية وما زالت سوريا تفتقد السلام وأراضيها ممزقة ومحتلة واقتصادها يتدهور وما زال الواقع يزداد تعقيدا حيث يضيق الأفق على الشباب ويستمر حرمان الأطفال من التعليم والأسر من القدرة على العيش الكريم وأعداد المصابين وذوي الإعاقة في ازدياد ويتم إبعاد السوريين عن منازلهم ومدنهم وتنام الأمهات وهي لا تعلم مصير أبنائها المعتقلين والمختطفين والمغيبين. ومع الاستعصاء السياسي الحالي واستمرار مطالبنا المذكورة في المؤتمرات الخمس السابقة نود التأكيد على دعم الحل السياسي على أساس القرار 2254 وإنهاء كافة العمليات العسكرية وخروج كافة القوى الأجنبية من سوريا مع الحفاظ على وحدة وسلامة كافة أراضيها والانتقال العاجل والفوري إلى السلام والتعافي وإعادة الإعمار. ورغم الآثار القاسية للحرب على النسيج الاجتماعي السوري إلا أن المجتمع المدني مصر على التعاون والتواصل المستمر ومواجهة خطاب الكراهية والتهميش والتصنيف وسياسات التغيير الديموغرافي وذلك من أجل العمل على توفير بيئة آمنة لجميع السوريين تضمن العودة الطوعية الآمنة والكريمة للاجئين والنازحين وضمان الحقوق الثقافية والاجتماعية والتعليمية لكل المكونات المجتمعية ضمن مفهومي المواطنة العادلة والحفاظ على وحدة الأراضي السورية وصولا لبناء سلام حقيقي ومستدام.
لا يزال وضع السوريين الإنساني حرجا في سوريا ودول الجوار ولا سيما في ظل جائحة كوفيد-19 وتدهور الوضع المعيشي وعجزهم أمام تأمين احتياجاتهم اليومية وتآكل قدراتهم على الصمود. وعلى الرغم من زيادة مطالبات بعض الدول التي تحتضنهم بزيادة الدعم إلا أن أوضاعهم في تردد مستمر مع ازدياد في الضغوط وتقييد في حرية الحركة وتصاعد في خطاب الكراهية والتمييز. لذلك نعيد التأكيد على تحييد العمل الإنساني عن الملف السياسي وضمان الشفافية في توزيع المساعدات ووصولها لمستحقيها من خلال إيجاد آليات مراقبة مجتمعية من المستفيدين وشفافة وعلنية للمانحين على الجهات المنفذة. كما نؤكد على زيادة الدعم المخصص للبرامج التنموية وسبل العيش والمشاريع المخصصة لدعم ذوي الإعاقة لتحسين الواقع الإنساني بتوازن ودون أي تمييز. كما نؤكد على زيادة التمويل والمنح المباشرة للشركاء المحليين والمنظمات التي يقودها سوريون لضمان الوصول الأمثل للمحتاجين. وأخيرا نؤكد على منع أي تأثير للعقوبات السياسية على الواقع الإنساني والمعيشي والتنموي وضمان تفعيل كافة الاستثناءات الإنسانية لكفالة أكبر وصول ممكن للمحتاجين بما يشمل بناء آلية تواصل دائمة مع الهيئات الناظمة للعمل المصرفي والمصارف في أوروبا والولايات المتحدة لشرح برامج العقوبات ومكافحة فرط الامتثال وإنشاء لوائح بيضاء للمؤسسات الشريكة مع المانحين الدوليين وصولا إلى إنشاء آلية دفع خاصة بسوريا.
Very much to the Civil Society Support Room. I would like to pass back the floor to the High Representative and Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Borrell, for a short reaction to the interventions we've heard so far today.
Thank you. Dear Under Secretary General, Special Envoy, dear Ministers, dear participants, especially from the Syrian civil society, thank you to all of you for reaffirming the objective of today's 5th Brussels Conference on the future of Syria and the region. You reaffirm our common strong support for political solution to the Syria conflict in line with United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254. You have all spoken in support of the tireless effort by United Nations Special Envoy Jade Pedersen, and you have reaffirmed our commitment to the refugees hosting countries who are with us here today, Turkey, Jordan, and Lebanon, and let me also mention Egypt and Iraq. And finally, thank you to those who pledged generous financial support for the Syrian people and for the refugees hosting countries. We will not break for a press conference. The conference will then continue with 2 more sessions and intervention from participants. One session will be dedicated to regional resilience and another one dedicated to humanitarian assistance that will be co-chaired with the United Nations by Commissioner Lenarčič. I wish all a fruitful continuation of this Brussels conference for Syria and for the Syrian people. Let me again reaffirm the European Union's strong commitment to this cause and all efforts to find an end to this conflict. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. High Representative. We will start the press conference, but first there will be a short technical break. So please stand by and stay tuned.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the press conference on the 5th Brussels Conference on Supporting the Future of Syria and the Region, co-chaired by the European Union and the United Nations. Speaking today will be the High Representative Vice President Josep Borrell from the EU side and from the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, Mr. Mark Lowcock, who is connecting remotely. But without further delay, I give you the floor, High Representative.
Good afternoon. This is the 5th time that the European Union is organizing a conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region. This is nothing to be celebrated. It just shows how tragic and prolonged the situation is for the Syrian people. From the European Union, it conveys a simple message. The European Union has stood by the Syrians and by those welcoming them as refugees throughout the crisis. And we will continue to do so for as long as it takes. We all know how devastated Syria is today, how much suffering and pain its people are enduring since 10 years already. The destruction, torture, enforced disappearances, chemical weapons, the forced displacement of people. In 10 years, more than 400,000 people have died. Perhaps 100,000 have disappeared. Over 12 million refugees and internally displaced, and today over 13 million people need humanitarian assistance. Over half of them are children. A generation of Syrians has only known war. Yet, to get the remedy right, we must not forget the causes of the problem. Exactly 10 years ago, Syrians peacefully took the streets asking for freedom, justice, and economic perspective. The regime responded with extreme violence, unable and unwilling to meet those demands. The situation escalated into the deadly conflict that we know. The changes that Syrians peacefully called to have not taken place. If anything, the demands have piled up. Today we reaffirm the support of the international community for United Nations Security Resolution 2254. Over 85 delegates from more than 55 countries and over 25 international organizations gathered virtually, reconfirming the resolution's core message. Syrians must decide their future of Syria. And the future of Syria belongs to none of the factions and to none of the outside powers. It's for Syrians to shape in Syrian-owned and Syrian-led negotiations under the auspices of the United Nations. The Syrian regime must take steps in that direction. If they do, we will respond. In the meantime, we will keep mobilizing all our efforts to meet the increasing needs of the Syrian people and of the neighbourhood countries hosting 5.6 million refugees. One has to pay tribute to Jordan, Lebanon and Turkey, to their extraordinary generosity, and let me also mention Egypt and Iraq in this respect. Throughout the past 10 years, the European Union and its member states have been the largest provider of support to Syrians, with close to 25 billion delivered since the beginning of the crisis. This conference is the main yearly pledging event for Syria and the region. A central aim is to ensure that the United Nations appeal is met as fully as possible,
especially considering the extra challenge of COVID. I am happy today to announce a new European Union pledge of 560 million, the same amount that was pledged last year. This Brussels conference has become key over the years to underline political and financial support, but also to address the most critical humanitarian and resilient issues, all of them affecting Syrian and neighbouring countries and communities hosting Syrian refugees. That includes being able to access and protect Syrians in need, irrespective of where they find themselves. Finally, this Brussels conference are also a space for civil society to meet and discuss among themselves and with international organisations and decision makers from the EU and the UN. Over the past 2 weeks, a broad range of topics ranging from disability to independent media have been addressed in over 40 side events. Yesterday, the Day of Dialogue gave a space to input of civil society consultations gathered from over 1,500 respondents. The voice of civil society is crucial to understand fully what is happening, what is needed, and how tomorrow Syria can be shaped and built. They carry hope for their future, for a peaceful and different Syria. Syria's women and youth, in particular, hold the key to that future. They are not giving up, and neither we are. We continue standing for the Syrian people.
Thank you very much, High Representative. And now I give the floor to Mr. Lowcock.
Thank you very much indeed. And let me just start by expressing my deep personal thanks on behalf of the whole of the United Nations to High Representative Borrell, to Commissioner Lenarčič, and to the other commissioners and the staff of the European services, the Commission, the EAS, again for co-hosting this event with us today and for excellent collaboration and excellent preparation for today's event, but also, as the High Representative has just said, for all of the wider events, especially involving civil society, that we put on for the Syrian people. This is the 9th of these major international conferences that we've held. I've been to most of them myself, including for the last 4 years as a co-host with the United Nations. And it's a very shocking thing to have to tell you all that, in fact, the situation for Syrians in their own country and in neighbouring countries is worse now than it's been at any time, really, over the previous 9 years. As the High Representative said, there's less violence, but there's more suffering. And that is because of the economic consequences, primarily, that have been wrought on Syria. There's an increase in the number of people who are in need of humanitarian assistance, and the scale and severity of their needs is also higher than it's ever been. And that's why we have the largest ever response plan put together by the United Nations and the organisations we work with for 2021. We're seeking today to raise $10 billion, including $4.2 billion for help for Syrians inside their own country, and $5.8 billion for Syrians who've sought refuge in neighbouring countries. We've increased the number of Syrians who we give help to every month in the last year because things have got worse. We're now reaching 7.7 million Syrians inside the country every month, as well as all the help we give to refugees. But we can only do that if we continue to be supported by the international community. And I want particularly to pay tribute to the EU under the leadership of the High Representative and Commissioner Lenarčič for again playing such a prominent and generous role in the response, which we hugely value and greatly rely on. I spoke at the beginning of the conference today about the particular needs and rights of Syria's children. It's not just a humanitarian imperative to do a better job to provide support for Syria's children. It's also a strategic imperative. What do we think those children will be like as adults if they never go to school, if all they've known is a world of war, if all they see is suffering? What do we think they'll be like? It's in everybody's interest to provide more assistance for those children. Above all, what they need is peace. And so the process that my colleague Pedersen runs, the facilitation process under resolution passed by the Security Council 2254, to try to promote a political resolution and some political progress, fundamentally remains the most important thing to be done. And it's frustrating to us in the United Nations that it's proving so difficult to move that forward. We call on all parties to redouble their efforts and to understand and act on the fact that the only way out is through a peace process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the time for a few questions, and I give the floor to Jérôme. Please present yourself, your media, and who you're directing your question to. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. You can hear me?
Very well.
Very well.
Good. Yes, Jérôme Hughes here on behalf of Press TV, and it's for the High Representative. Just two brief questions. Firstly, in terms of pledging, we know that it's one thing to pledge, but it's another thing to actually deliver on the pledge. So do we have any data in terms of, for example, the last conference of the amount that was pledged, how much was actually delivered? And secondly, I haven't heard a great deal of nuance during the event today. I've been monitoring it and watching the press conference, because we do know that Western nations did play a major role in this conflict. We know that 4 out of 5 of the refugees are being housed or hosted in neighbouring countries, not in the European Union, not in the United States. And we know that Tony Blair admitted that the invasion of Iraq contributed to the formation of Daesh, or Islamic State. And we know that Daesh has wreaked havoc in Syria. And we also know, in fact, that anti-government fighters or rebels or whatever you want to call them that were fighting against al-Assad, they actually were armed by the United States, and many of them actually went on to join Daesh. So they were actually using Western weapons to kill innocent civilians. So, and just finally, when we talk about funding, I mean, 24 billion euro from the EU to Syria over the past 10 years, it sounds like a lot. It is a lot of money. But we also know that the EU has given 16 billion euro to Ukraine over the past 6 or 7 years. And Ukraine is not in ruins. It just so happens to have a border with Russia. So there seems to be a mismatch there in terms of the amount of money going to Syria. So the two questions on the pledging. And secondly, are Western nations not to blame to a large extent, or at least to some extent, for this catastrophe?
About the data of what has been promised and what has been delivered, let me try to summarize. At the 4th Brussels conference in 2020, donors pledged 0.59 billion in grants and macro financial funding for all the purposes: support humanitarian, resilience, stabilization, development activities, and Syria and the region, and a further 2 billion for 2021 and beyond. Maybe you know that last week we published the financial tracking report, which is an interesting document in order to answer more in detail all your questions. And this report on January 21 shows that donors have contributed with 6.8 billion in grants to Turkey, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. It means that it's 54% more than the original conference pledge. So that's a good news. That's a good news. Not only the some that were pledged has been deliberate, but it's 54 more than the promise. About the comparison between Ukraine and Syria, well, there are different situations. You cannot compare situation a country destroyed by war and another country which is part of our neighborhood, where there is a strong support for performing reforms, structural changes. The reasons are different, the size are different, the length is different. I don't think this kind of comparison makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. Mr. Lowcock, you wanted to come in. I give you the floor.
Well, I just wanted to, reinforcing what the High Representative has just said, make an important point about what happens at these pledging conferences. I understand the question you ask. There's been lots of concern and suspicion in the past about whether people actually fulfill their promises. My office runs a global system where we track whether people pay the money they promise to pay. And since we've set up that system some years ago, in fact, the proportion of met promises has increased substantially. So this transparency, where we track whether people keep their promises, has led to more promises being kept. And in fact, as the High Representative has said, we ended up raising more money for the UN Coordinated Response Plan for Syria last year than was pledged at the time of the pledging conference. And we see that in other places as well. And I think that it's an important message to get across to people, because it should reassure people that these events are meaningful.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? And if there is a question, please raise your hand. I don't see any other questions, so I will close our press conference today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to our speakers, and have a nice afternoon.
We conclude our first panel. And now we will listen to statements on behalf of Kazakhstan and Luxembourg.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to join this important international event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to join this important international event which aims to improve the humanitarian situation in Syria and the region as a whole. Being already vulnerable conditions there have further deteriorated due to the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, I would like to thank the European Union and the United Nations for organizing this 5th Brussels Conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region. Over the years, this important ministerial conference has helped to strengthen the commitment of international community to support the Syrian people as well as the neighboring countries most affected by the conflict. The Syrian crisis remains one of the most pressing issues on the international agenda, which calls for more resolute determination to return the lives of people to the peaceful course. Distinguished guests, the Syrian conflict, which is already lasting for 10 years, continues to negatively affect the lives of civilians. In this regard, we strongly support the humanitarian operation of the UN system and non-governmental organizations that are saving the lives of ordinary Syrians through their services and programs. We also commend the assistance of the EU and other parties provided for humanitarian stabilization and resilience to those affected by a conflict inside Syria and in the region. Kazakhstan shares the vision of the international community aimed at resolving the Syrian crisis. As you know, ongoing negotiations in Kazakhstan within the framework of the Astana process on Syria have significantly contributed to reduced violence on Syrian soil. Until now, 14 international meetings on Syria have been held in Nur Sultan, the capital city of my country. However, the 15th international meeting on Syria was moved to Sochi in February this year due to the pandemic. Since then, it has been decided to hold the subsequent 16th meeting in Nur Sultan in mid-2021. We believe that the Astana process has fulfilled several of its primary tasks. The scale of hostilities and the level of violence have significantly decreased. The losses among the civilian population are considerably reduced, and the escalation zones have been created with conditions for the return of refugees to the liberated territories. Furthermore, the process of exchange of prisoners has also begun. In our opinion, the Astana process complementing the Geneva talks has successfully created the preconditions for revival of the political process. During this difficult time for Syria, we particularly welcome the participation of the representative of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and delegations from Russia, Turkey, and Iran. Their presence would further enhance the process with more opportunities to improve the humanitarian situation. Kazakhstan believes that the Astana format of negotiations on Syria will continue to focus on the consolidating peace efforts in the Syrian conflict, thus ending the human suffering. At the same time, I would like to draw your attention to my country's continued efforts to address the threat of foreign terrorist fighters. In early February, we have successfully carried out another repatriation operation to bring back 12 individuals from the Al-Hol camp. It brings the total of the Kazakh citizens and their children repatriated since 2019 close to 700, including more than 400 children. Now that the majority of known fighters and their family members are back home, we are primarily focusing on their rehabilitation and reintegration, and will be glad to continue sharing our experience with the international community. Dear friends, to conclude, I would like to emphasize that Kazakhstan calls on all parties to unite around this common goal by bringing end to this tragic period in the history of Syria. We also urge all to endorse the Geneva and Astana processes and redouble their efforts to achieve early settlement of the Syrian conflict. We are not only committed but also firmly convinced that only a diplomatic approach in keeping with the spirit of the UN Charter and relevant UN Security Council resolutions can bring the expected outcomes. I wish the European Union and the United Nations every success in realizing the laudable goals of this 5th Brussels Conference. And thank you for your attention.
Cher Joseph, cher Antonio, cher Marc, je remercie l'Union européenne et les Nations unies d'avoir organisé cette 5e conférence de Bruxelles. L'année 2021 marque le 10e anniversaire du début du conflit en Syrie. 10 années de guerre, cela veut dire 10 années de mort, 10 années de souffrance, 10 années de destruction et de déplacement, 10 années de crimes de guerre et de crimes contre l'humanité. Seul un processus politique conduit par le peuple syrien et menant à une transition pacifique et inclusive permettra d'aboutir à une paix durable. Conformément au communiqué de Genève et la résolution 2254 du Conseil de sécurité, nous soutenons les efforts de l'envoyé spécial des Nations Unies, Geir Petersen, dans ce sens. Notre position concernant la reconstruction reste inchangée. Aucune aide pour la reconstruction sans processus politique. Le simulacre d'élections que le régime syrien s'apprête à organiser dans les quelques semaines qui viennent ne répond ni aux aspirations du peuple syrien, ni aux critères déterminés par la résolution 2254. La paix ne sera pas possible tant que l'impunité pour les crimes les plus graves persiste. J'aimerais relever dans ce contexte le travail essentiel effectué par les organisations de la société civile syrienne, ainsi que par le mécanisme international impartial et indépendant des Nations Unies, chargé de faciliter les enquêtes sur les crimes commis en Syrie, un mécanisme que nous soutenons depuis sa création en 2016. En attendant une solution politique, l'aide doit se poursuivre. Il est impératif que l'aide humanitaire transfrontalière en direction de la Syrie puisse être renforcée. Nous ne pouvons pas abandonner le peuple syrien. Le Luxembourg contribue à l'action humanitaire pour la Syrie et les pays voisins depuis 2012. En 2016, à Londres, nous sommes engagés à y consacrer 37,5 millions d'euros sur une période de 5 ans, jusqu'en 2020. Nous avons tenu cet engagement. Aujourd'hui, je peux vous annoncer que le Luxembourg a prévu d'allouer 13 millions d'euros pour les 2 années à venir. Cet engagement nous permettra notamment de continuer notre appui à l'initiative No Lost Generation de l'UNICEF. L'éducation des enfants syriens est essentielle pour bâtir un avenir meilleur pour leur pays. Je vous remercie.
Merci, thank you. We have several more statements before we conclude our first panel. Now we will hear statements from Latvia, Norway, and Korea.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference comes soon after the tragic anniversary of the Syrian conflict. 10 years ago, peaceful demands for freedom and dignity were met with a violent crackdown. A democratic uprising turned into one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. From our history, we know that the support of friends is indispensable for freedom and democracy to be achieved. As the conflict enters its second decade, the Syrian people need our support as never before. This conference gives a clear message that they are not and will not be forgotten. Along with financial pledges, the Syrian people have our strong political solidarity. We support the UN-led political process in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2254 and the Geneva Communiqué. We continue to call for all parties to meaningfully engage in supporting a sustainable political solution. We also remain clear that any measure of international normalization with the current regime in Damascus is not going to happen. Sadly, we are still far from the point when the safe, voluntary and dignified return of refugees is possible. This is why we remain resolute in our demand for an end to the repression practiced by the Syrian regime and its allies. We will employ all instruments to back this demand, including sanctions. We will also continue our efforts to hold the Syrian regime and other perpetrators accountable. We call upon all parties to support the ongoing investigations of gross human rights violations and the use of chemical weapons. Latvia remains in full solidarity with the people of Syria. Since 2012, we have channeled our contributions through the EU Regional Trust Fund in response to the Syrian crisis, the UN Refugee Agency's regional response, and others. Recently, we implemented a project in the Raqqa region to prevent violence against women and girls. We will continue to do our utmost, looking for opportunities to support the most vulnerable Syrian people. The people of Syria deserve a better future in dignity, peace, and security. Achieving the same is our common responsibility. Thank you very much.
This month marks 10 years since the conflict in Syria broke out. A decade of unimaginable loss and suffering. Despite a concerted international response on an enormous scale, the level of humanitarian need continues to rise. I would like to make 3 points. Firstly, Norway will maintain a high level of support, providing approximately $190 million this year. Lebanon and Jordan will remain important partners and recipients. Norway has delivered on our commitments to the Syrian people, and we will continue to do so. We will work to ensure that the UN Security Council fulfills its responsibility to the people of Syria. Yesterday, I briefed the Council representing Norway as co-penholder on the Syria humanitarian file together with Ireland. I made it clear that meeting the humanitarian needs of the 4 million civilians in northwest Syria will require the continued provision of UN cross-border assistance. Security Council Resolution 2533 must be renewed. Secondly, as the Secretary-General stated when marking the 10-year milestone of the Syrian conflict, improved access through all modalities is needed. The first delivery of vaccines against COVID-19 through COVAX is expected soon. All parties must facilitate access and uphold ceasefires to enable medical humanitarian teams to roll out vaccinations safely. And thirdly, we need to see tangible progress towards a political solution in Syria. This is the only way to bring the humanitarian crisis to an end. All involved parties must be prepared to make difficult compromises. Norway supports the efforts of the UN Special Envoy in this regard, and we recognize the important role played by the Women's Advisory Board and Civil Society Support Room in ensuring an inclusive process. Finally, let me acknowledge Syria's neighboring countries for their continued generosity in hosting millions of refugees from Syria. Thank you.
I wish to thank the co-host for convening this conference to sustain the much-needed international attention to the humanitarian tragedy unfolding in Syria. As the Syrian conflict marks its 10th anniversary this month, we reflect with sadness on the immense suffering endured by the Syrian people. 10 years of conflict, combined with the COVID-19 pandemic, has led to an untenable humanitarian situation, driving food insecurity and poverty to record levels, with women and children continuing to bear the brunt of the crisis. We remain deeply concerned with the ongoing violence, especially in northern Syria, which continues to result in civilian casualties, including humanitarian workers. We call on all parties to respect the ceasefire and adhere to their obligations under international humanitarian law. At the same time, as Secretary General Guterres mentioned, more humanitarian access is needed. We urge all parties to facilitate unimpeded humanitarian access to deliver life-saving aid, including COVID-19 vaccinations. This unprecedented crisis requires greater international support, and the Republic of Korea will provide more than $18 million in assistance to Syria and the neighboring countries this year. This includes our support to the country-based pooled funds, as well as 3,000 tons of rice through WFP. The way to end the suffering of the Syrian people is achieving a political solution in line with Security Council Resolution 2254. This will meet the legitimate aspirations of all Syrians while restoring Syria's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. To this end, it is also important for the international community to work together to support the Syrian-led political transition. We hope to close this chapter of conflict and human tragedy and open a new one of development and prosperity in Syria. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we'll move into our second panel, which is focused on regional resilience and the challenges and responsibilities that neighboring countries face. Unfortunately, Enlargement Commissioner VÁRHELYI could not be with us due to agenda issues today, but this session will be co-chaired by Mr. Maciej Popowski, the Acting Director General for Neighbourhood Policy and Enlargement Negotiations of the European Commission. Mr. Achim STEINER, the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, will join us from New York, and the UN High Commissioner for Refugees will join us from Geneva. During this session, we will hear from civil society, ministers from Syria's neighboring countries, and international financial institutions. Now I'd like to give the floor to you, Mr. Popowski, to open the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the ministers, ladies and gentlemen. The almost unimaginable scale of the tragedy that has unfolded in Syria over the last 10 years has caused severe complications for Syria's neighbors. The economic ripple effects of the Syria crisis have compounded pre-existing challenges and placed a heavy responsibility on hosting communities. The EU expresses its gratitude to those countries for the manner in which they have dealt with the vast influx of refugees. The efforts in hosting over 5.6 million who are present in the region are unparalleled. Nonetheless, the impact of COVID-19 has demonstrated in an unforgiving manner how important it is for us to ensure that the funds we put into responding to this crisis deliver a lasting footprint, with sustainable solutions that allow us all to build back better from the multiple current challenges. Enduring solutions and inclusive approaches are central. We recognize as well the need for an economic reboot for the region and a positive agenda, more generally. This will require stringent efforts to tackle the weaknesses that pre-existed the crisis in Syria, as well as a reinforced sense of the accountability of states towards their citizens. We are ready to invest in this effort, together with our partner governments and with the support of private sector and civil society. The EU's political and financial commitment will endure. The European Union will continue to stand by its partners in the region, as it has done during these past 10 years, during which the EU and its member states have contributed almost 25 billion euros in response to the Syria crisis. 5 weeks ago, the European Commission set out a new agenda for the Mediterranean, together with an economic and investment plan. In the Levant, the aim of our plan is to ensure that refugee-hosting countries benefit from EU support in such a way that the generation of young people, regardless of civil status, can be productive and have the opportunity to provide for themselves and their families. On top of this, we want to ensure that those same countries are able to prosper and to generate the economic wealth needed to host refugees. When it comes to COVID-19, the EU is not only the largest funder of COVAX and therefore 100% behind a coordinated international response with over 40 million vaccine doses already exported from the European Union, but also the EU is allocating significant additional funds to buy yet more vaccines specifically for Jordan and Lebanon. Our solidarity with refugee hosting partners must be understood as creating the space that is needed to facilitate sustainable solutions. It is not enough to provide humanitarian assistance and keep heads above water 10 years into a conflict. We need governments in the region to review their attractiveness to private investment, to set out their plans for infrastructure investment, and to tackle those issues that make international and institutional investors hesitate. I can promise to you that the EU will accompany such efforts. We will work with all partners who understand the need to crowd in private investors. We will strive to deliver funds in such a way as to respect issues of debt sustainability. We will accelerate our funding to reinforce national systems of service provision, and will privilege the strengthening of accountable local capacities. Of course, within this context, the EU overriding priority remains to support a political solution to the conflict in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254 that will allow the safe and dignified return of refugees and of the displaced people, and that will bring an end to economic fragmentation and disruption. No such solution will last unless it tackles the reasons why the Syrian uprising took place 10 years ago: the lack of respect, respect for basic rights, repressive and unaccountable security apparatus, corruption, and a failure to provide basic services. It is important that we all keep these aspects in mind as we strive towards supporting a stronger, more resilient region. Before inviting my good friends, the UNDP Administrator Achim STEINER and UN High Commissioner for Refugees Filippo Grandi to take the floor, I note that they will be followed by 2 interventions from civil society partners. It's great to have you with us. I take this opportunity to recall that we received over 1,500 replies to our online consultation with civil society, which has allowed us to hear voices from the ground, from Syria and across the region, putting names to the extraordinary numbers of the disaster that is the Syria conflict. I encourage those joining today, both as participants and online, to read the report of the consultation, which is available on the Brussels 5 conference website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Popovsky. I would like to now invite Mr. Steiner to dial in or to join us on his screen. Great. Mr. Steiner and Mr. Grandi are both with us. Mr. Steiner, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Maciej Popovsky also for his kind words. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and also to our fellow co-chair, Filippo Grandi, and my dear colleague. 10 years into the Syria crisis, the needs are greater than ever, both inside Syria and in the neighboring countries. That is due to the existing challenges that are now being compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic that so many have already referred to this morning. And the number of people in need amongst refugees and host communities is higher than at any other time in the crisis, with the level of vulnerability now growing. Indeed, while people's needs have grown, secured funding, as we all know, is on a downward trend. Therefore, renewed and enhanced support for refugees and host communities and host governments is absolutely critical. The UN socioeconomic assessments led by UN country teams and UNDP show how the pandemic is deepening inequalities and increasing vulnerabilities for populations at large, including for women and young people. Across the region, the situation is stark. In Lebanon, 9 out of 10 Syrian refugee families are now living in extreme poverty, while 55% of the Lebanese population is living in extreme poverty, up from 28% in 2019. This is a staggering number. In Jordan, 65% of the most vulnerable and poor households reported losing their job in the year 2020. In Turkey, it is estimated that at least 1.8 million Syrians live in poverty. 10 years into this crisis, as many have noted, and despite the extremely challenging circumstances, the countries neighboring Syria are showing enormous generosity by hosting millions of refugees from Syria, for the past 10 years, for which we must express our deep gratitude. In response to these challenging circumstances, the 3RP, I believe, continues to be a beacon of hope. Since 2015, the 3RP has provided some $17 billion of support to meet both protection and humanitarian needs and build resilience. The results of the 3RP on the ground in the resilience component since the year 2017 have been substantial. The 3RP has provided $1.5 billion of support to national and local institutions to construct new schools, hospitals, and water networks. It has also helped to train over 400,000 teachers and 30,000 healthcare workers to deliver these basic services. It is supporting some 20,000 small, medium-scale enterprises and has generated job opportunities for over 290,000 women and men. And the 3RP has provided more than 400,000 people with new skills through training courses that will improve their chances of eventually landing decent employment. Such support is sending a clear message. Those affected by this crisis are not alone, and they cannot be left behind, whether it be host governments, host communities, Syrian refugees, or the people of Syria. In the year 2021, the 3RP will support over 10 million vulnerable people. That includes over 5.5 million refugees from Syria, and Filippo will speak about that in a moment, and 4.8 million members of host communities, the highest number of people in need since the beginning of this crisis. This leads to my two main messages today. Firstly, investing in development-based resilient responses is critical during a crisis. It simply should not wait until after. While it is true that so much has been achieved, much more remains to be done, and it needs to be done now. That involves addressing the downward trend for support to the 3RP since the year 2018. Look to 2020, where the 3RP only reached 53% of its funding goal. My second message is to reiterate the fundamental need to invest in resilience. This investment will strengthen the capacities of national and local institutions to deliver quality services for all. It will also help give people the skills they need to access new opportunities in the form of sustainable jobs and livelihoods. The case for investment in resilience is clear, and actually so are our results. Yet the 3RP resilience response remains underfunded. Resilience interventions were only 44% funded last year compared to 50% in 2019. This year, 3RP partners are appealing for $2.7 billion to continue building resilience in host countries. For its part, UNDP, as part of the UN Development System, is calling for $381 million to allow it to offer continued support. That includes very practical work to expand livelihood opportunities, providing tailored support to municipalities, which are often the first front line of hosting also refugees, and fostering social cohesion. Please allow me to say just the last few words about the situation inside Syria. With livelihood opportunities and incomes rapidly evaporating amid the pandemic and poverty rates soaring to the extraordinary number of 90%, essential services are being pushed to the brink, including in health, education, and water, sanitation, and hygiene. In this context, an additional 2 million people are in need in Syria this year. This could send further shockwaves across the region. It will also delay any prospects of the voluntary, safe, and dignified eventual return of refugees. Faced with this reality, it will be crucial to scale up resilience and early recovery assistance for communities in Syria. At this pivotal moment of overlapping crises that are imposing unimaginable hardships on people across the region and testing their limits in terms of the ability to host refugees, we hope that the international community will continue to respond positively to the resilience appeals under both the Humanitarian Response Plan and the 3RP. We commend and salute governments, implementation partners and donors for their strong engagement in 3RP today, much as you just spoke about the European Union and the Commission's programs. It is the only crisis response platform in the world, the 3RP, that brings together humanitarian and development responses in a single framework. It has been an extraordinarily productive and constructive partnership, particularly also with our colleagues in UNHCR and many of our partners on the ground. With your help, humanitarian, development and peace actors can scale up our work together to prevent a worsening situation. And as much as also said just now, in all of these numbers, we must never forget that there are fathers and mothers, daughters and sons, families that essentially are faced with either the ability to survive this crisis and to have some sense of hope, or to simply give up. That is the choice, that is the opportunity that yet again in the year 2021 we face together as an international community, and you can count on us, as the Secretary General said this morning, as a UN system and with all our different entities to practice the principle of solidarity and practical action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steiner, for your expressed solidarity. Mr. Grandi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from Geneva, and greetings first and foremost to my co-panelists, to Maciej Popowski and to Achim Steiner. And Achim already really laid out the scene very well in terms of what the so-called 3RP is about. So let me add a few remarks from the perspective of UNHCR. 10 years on, and life has become harder, not easier, for Syrian refugees and for many people in Turkey, which, because of this, remains the largest refugee hosting country in the world, but also, of course, in Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, and Egypt. Syrian refugees who have countries that have and continue to generously host Syrian refugees. The coronavirus, it has been said, has compounded their hardship and suffering. The number of people in need and their level of desperation has never been higher. Millions of refugees are now more poor. 9 out of 10 refugees in Lebanon are now living in poverty, a near doubling from 2019. Economic downturns related to the pandemic, to lockdowns, have also pushed 4.5 million more Jordanian, Lebanese, and Iraqi hosts below the poverty line. With families unable to make ends meet, refugees have been forced to take desperate measures to survive. And it's very stark. They reduce meals. They drown in debt. They pull children from school. Mental health problems are on the rise. So are incidents of gender-based violence. Far too many parents make the devastating decision to subject their daughters to early marriage. The burdens of exile, both for the refugees and their hosts, are heavy. Yet, as Achim said very clearly, throughout this decade, Syrians and their hosts have shown extraordinary fortitude and courage. Their determination continues to be inspiring. The international community must demonstrate its own determination to help them, not with words, but with action. A few proposals. First, we must increase immediate donor support to the humanitarian and development programs, including to weather the storm created by COVID-19. The many gains that we have made over the years in education, healthcare, livelihoods are at risk of being undone by the pandemic and its related consequences if greater donor support is not forthcoming. And Achim spoke about this, and I want to really strongly echo his appeal. Financial support to the Syria Regional Refugee and Resilient Plan, the 3RP, which includes over 270 international and national partners, must remain a top priority. I really want to thank those donors who are continuing to step up and show their commitment to Syrians and to the region. But it is worrying and indeed deeply concerning to see signals from a few donors that they are reducing their aid budgets. This is not the time. Refugees and their hosts are already facing hardship and are in urgent need. And the situation in Lebanon, for example, exacerbated by the political and economic crisis, is extremely worrying. The consequences of leaving humanitarian and resilience requirements unmet will affect everyone in that country and very negatively, with potentially serious ramifications throughout the wider region. Second, the international community must continue to support host countries whose economies have been hit hard by the pandemic, and yet continue to protect and help those in need. We need to see greater bilateral financial support so that host countries can include refugees in national economic and social protection packages, as many have done with health and education services over the past decade. Together with the World Bank, regional development banks, other international financial institutions, and bilateral donors, we have achieved a lot. We must not waver in this support. As economies continue to be affected by COVID, we need to ensure greater opportunities for the economic self-reliance of refugees, as was noted earlier on in the first segment by the Foreign Minister of Jordan, while also supporting social safety nets for all. Third, countries around the world can do more to share the responsibility for protecting Syrian refugees by increasing their intake through resettlement and other legal pathways. At the start of 2021, we estimate that some 587,000 Syrians living in the region are in need of resettlement. But at most, only tens of thousands have been resettled every year, and this figure has been going down. I appeal to states to step up their efforts in this area too. Finally, when it comes to the return of refugees, of which I've heard so much in this conference, we must, may I say, listen to them. Most refugees tell us that they want to go home to Syria, but they're not ready just yet. They're worried about insecurity, lack of shelter and services like education and health, as well as their inability to earn a basic living back home. While working constructively to address these concerns, it is imperative that we continue to help them and their hosts. Now is not the time to cut funding. And we must also guard against any forced or coerced return from any country. But for those who do make the free and informed choice to return, it is critical that the international community support them, including scaling up assistance in areas of return. Refugees themselves will be the best judges of when they can return voluntarily, in safety and with dignity. Let's listen to them and support them and their futures free of any politicization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grandi, and for your call to listen to refugees. We will now actually hear from two civil society organizations in Lebanon and Jordan.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a decade, 10 years of struggle. Every year, every winter. But this year, particularly, has been catastrophic in Lebanon. Not only hitting the refugee community and its vulnerable and marginalized hosts, but every single household in the country. Our theme this year is resilience. And what a year of resilience it has been for all of us in Lebanon. We, as Lebanese CSOs, had to step in and make miraculous efforts to respond to the numerous COVID lockdowns, a crumbling health sector, an out-of-control hyperinflation, and last but not least, the disastrous Beirut blast. After this exemplary, heroic intervention by the many CSOs that has clearly shown the tremendous impact that was delivered, we are calling for everyone here to focus on local actors. Local actors understand the context best, including what is and is not possible. They cover the majority of the country in all its communities, mirroring its diversity. Nevertheless, nothing can be done without the resources to support it. And at each layer of separation between the donor and the beneficiaries, the risk of inefficiency, waste, and lack of realism increases. We need consistent investment to achieve sustainable livelihoods, education, protection, civic engagement, healthcare, shelter, governance, justice, gender equality, stability, and peace, or durable solutions. In the focus on local actors, we must stress the urgent need for increased funding and increased local engagement at all project stages and across all sectors. It is imperative to engage with us specifically at the design stage of project planning and at the evaluation and monitoring phases, and given more time for organizations to think and design their projects to avoid redundancy and rushed initiatives. Seek input from local partners, and not just for the sake of it, but engage in this input. Be flexible and change planned projects where appropriate. In Lebanon, the situation on the ground is changing dynamically every single day, and only the local actors know how to best work efficiently under these highly stressful and shifting times. That being said, and in order to empower the communities that we service, we must stress on the need to shift from a humanitarian mode of livelihood programming to a developmental mode, with a focus on sustainable job creation for women in particular. There needs to be, in these difficult times in the country, a robust and worker-centric monitoring and inspection to ensure safe and dignified work conditions. In addition, we need to make sure that the programs being conducted are suitable for each individual community and its needs. Another important sector that needs a large intervention is education. And in response to COVID and the grave changes that have come over the world in response, it is vital to develop inclusive and adaptive curricula, including children with minor disabilities, in order to ensure the full inclusion of these individuals in society. Education alone is not sufficient. Under the continuous strenuous circumstances, integrating mental health services into regular educational curricula to improve both educational outcomes and social welfare is vital. This, of course, is not enough. We need support from everyone here through scholarships and political encouragement to the host government to lower barriers to entry to secondary education, vocational programs, and university education. And as always, there needs to be pressure, both financial and political, to maintain and expand the civic space and the integrity of the rule of law. This space that has been the savior this past year across Lebanon in its unprecedented crises. The space for us to operate has been shrinking, and with it, our ability to carry on a civic debate about refugees or other issues. We ask donors and the EU to leverage their power to support and maintain a healthy civic movement. In such times of dire circumstances, the humanitarian intervention, the most fundamental pillar of survival, needs to be front and center. Lebanon specifically has been dealing with extraordinary and escalating humanitarian crises. This is why we are recommending immediate cash assistance for refugees and host communities alike. There also needs to be a serious push and advocacy for import support for vital medical and food supplies to mitigate the impacts of the currency crisis, bearing in mind that any such support and distributions must be done with the principles of fairness and do no harm. There's also a large fear in the sector of the dramatic rise in social tensions and discrimination during the COVID-19 pandemic in particular, which requires increased investment in conflict resolution, prevention, and psychosocial support. For survivors of violence, We know very well that an ongoing challenge is that the lack of legal status interferes with refugees' ability to report and receive protection from violence, harassment, and crime. We need regularization measures to lower these barriers. This also falls in line with a parallel increase in SGBV and domestic violence that has accompanied the coronavirus lockdowns and economic stress. Here, we also recommend an increase in remote access for those victims with access to technology, but also an immediate increase in service provision and outreach, including psychosocial support to save lives. Lebanon might not be in the headlines of news anymore, but its situation continues to deteriorate, and along with it, those most vulnerable communities. We boast our resilience, but in reality, we don't want to be resilient anymore. But today, we are seeking any sense of normalcy and redundancy. As the world struggles to deal with a vicious third wave of COVID and a struggling global economy, Lebanon is spinning out of control into dark times. This is why it is important to keep Lebanon on everyone's radar. Commit to funding local actors that are making a difference in people's lives every day while trying to maintain their own ability to operate within this highly volatile environment. All the financial, technical, and psychosocial support is needed in order to bypass this very difficult time. It might be 10 years since the Syrian refugee crisis started, but each and every one of us here is liable and able to make a difference. This year in Lebanon has peaked in the struggle, and we can only move forward with the right support and investment by each and every one of you. Thank you.
Excellencies, esteemed ministers and distinguished guests, greetings from Jordan. I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude for the opportunity of joining this ministerial session as a rapporteur of the civil society in Jordan. This year's conference comes after a decade of the Syrian conflict and the subsequent displacement of Syrians. It also comes after a year of the onset of COVID-19, a pandemic of immense magnitude that spared no country or people. Its impact intertwines with the refugee crisis to create more adverse scenarios and deepen burden upon refugees and their host communities in Jordan. For the last year, the new dynamics that were created by COVID crisis have disrupted supply chains, closed borders and markets, harmed formal and informal workers, bankrupted many small and medium enterprises, and stretched the dwindling resources of government as economic life almost ground to a halt. But I am not telling you anything new. Similar disruptions have happened elsewhere, but Jordan has had to endure double crises, the refugees and COVID, both occurring at a time when its economy was in a prolonged downturn. Consequently, capacities have been stretched to the limit. Shouldering the responsibility for the refugees should be a global commitment and not that of the host country alone. No country should bear alone the burden of being hospitable and kind unto the other. The pandemic also taught the world that the rich countries should also participate in bearing the costs and mitigating the consequences of COVID. It is a global concern. Rich countries that can afford to purchase vaccines should assist those that cannot or are under fiscal duress. Why? Because if we don't vaccinate all, the pandemic and its threat will remain imminent to all countries. Yes, if the world is to put an end to the pandemic, no country should be left alone in facing it. The pandemic also taught us that localization matters. Local NGOs should have a primary role in managing and delivering aid. Local NGOs have grown in sophistication and capabilities in Jordan. We must look to the role of civil society within the response. Both local and international civil society organizations are essential resources, and their expertise, knowledge, and collaboration must be integrated throughout interventions in education, livelihoods, protection, and health. We must look towards supporting national stakeholders, in particular, in addressing emerging issues and joining the capabilities of local civil society through genuine participation and involvement in order to ensure sustainable ownership at the community level. It is vital that Jordan continues to receive adequate support in meeting these challenges. In particular, we must invest in education during the pandemic and enhance remedial strategies to prevent the further dropout of students. We must support teachers with augmented training and mainstream social and emotional learning while ensuring quality contact hours in schools throughout the kingdom. We must support the employment of the most vulnerable and put decent work at the heart of all livelihood programming and policies. It is also imperative to include all communities in national response plans and economic recovery packages and to integrate protection throughout the response. And we must prioritize mental health and psychosocial support and ensure quality and affordable health care for Syrian refugees and their host communities. It is crucial that we prioritize assistance to host countries and financial and technical support to civil society in these countries in order to address current challenges and empower vulnerable communities and their resilience. Thank you very much for your patience. I wish you all a very good and fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaili and Mr. Mansour. Now we will listen to speakers from governments of neighboring countries. I will first give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister of the Lebanese Republic, Her Excellency Ms. Zeina Achar.
Distinguished hosts and attendees of the 5th Brussels Conference, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 10 years into the Syrian crisis and 18 months into the biggest socio-economic crisis in its recent history, Lebanon finds itself torn, tired, and unable to sustain. The Lebanese have shown exceptional hospitality towards the Syrian displaced population. But today, the government of Lebanon finds itself with no means to provide even the most basic rights to both its citizens and to the displaced population. Increased and targeted international assistance is needed, not just to protect the basic human rights of the Syrian displaced, but also to preserve social cohesion and stability in the country at a time where the security situation is getting more precarious. As the socio-economic situation deteriorates, the government of Lebanon is struggling with the provision of the most basic services. This covers both the Lebanese and displaced population. The healthcare sector, further under strain due to the COVID-19 pandemic, is no longer able to provide an adequate level of services. We therefore urge humanitarian actors to provide further support to ensure a wider coverage in COVID-19 vaccination. We are short of 3 million vaccines to improve access to the public healthcare system. As the social protection coverage is limited, the extension of assistance to the most vulnerable is crucial. The education sector also requires continued support. Over and above the much appreciated support already received, around 50,000 students have already migrated to public education system. These numbers are expected to increase even further in the future. Given the deteriorating socio-economic conditions, schools should help to increase their capacity and resources. In addition, preserving access to private schools is key in areas that are underserved by the public education system. It's also important to ensure that aid is distributed fairly and equally across both the Lebanese and the Syrian displaced. We have witnessed increased tension and security incidents due to a perception of acute aid bias. This comes at a time where competition between the Lebanese and Syrian displaced has also intensified over job opportunities, and at a time when Lebanese are losing their purchasing power and means of substance. As per ASQA figures, 55% of the Lebanese are poor today, and this figure is projected to increase exponentially over the course of the year. Assistance to the Lebanese is not only a humanitarian imperative, but a key element in containing the security situation and ensuring regional stability. Lebanese prisons are operating at well beyond their capacity thresholds, and today include a considerable number of Syrian prisoners, among others. In fact, more than a third of prisoners of Syrian nationality and are linked to serious organized crimes and associated with extremist and terrorist groups. This situation is clearly unsustainable given the lack of capacity and means. The security apparatus is today forced to free detainees and is even considering a general amnesty to help resolve the current overload in prisons. This, however, risks increasing security concerns even further. Urgent support is needed to rehabilitate prisons and increase their capacity to avoid increased chaos. In addition, the return of detainees who are not registered with UNHCR should be looked into. Last but not least, it has been 10 years. 10 years, too long of a wait for displaced, and too big of a burden on Lebanon. As the situation in Syria improves and the protection space in Lebanon becomes even more restricted, the option of voluntary return should be seriously considered, and a political resolution to the conflict of Syria should be more aggressively pursued. We ask the international community for support in securing voluntary return plan for the displaced that would help them go back to their homes in dignity. Time is of the essence. Security and protection concern risks to spiral out of control. Immediate support to both the Lebanese and Syrian displaced is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And now I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Nasser Schrader, the Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, who joins us from Amman, to take the floor. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody, distinguished guests and partners. After 10 years of the crisis, I cannot reiterate enough the importance of holding today's conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region. The need for support has never been greater. The need for decisive action has never been so important. And the need for global solidarity has never been so imminent. The pandemic has unfortunately added a new dimension and a new set of challenges to the crisis, and as a result, Jordan presented a few days ago a white paper with our vision for a more comprehensive medium to long-term framework for supporting Syrian refugees and host communities. In this context, allow me, over the coming few minutes, to touch on a number of key issues and challenges. There is no doubt that the pandemic has led to a dramatic loss of a human life worldwide, and it continues to present many economic and social challenges for everyone across the globe. For us here in Jordan, these challenges and their impact were felt by Jordanians and Syrians, men and women, young boys and girls across the kingdom, adding pressures to our economy, public and social services, infrastructure, and natural resources, as well as our markets and job opportunities. In the meantime, and over the last 2 years, the funding gap for Jordan's response plan for Syria crisis was at least 50%. To move forward and to be able to maintain and provide the services being offered to Syrians and host communities, the government, in collaboration with all partners, have updated Jordan response plan for the year 2021. In order to include COVID and other priority areas, such as health, education, social protection, and livelihood pillars. The total funding requirements for 2021 stand at over 2.4 billion, including 950 million to address the additional burdens on our budget. Distinguished guests, I wish I could be presenting a better picture. But unfortunately, the facts are that Jordan's overall economic performance has weakened in 2020, and we continue to face significant challenges related to increased unemployment and poverty, as well as economic recovery. Nonetheless, Jordan managed to sustain the services offered to refugees, and we covered them as part of our nationwide free testing, treatment, and quarantine offerings. We were also proudly the first country in the world to offer vaccines to refugees free of charge. In terms of education, we continue to provide free access to schools and access to distance learning platforms. Scholarships are offered to Syrian students in colleges, universities, as well as vocational training institutes. We are also providing Syrian refugees with free access to primary health care services, coupled with subsidized secondary health services. Syrian refugees benefit from the subsidies that Jordanians enjoy in the water and energy sectors. We also adopted progressive policies that allow for formal participation of Syrian refugees in the workplace and legalized the opening of home-based businesses by them. To date, over 226,000 permits have been issued, and it is estimated that double this figure is working in the informal sector. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst we all realize that there is still much ambiguity around future prospects for the needed political solution and reconstruction of Syria, once again, I call on your support for the development of a new compact that covers multi-year and flexible funding to enable medium to long-term thinking on resilience and recovery. The compact must also put in place instruments that help with allocating available resources to priorities and adopting more effective delivery mechanisms and means to ensure that pledged financing is being tracked and accounted for. I'm confident that our continued partnership and collaboration in venues and forums like the one we are here today will inspire the actions that are needed for a new chapter of shared responsibility and solidarity for this humanitarian case. At the end, I would like to thank our co-host, the UN, and wish everybody successful deliberations. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. And now we will hear from Mr. Yavuz Selim Kiran, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
Excellencies, dear friends, I am very pleased to participate in the 5th Brussels Conference on Syria. I am very glad to be among such dear friends like Filippo, GRANDI and other international partners to discuss this very important issue. As you know, we recently marked the 10th anniversary of the Syrian conflict. This conflict caused the largest humanitarian tragedy since the Second World War. What we face in Syria represents a very dark picture. The ongoing crisis has cost hundreds of thousands of lives. More than 13 million people in Syria is in need of help. 7 million people were forced to leave their homes. About 6 million people sought safety in other countries. Having a 900-kilometer long border, we as Turkey directly witnessed the suffering of Syrian people. Today, 4 million forcibly displaced people are living in our country. Almost 3.7 million of them are Syrians. We are hosting the largest refugee population in the world. We practically assume the responsibility of 9 million Syrians, including those in Syria. In coping with this crisis, we put humanitarian values before narrow political interests. Without any discrimination, we have opened our arms and hearts to refugees seeking peace and safety in our country. Protecting the right to life of refugees is a legal and moral responsibility. Unfortunately, the pushbacks and denying the right of asylum is against international law. Recently, systemic pushbacks by Greece reached a new level. On 19 March, 2 asylum seekers were found dead and 5 rescued by Turkish Coast Guard. According to the statements of survivors, Greek officials tied their hands and left them in the sea without boats. This is a clear violation of international law and against our moral responsibility to protect the right to life. It is also unfortunate to see these incidents while we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the 1951 Geneva Convention. We expect from the EU and all other member states to respect the right to life and treat asylum seekers with human dignity. Dear colleagues, our humanitarian approach has gone beyond providing a safe harbor for Syrians. We are working to improve their living conditions. Their active participation in social and economic life is an essential element of our approach. However, the sustainable solution is voluntary, safe, and dignified return. In order to achieve this objective, international community and the EU should do more to construct necessary infrastructure and to improve living conditions in Syria. Turkey provided $1.1 billion of humanitarian aid to northwest Syria for the refugees. In addition, we constructed or repaired around 900 schools, 27 sports facilities, 9 hospitals, 70 medical centers in northwest Syria. These steps significantly improved the living conditions in the region. Recently, we have constructed around 32,000 brick shelters in northwest Syria. Almost 19,000 families have already settled. We aim to complete more than 52,000 units by summer. Over 420,000 Syrians have already returned safely and voluntarily from Turkey to the regions cleared of terrorism. We need responsibility sharing to provide necessary conditions for the voluntary return of refugees. As our President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan underlines, our fates are sealed and our destinies are common in dealing with international refugee crisis. International community should act as a whole to develop lasting solutions to this humanitarian tragedy. Opening safe and legal pathways for Syrians and increasing resettlement quotas are essential elements of a durable solution. In this respect, we expect the EU to activate the voluntary humanitarian admission scheme. This arrangement is more effective than one-to-one scheme limited to 72,000 Syrians. We value our cooperation with the EU through the facility for refugees in Turkey, as known for it. But we have not received all of the promised 3 plus 3 billion euros under FRIT. We expect the EU to fulfill its commitments. Our cooperation should also continue after FRIT 1 and 2. In this regard, we welcome the EU Council conclusions to continue providing financial assistance to Turkey. 18 March statement sets a good example of how Turkey and the EU can contribute to the security, stability, and prosperity of the region. We need to update 18 March statement according to the changing circumstances. We have to work on starting customs union modernization, implementing visa liberalization, increasing cooperation on fight against terrorism, and restarting Turkey-EU high-level dialogue. Additionally, we should improve our cooperation on migration management in mutually agreed terms. EU has to take into consideration the massive burden Turkey is shouldering since the beginning of crisis. Further engagement of the international community to support host countries is also vital. Therefore, we value the UN Regional Refugee and Resilience Plan. We thank all partners that contribute to the plan. Our expectation is the full disbursement of the funds, which are vital for the refugees. Stronger support for refugees and their host countries is essential to mitigate the humanitarian cost of this crisis. We can only do this by effective contribution by the international community. I wish this forum will be helpful in terms of bringing hope for a better future for Syrians. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kiran. Now we have 3 interventions from international financial institutions, the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the World Bank.
Ministers, distinguished guests, the EIB as the EU bank continues to support the countries so heavily impacted by the decade-old conflict in Syria. Our recent financing has been adapted to provide urgent assistance to tackle the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a member of Team Europe, the bank has developed in record time financing operations to support health systems and provide vital liquidity to small businesses. We aim to improve living conditions for host communities and refugees through critical investments, including 2 projects financed in Jordan in December 2020. One project will provide better access to clean water and help Jordan adapt to the challenge of climate change. The other, as a part of Team Europe response, will support the Ministry of Health in the acquisition of vaccines. Let me applaud Jordan for the commitment it has shown to provide equitable access to vaccines for both host communities and refugees. Working with the EU's Madad Fund, the bank continues to support Turkey's substantial efforts to host refugees, to provide better water and waste services in municipalities near the Syrian border, hosting many refugees. Our work in Lebanon has been affected by the political and economic crisis. We are working closely with the European Commission, the External Action Service, EU member states and other partners to design the reconstruction and recovery support that is so badly needed. The formation of a credible, reform-minded government in Lebanon will allow us to provide this support. In Syria, we remain ready to contribute to the reconstruction efforts in line with EU foreign policy. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 2 years, we plan to invest some 1.5 billion euros in the region. We will focus on priority sectors such as sustainable infrastructure, renewable energy, municipal services, and inclusive private sector development. We stand ready to invest more. EIB, as the EU bank, remains committed to delivering a resilient, sustainable, and greener recovery throughout the region. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. The EBRD launched its refugee response program in 2016. It supports our countries of operation most affected by the Syria crisis: Turkey, Jordan, and Lebanon, and was subsequently also expanded to Egypt. So far, we've been able to invest almost 400 million euros as part of refugee response program in these countries, to strengthen municipality infrastructure that is green and inclusive, to increase access to finance and advisory for SMEs, and to help women entrepreneurs and support vocational training programs for the youth. Rolling out this support package has been challenging, but together with close partners such as the EU, World Bank, UK and Netherlands, we have been able to make steady progress towards its implementation. Unfortunately, we meet today in the midst of another acute crisis posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The same countries and their most vulnerable citizens, among them the Syrian refugees, are facing even more challenges. And in Lebanon, the situation is even worse. We all need to show our continued support for them and try and do even more. I am pleased to confirm that we will extend our efforts to implement new projects until 2025 and to highlight EBRD's broader commitment to the region, which has expanded beyond its refugee response program. Our cumulative investment to Turkey, Jordan, Lebanon and Egypt since 2017 exceed 11 billion euros to date, with over 2.8 in 2020 alone. This financing came hand in hand with strong policy engagement and provision of technical assistance, and in close cooperation with other IFIs present in the region. Partnership will remain essential in the delivery of our support to the countries affected by the Syrian crisis. Only together we can ensure that these countries build back better and more inclusive economies. I look forward to working with you all on doing just that. Thank you.
Sorry, unfortunately you're muted still, Mr. Jam.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the first time at the conference, so we needed this for our conference. Thank you.
Can I start now?
Yes, please, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the World Bank Group, I would like to thank the EU and other co-chairs for inviting the World Bank Group to the Brussels V conference. We are in the 11th year of the Syrian conflict, and the human toll of the conflict has been and continues to be extensive and heartbreaking, causing irreversible human and economic consequences. I'm glad to say that since the onset of the Syrian crisis, the World Bank Group has mobilized more than $3.5 billion in concessional financing to support the refugees and the host communities in Jordan and Lebanon. Our focus has been in education, health, social protection and livelihoods, critical infrastructure and job creation for Syrian refugees and host communities. We've been able to do this thanks to the generous support of the donors and partners of the Global Concessional Financing Facility, to which many donors are contributing. To date, Jordan and Lebanon have received a total of $540 million in concessional financing through the Global Concessional Financing Facility. Beyond financing, the World Bank has also mobilized bank's expertise to inform the conflict dynamics and offer credible estimates of the economic and social impact of the conflict. To this effect, the World Bank, in partnership with UNHCR and partners in the UN system and the host governments, we have published several technical and economic reports to understand the economic and social consequences of the conflict. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the host countries is undeniably huge and has affected the host communities and the refugees. The numbers within Syria are also rising rapidly among the displaced Syrians. To help mitigate this, the World Bank has restructured many of its programs in Jordan and Lebanon to help the host countries manage the pandemic and vaccinate all people, including Syrian refugees. Now, moving forward, World Bank commits itself to focus on providing technical expertise and concessional financing in following areas. First, fair, equitable, and transparent vaccination campaign in all the refugee hosting countries. Second, expansion of social safety nets following one population approach adopted by many in the international community. Third, increased support for education and health so that the children today and the families have access to reliable education and healthcare support. Number four, invest more in SMEs, agriculture, and such sectors of the economy which can create income opportunities both for the host communities as well as the refugees. And finally, most important of all, to help the hosting countries, Jordan and Lebanon, to embark on an ambitious reform agenda which can help grow the economy and create more employment opportunities and attract more private sector investment. Thank you very much.
Now we will have statements from the Holy See, Iceland and Cyprus.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, today we are here once again to reaffirm our commitment to the people of Syria. Each year, we recognise the urgent need to find timely, realisable solutions to their dramatic situation. We are well aware that they need our support if they are to rebuild. We know that in order to help them to restore faith in their country and their future, visible signs of hope and solidarity are the sole remedy. They are the only antidote to fatigue and despair. And yet, we are here again. It has been difficult, nearly impossible, to move forward. How can we give the people what they desperately need? This is the pressing question before us today. Over these 10 years of conflict in Syria, the Catholic Church has given particular importance to its response to the humanitarian needs of the population. More than 80 Catholic institutions intervene in various sectors in solidarity with multiple actors and institutions in Syria and in neighbouring countries, employing roughly 6,000 professionals and more than 8,000 volunteers, who join the network of priests and religious present in the various territories. Humanitarian aid destined for the region cannot remain bound exclusively to support immediate needs. Today, more than ever, medium and long-term programmes for rehabilitation, peacekeeping and development must be produced. Such programmes are necessary for the reconstruction of the social fabric of the country and to begin its economic recovery. In 10 years of conflict, the ecclesial network has committed nearly $2 billion to reach about 4.5 million beneficiaries per year, of which about half, more than 2 million, in Syria alone. However, faced with the immense needs and sufferings of the Syrian people, all this aid is a mere pipeline of water in the desert, as reported by Cardinal Mario Zanari, Apostolic Nuncio in Syria, at his meeting with the diplomatic corps accredited to the Holy See on the 15th of October last year. Aid from the international community is still urgent and necessary at this time, but it is not an adequate long-term solution. Do we want to build peace in Syria? Then we must begin to direct significant, adequate channels of resources to build hospitals, schools, houses, factories, and to restart the economy. Solutions exist, but peace will not come to Syria without reconstruction and without jump-starting the economy. We must find a way forward. Peace does not demand winners or losers, but rather brothers and sisters who, for all the misunderstanding and hurts of the past, are journeying from conflict to unity, said Pope Francis at the beginning of March during his visit to Iraq, during his interreligious meeting at the plain of Ur. I would like to conclude once again by reiterating the most recent address made by Pope Francis this past March 14th, who appeals for a decisive and renewed commitment by the international community, so that once those in conflict would lay down their arms and allow for the social fabric in Syria to be mended and for the reconstruction and economic recovery to begin in earnest. May the untold suffering in our beloved and anguished Syria not be forgotten, and may our solidarity revive renewed hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a devastating conflict in Syria raging for a decade now, the international community's sustained support to the Syrian people remains as vital as ever. If there ever was a protracted crisis, the conflict in Syria sadly fulfills the criteria. We cannot afford to look away. After 10 years of destruction and violence, the Syrian people's coping mechanisms are surely beyond exhaustion. The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting economic downturn have further deepened their suffering, not least that of women and girls. They continue to bear the brunt of this crisis. It is therefore imperative that we address the most critical protection and resilience needs, both inside Syria and across the region. Iceland remains committed to contribute to the response, and today I am pleased to announce a new multi-year pledge of a total of 420 million Icelandic krona. This will bring the total value of Iceland's support for the period 2021 till 24 to close to 700 million Icelandic krona. These funds are in addition to Iceland's multi-year and unearmarked contribution to our key humanitarian and development partners. The new funds will be directed through Iceland's priority humanitarian partners, UNHCR, WFP, and OCHA, with emphasis on the humanitarian funds for Lebanon and Syria. Furthermore, to help drive a gender transformative response to the crisis, Iceland will channel funding to UNFPA and UN Women in the region. In closing, the Syrian refugee crisis is currently the largest displacement crisis in the world. Conditions must be in place for voluntarily safe and dignified return for all persons. This is a critical component of a peaceful and sustainable solution to the crisis in Syria. Meanwhile, unhindered and sustained humanitarian access, both cross-line and cross-border, is absolutely imperative for the delivery of much-needed humanitarian assistance. It is simple. Adherence to international humanitarian law and human rights law should not be optional. Thank you.
Excellencies, dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank the European Union and the United Nations for convening this conference. On March 15, 2021, we commemorated 10 years of the Syrian conflict that caused enormous suffering with long-term consequences for the Syrian people and the region. Our meeting today, even though virtual due to the pandemic, is proof of our joint commitment to the Syrian people. At the same time, it is important to reiterate our commitment to the unity, sovereignty, territorial integrity and independence of Syria and the protection of the rights and aspirations of all Syrians, irrespective of ethnic, religious and gender affiliation. Dear friends, there cannot be a military solution to the crisis. We fully support efforts for a viable and comprehensive political solution that will be a Syrian-led and Syrian-owned, facilitated by the UN in line with the relevant UN Security Council resolution and the Geneva Communique. We commend UN Special Envoy Pedersen's efforts to achieve progress to this end through the meetings of the Syrian Constitutional Committee, recognizing at the same time the difficulty and the complexity of the task. We acknowledge that Jordan and Lebanon have carried a disproportionate burden hosting refugees. For this reason, our contributions are targeted towards these two countries. Cyprus is one of the countries of the region that has also been facing refugee influxes. We hope that the conditions in Syria will soon allow for the safe, dignified and voluntary return of refugees and internally displaced persons in line with the parameters defined by the United Nations High Commission for Refugees and in accordance with international law. Unfortunately, these conditions are not met at this moment. Dear friends, I hope that today's conference will offer hope to the Syrian people, reaffirming that we stand by them, committed in finding a viable political solution to the Syrian crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will have interventions from the Czech Republic, from Austria and from Finland.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is deeply disheartening that 10 years since the beginning of the crisis in Syria, a lack of progress in its political resolution continues to prolong the suffering of the Syrian people. Millions of displaced persons remain deprived of their homes, and millions more in Syria continue to face violence and economic distress. But as the UN envoy, Mr. Pedersen, who has engaged in tireless efforts to create a diplomatic opening, has pointed out, there is still hope. All international powers accept that there is no military conclusion to the conflict and accept UN Security Resolution 2254 as the basis of a peaceful political resolution. In the end, it is Syrian leaders themselves who must find the will to such a resolution. But the international community should work to narrow its differences to enable a more effective international mediation of gradual, practical progress under the Geneva process. In the meantime, preserving a general ceasefire in Syria is of utmost importance. Likewise, all measures must be taken by the Syrian government, other powers on the ground and also UN Security Council to ensure conditions for universal access to humanitarian aid, free from political discrimination and instrumentalization. This includes a UN resolution providing for continued and expanded cross-border supply of assistance. In the 4 years since the first Brussels conference in 2017, the Czech Republic had donated aid to Syria and the neighbouring countries totaling 39 million euros. For this year, for 2021, the Czech Republic pledged further assistance of 7 million euro to these countries. We thank the organisers of this conference and all those working to end the suffering of the Syrian population.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, just a few days ago we commemorated the tragic 10th anniversary of the outbreak of the conflict in Syria. 10 years of death, destruction and untold human suffering. 10 years of schools and hospitals reduced to rubble, families fleeing their homes and children growing up knowing nothing of peace. 10 years to tore this wonderful country apart, a country with such deep human history and such a diverse and rich culture. So even while I would like to thank the European Union and United Nations for convening this event for the 5th time, it is with a certain sense of failure that we meet here today. A failure to stop those who seek a solution exclusively through violence. A failure to hold those who committed atrocities to account, and a failure to lay the foundations for an exclusive and sustainable political process. The humanitarian situation in Syria and in the region is appalling, and it is rapidly deteriorating. After a decade of suffering and deprivation, the Syrian people deserve better. Ladies and gentlemen, the Austrian government has lived up to its humanitarian obligations in the past, and it will continue to do so. Today, I am therefore pledging 18.2 million euro to ease the humanitarian burden of the people in Syria and in the region.
Distinguished participants, last year when addressing the conference, I hoped that this day would not come. We have surpassed 10 years of conflict, and the expansive conflict of Syria threatens to become a crisis among many others. This conference is imperative in showing that we have not forgotten. The ever-deepening humanitarian crisis in Syria is dependent on foreign assistance. We do our best to supply it through international organizations, yet in the UN Security Council there is an effort to politicize the UN's humanitarian assistance to Syria. Increasing people's suffering in this manner is not acceptable. The neighbouring countries of Syria bear the brunt of the crisis. In addition to this, they are dealing with many problems of their own. Despite these issues, we call on them to continue to host the Syrian refugees responsible, while we continue to support their efforts. We are mindful that the Syrian regime's violations of human rights hinder the safe, voluntary and dignified return of refugees to Syria. As regards the human rights violations of the conflict, I especially want to bring attention to the heinous sexual crimes that many women and some men fall victims to. In these crimes, as well as in others, the accountability of perpetrators is necessary in order for victims to have justice. We support the efforts of UN Special Envoy Pedersen in advancing the political process and regret the stalemate of the Constitutional Committee caused by the side of the Syrian regime. Releasing detainees would be a way to show goodwill as well as build confidence, which is currently very low. Finland plans to allocate 25 million euros to the crisis in Syria in 2021. Our support consists of peace-building efforts, improving resilience in Syrian communities, and of the neighbouring countries and humanitarian assistance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now hear from ministers from Greece, Croatia and Belgium.
Gentlemen, I would like to commend the European Union initiative to organize the 5th Brussels Conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region, co-chaired by the United Nations. It is indicative of the importance we all attach to the crisis and of our joint commitment to reduce the consequences of the ongoing tragedy of the Syrian people. Since the civil war in Syria officially broke out a decade ago, back in 2011, the devastating armed conflict has taken an enormously high toll in civilian casualties. It has torn the Syrian nation apart, reduced the country to rubble, and set back the standard of living by decades. Gross human rights abuses and extensive violations of international humanitarian law added to an already appalling situation that generated massive human flows. 7 million people have been internally displaced, the largest number worldwide, while another 5.6 million Syrians are refugees to neighbouring countries. The coronavirus pandemic has pushed another 1.4 million people into food insecurity. Syria is still the theatre of merciless proxy war. Syria should cease being the playground for foreign interests and agendas that have nothing to do with the welfare and the future of the Syrian people and the country itself. Having entered its 11th year, the Syrian crisis remains a major cause of concern and constitutes a factor of instability for the broader region. The resurgence of radical extremism only renders the overall picture even grimmer. Humanitarian assistance, shelter, healthcare, food, water, education and protection are still urgently needed, especially in the north. The economy has collapsed. Greece, from the very first moment of the crisis, has received thousands of Syrian refugees, providing them with social and humanitarian assistance. To this day, we continue to carry a burden far exceeding our capacities. Greece, a sincere proponent and active supporter of peace, security, stability and development in the broader region of the East Mediterranean, is fully committed to the efforts for reaching a political solution to the Syrian crisis. One that will preserve the unity, national sovereignty and territorial integrity of the country, in line with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254. Only such a solution will guarantee the safe, voluntary and dignified return of refugees and displaced persons, while securing the withdrawal of all foreign troops from the Syrian territory. As stated time and again, there can be no military solution to the conflict. Sustainable peace and stability can only be achieved through an inclusive, Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political solution that will respond to the concerns of all segments of the Syrian society. To this end, we reiterate our full support to the efforts of United Nations Secretary General Special Envoy for Syria, Mr. Geir Pedersen. We hope that under his guidance, the Constitutional Committee will be able to find its way towards concrete results as soon as possible. Today's conference reconfirms the commitment of the international community to stand by the Syrian people and offer them some relief and hope. In this spirit, Greece, in a symbolic gesture of solidarity to the ongoing efforts, is ready to pledge again this year a symbolic contribution.
Your Excellencies, distinguished co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to greet you today and contribute to the 5th Brussels Conference on supporting Syria and the region. Croatia remains gravely concerned with the dramatic refugee and displacement crisis and other consequences of the Syrian conflict, particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. We fully support all efforts aimed at finding a lasting political solution in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2254 and the Geneva Communique, as well as the work of the UN Special Envoy for Syria, Mr. Pedersen. We also adhere to the call for the renewal of the UN Security Council Resolution 2533, enabling safe, unhindered and sustained humanitarian access and the cross-border delivery of assistance to those in need. We strongly believe that investing in women and girls as well as in children and youth brings multitude of benefits to the whole society. Today, we underline our commitment to continue supporting the most critical humanitarian and resilience issues affecting Syrians and the neighbouring countries and communities hosting Syrian refugees. Thus, it is my pleasure to announce that the Croatian government will continue its multi-year funding for the support of the Syrian people, with $600,000 in total for the period 2021-2023, which includes $200,000 for 2021.
Excellencies, Cher Josep, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank you, Josep, the European Commission and the Secretary General of the UN for organizing and sponsoring another Brussels conference on Syria with all relevant actors, including civil society organizations. Mobilizing the international community and public opinion around Syria is more essential than ever after the sad commemoration of 10 years of conflict in Syria, the biggest human disaster in decades. It has killed hundreds of thousands, left half the population displaced and millions of Syrians countrywide, and in particular, those living in Idlib under constant threat of devastating violence. Let me commend once again Syrian neighboring countries for hosting millions of refugees. In the last 2 years, during our mandate as non-permanent member of UN Security Council and co-pen holder for humanitarian affairs for Syria, my country did all it could to safeguard the cross-border mechanism. My colleague, Minister for Development Cooperation, will elaborate on the humanitarian issue and the Belgian contribution. Crimes against humanity and war crimes, including the use of prohibited weapons, have been committed by the regime and its supporters, as well as by groups of the armed opposition. The civil war has given life to mercenaries and the monster of Daesh. If we ever want Syrian society to unite again behind a common national project and identity, these crimes cannot remain unpunished. Accountability for war crimes has to be pursued. Unfortunately, and in spite of the heroic efforts of Special Envoy Geir Pedersen, the political process under mediation by the UN under UN Security Council Resolution 2454 is going nowhere. The talks within the Constitutional Committee in Geneva have not unlocked the door to open negotiation on other essential issues such as detainees and the disappeared. It is therefore almost needless to say that we will not lend any legitimacy to the forthcoming presidential elections in Syria. Dear colleagues, the current deadlock is unacceptable. It is time to wake up and get to work through diplomacy with all those that have an influence, regional as well as external parties. Belgium would welcome initiatives to help the UN Special Envoy set up a new international format for the much-needed diplomacy and cooperation that can finally deliver a democratic and prosperous Syria for all of its citizens. Thank you.
Dear Excellencies, 10 years of conflict has brought us to the biggest humanitarian disaster of the century. Mobilizing the international community around Syria is more essential than ever. Half of the Syrian population has been displaced. The economy is in shambles. 13 million people are in acute need of humanitarian aid. The pandemic has made the situation worse. Half of Syrian children have known nothing but war during their lifetime. 2.1 million of them are out of school. Dear Excellencies, it goes without saying that Syria and the region will remain a priority for our Belgian humanitarian policy. Belgium has composed an extensive flexible financing package for 2021 amounting up to more than €69 million to respond to the global humanitarian needs. On top of that, we will also liberate €18 million to address the most urgent needs of the Syrian people in Syria and the region. But if we want to make sure that this aid reaches those who need it the most, we need access. Therefore, the renewal of the UN Security Council Resolution 2533 in June is vital. The Council members have a responsibility to those that rely on the cross-border aid for survival. A further limiting of cross-border assistance will cut off another lifeline for people already in dire need of assistance. Dear Excellencies, as we stand with the Syrian people today, we should do everything to avoid another dark decade. A whole generation grew up in war-torn situation or has been on the move as long as they can remember. Children are meant to dream, play or attend school free from worries. They should not have their childhood robbed by war. Let us jointly pursue a better future for them. Let's make that happen.
Thank you so much. And now we will have interventions from Romania, Spain, and the European Parliament.
Dear Josep, dear Undersecretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a profound sense of solidarity that I attend the 5th edition of the Brussels Conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region. We found ourselves 10 years after this dramatic conflict broke out, taking such a high human toll. Syria and the Syrian people need our help, and the current pandemic should only be an additional reason to boost our efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to witness the devastating consequences of the Syrian conflict. Millions of civilians and refugees, including children and vulnerable groups, still stand today as innocent victims of this human tragedy. More than ever, it is now time for renewed diplomacy, political will, and increased involvement of the EU and of the international community. We need to act firmly in support of all efforts aimed towards the implementation of a political solution. It is the only way to bring the long-awaited lasting peace and allow for the safe and dignified return of refugees and internally displaced persons in accordance with international law. In order to ensure a safe environment for the return of refugees, the full eradication of terrorist groups in Syria should also remain a priority. As part of the global coalition against Daesh, Romania remains fully committed to international efforts in the fight against terrorism. Distinguished audience, during such complex times, we need to show our real commitment to the peace and security of Syria and the entire Middle East. Our continued efforts should target the alleviation of the dire humanitarian situation. Against this background, I am pleased to announce that by the end of this year, Romania's overall contribution within the series of Brussels conferences for Syrian refugees will amount to €950,000 for the period 2017-2021. Therefore, the Romanian government will continue to honour its commitments and make a contribution of €150,000 for 2021. We have also contributed with a total of more than €27 million from 2016 up to now to the EU facility for refugees in Turkey. Distinguished audience, several generations of Syrian children and teenagers have been affected by the conflict, deprived of education. Lack of education can breed fertile ground for radicalization. Romania pays special attention to youth and education as part of its contribution and support to the future of the region. For the academic year 2019-2020, we provided an increased number of scholarships for 143 Syrian students, and we are determined to continue offering quality education to future generations. Last but not least, I would like to express readiness to continue working together with the EU, the UN and governments of refugees' host countries, Turkey, Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq and Egypt, in order to swiftly identify worthwhile initiatives to contribute to in support of Syrian refugees and of the resilience of host societies. I am convinced that only by working together we will find the best ways to support a brighter future for Syria and renewed hope for the region. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, after 10 years of destruction and violence, the Syrian war is far from over. It's true that military activity has been less intense since we last met. Nevertheless, the humanitarian situation has deteriorated, and the Syrian people continue to be subject to the violations of human rights and the threat of terrorism. We join UN Special Envoy Gary Pedersen in expressing our regret that the UN has not yet been able to mediate an end to this tragic conflict, in spite of his best efforts and those of his predecessors. Our conviction remains unchanged. The conflict in Syria was triggered by political factors, and it will only be solved by a lasting political settlement agreed by the Syrian people. There is no military solution to the conflict, and the UN must continue playing its essential role in facilitating a genuine political process. Resolution 2254 remains the valid framework for action in its entirety. Indeed, there is an urgent need to address the situation of detainees, disappeared people, and forcibly displaced people, and also to ensure accountability. Spain hopes that progress in those tracks will continue to create the necessary trust among parties to break the stalemate and ensure the success of a political process and a lasting ceasefire. In the meantime, Spain will continue to reach out to all states with leverage on the parties to use their influence in favour of negotiations in good faith for the benefit of the Syrian people and the stability of the region. I want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the solidarity of neighbouring countries, Lebanon, Jordan and Turkey, that have generously hosted Syrian refugees in their darkest hour. Spain remains committed to supporting the increasing humanitarian needs of Syrians. I'm happy to announce that we have exceeded by 60% the commitments made in Brussels for 2020 and 2021. We have thus decided to allocate additional funds for this year. In 2021, we will contribute with almost 20 million, including 13 million euros for the facility for refugees in Turkey. I would like to underline 3 lines of action with which we are particularly satisfied. Our contribution to the Syria Humanitarian Fund managed by OCHA, which supports local NGOs. Our work with UNICEF to protect children with disabilities in Aleppo. Our partnership with Médicos del Mundo for the provision of primary health care in northeast Syria. Let me end by restating our willingness to join forces to put an end to this crisis and to give the Syrian people the peaceful and democratic future they deserve. Thank you.
Dear United Nations Under-Secretary General, Mr. Lowcock, dear Commission Vice President and EU High Representative, Mr. Borrell, dear Commissioners, dear Ministers, honourable guests. Thank you very much for this invitation. As Chair of the European Parliament's Committee on Development, I warmly welcome the organisation of this conference. It has been the Syrian population who has constantly paid an unacceptable human cost. 13 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance inside Syria. 7.7 million people are internally displaced, and more than 5.6 million have become refugees in neighbouring countries and the broader region, including Europe. I take this opportunity to highlight and welcome the continued commitment of the EU and its member states, the largest donors to the response to the Syria crisis, to support the populations in need, and especially those most vulnerable. The protection of civilians is an imperative in any military conflict. Therefore, the deliberate targeting of hospitals and humanitarian infrastructure is particularly appalling. It is clear that there can be no military solution to the conflict. The only way forward should be a political solution under the auspices of the UN-led Geneva process. Until that time comes, the international community has the responsibility to provide assistance and advocate for the protection of the Syrian population. So the organisation of this conference, which seeks to promote precisely that, is much needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And now we will have statements from Egypt and Bahrain. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, let me thank the EU and the UN for calling to hold this important conference. The conflict in Syria has lasted now 10 years, sparking one of the worst humanitarian crises of our era. As a result, More than 10 million Syrians are either internally displaced or living as refugees in other countries. The long war has taken its biggest toll on the Syrian population and the Syrian economy. This was aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic, leading to unprecedented deterioration of the well-being of the Syrian population. Excellencies, a political settlement is the only solution for the Syrian crisis. The settlement should aim to end the conflict and meet the aspiration of the Syrian people in a civil and democratic state. And it must also preserve the country's unity, integrity, and independence, and to ensure that the state and its institutions do not collapse. Clearly, a peaceful political solution to the current crisis must be Syrian-led and Syrian-owned, based on Security Council Resolution 2254 and facilitated by the United Nations. In addition, we support and hail the effort carried by the UN Special Envoy for Syria to advance the work of the Constitution Committee, and we call upon all the Syrian parties to engage positively in its meetings. We stress our deep concern over the intervention of some regional forces in Syria, as well as the attempt to force demographic changes in the war-torn country. We reaffirm also the importance of fighting the danger of terrorist organization and the plan to spread radicalization and to transfer terrorist fighters across the borders in the region. We reiterate our position that any resettlement process of Syrian refugees is to take place according to international standards in a safe and voluntary manner in their area of origin and not forcibly in other regions to achieve political goals. Excellencies, Egypt has shown an unwavering commitment to refugee protection, and today it hosts more than 500,000 Syrians on its soil, who receive all the needed services and support, just as Egyptian citizens. Egypt spared no effort to provide them with all means of support, including health services. And it will continue this path despite the economic burdens placed on the Egyptian government. Excellencies, let me conclude my remarks by stressing on the need to work to meet the humanitarian needs of the Syrian people, whether inside or outside Syria, including that international partners help the country host the Syrian refugee to bear economic burden associated with the hosting within the framework of principle of burden and responsibility sharing. Thank you very much.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أود في البداية أن أعرف من خالص الشكر والتقدير للاتحاد الأوروبي والأمم المتحدة على الجهود المقدرة في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الهام حول دعم مستقبل سوريا والمنطقة في دورته الخامسة، آملا أن يكون لهذه الجهود الخيرة كبير الأثر في التخفيف من معاناة الشعب السوري الشقيق. سيدي الرئيس، يحدون الأمل جميعا أن يشهد العالم الحالي كسرا لحالة الجمود الراهن، وأن يكون هناك تطورا إيجابيا للوصول إلى حل عادل لهذه الأزمة التي طال أمدها بما يكون له تأثير على مستقبل سوريا والمنطقة في السلم والأمن والاستقرار. وأود في هذا الشأن التأكيد على دعم مملكة البحرين للحل السياسي للأزمة في سوريا المبني على الحفاظ على سيادة ووحدة أراضي سوريا واستقرارها وسلامتها الإقليمية، وعدم التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية استنادا لما نصت عليه القرارات الدولية وقرار مجلس الأمن 2254 لعام 2015 مع دعم المملكة لجهود المبعوث الخاص للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة في سوريا لتحقيق تقدم حقيقي على المسار الحل السياسي للأزمة بما يؤثر بشكل إيجابي على مستقبل سوريا والمنطقة. كما أن من الأمور المؤسفة التدهور الكبير في الحالة الإنساني والمعيشي والصحي بسبب تداعيات وآثار جائحة كورونا على الشعب السوري واللاجئين والنازحين السوريين، مما يستدعي من المجتمع الدولي تكثيف الجهود وبشكل فعال لزيادة وتيرة التعاون والتنسيق للتغلب على تداعيات هذه الجائحة الإنسانية والصحية ومعالجة آثارها السلبية على الشعب السوري واللاجئين والنازحين السوريين في داخل سوريا وخارجها. ولقد أيدت مملكة البحرين دعوة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة لوقف إطلاق النار وتسخير جهود الدولية لمواجهة والقضاء على فيروس كورونا كوفيد-19. وإن مملكة البحرين وبتوجيهات سامية من حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة عاهل البلاد المفدى حفظه الله ورعاه لم تتوانى عن القيام بواجبها الإنساني، فقد قامت بتقديم وتنفيذ العديد من المشاريع الإسكانية والاجتماعية والتربوية والتعليمية من خلال المؤسسة الملكية للأعمال الإنسانية في عالم المخيمات اللاجئين السوريين في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية الشقيقة، وبالتعاون معها ومع المنظمات الأمم المتحدة هناك. وكان لهذه المشاريع الإسكانية والتربوية الأثر في تحسين حياة اللاجئين الاجتماعية والتعليمية ومعيشتهم اليومية، وما زالت المملكة تقدم كل ما في وسعها في دعم هذه المؤسسات الإنسانية. وفي الختام لا يسعنا إلا أن نتطلع إلى أن يشهد العام الجاري تطورات إيجابية تقود إلى حل سياسي للأزمة يتفق عليه جميع مكونات الشعب السوري ويحقق طموحاته في الأمن والاستقرار والتنمية والازدهار. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much. Now we will have several more statements from regional multilateral organizations.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد تبنى مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية موقفا ثابتا منذ بداية الحرب في سوريا، حيث ساندت دول المجلس الجهود الإنسانية والإغاثية وقامت بواجبها الإنساني، كما أنها تدعم جهود الأمم المتحدة الرامية للحل السياسي للأزمة السورية وفقا لبيان جنيف 1 وقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2254. وقد بلغ إجمالي مبلغ المساعدات المقدمة من دول مجلس التعاون منذ بداية الأزمة السورية أكثر من 8 مليار دولار، كما بلغ إجمالي عدد الأشقاء السوريين المقيمين في الدول الخليج أكثر من 2 مليون مقيم يتمتعون بكافة الحقوق والمزايا التي تكفل لهم حياة كريمة. وكان لدولة الكويت دور بارز في مجال العمل الإنساني، حيث استضافت 3 مؤتمرات للمانحين في عام 2013 و2014 و2015 لدعم الوضع الإنساني في سوريا ودول الجوار، وبلغت إجمالي التعهدات التي قدمت في المؤتمرات الثلاث 7 مليار و700 مليون دولار، منها 4 مليار دولار تقريبا من دول المجلس. إن انعقاد هذا المؤتمر الدولي وبمشاركة هذا العدد من الدول والهيئات والمنظمات والشركات يؤكد حرص المجتمع الدولي على القيام بمسؤولياته السياسية والإنسانية لمساعدة الأشقاء في سوريا على تجاوز الظروف الصعبة التي يمر بها نتيجة لما خلفته الحرب الطاحنة خلال 10 سنوات الماضية. لقد آن الأوان أن تتوقف هذه الحرب وتتضافر الجهود الدولية للوصول إلى حل سياسي للأزمة، ليتسنى البدء بإعادة الإعمار وإصلاح ما خلفته الحرب، وبما يمكن الأشقاء السوريين من عودة كريمة إلى وطنهم. لقد تركت سنوات الحرب الطويلة عشرات الآلاف من الشباب السوري بلا تعليم ولا عمل ولا أمل، وأنني أدعو هذا المؤتمر إلى إيجاد برنامج خاص لإعادة تأهيل وتمكين هؤلاء الشباب، وإلا فإنهم سيكونون هدفا سهلا للتنظيمات الإرهابية لتحقيق مخططاتها التخريبية، ليس في سوريا فحسب بل في العالم أجمع. إن هذا المؤتمر الدولي يتيح أمام المشاركين فيه فرصة التعرف على الخطط والبرامج والمشاريع الإنسانية والإغاثية المطلوب تنفيذها لتخفيف من معاناة الشعب السوري العزيز. وأدعو في هذا المقام دول العالم المحبة للسلام والخير والمؤسسات الدولية والمنظمات الإنسانية والهيئات الخيرية والشركات الكبرى إلى مضاعفة جهودها لدعم الشعب السوري. وفي الختام أكرر شكري لجميع القائمين على نجاح هذا المؤتمر، سائلا المولى العلي القدير أن يكلل جهود الجميع بالتوفيق والنجاح، وأن ينعم على الشعب السوري الشقيق بالأمن والاستقرار والازدهار والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي بداية أن أتوجه باسم جامعة الدول العربية بخالص الشكر والتقدير للاتحاد الأوروبي على حرصه الدؤوب على دعم مستقبل سوريا والمنطقة رغم الكثير من التحديات، وأتمنى أن تسهم نتائج المؤتمر في التخفيف من معاناة السوريين وأن تساعد على تجاوز هذه المأساة الإنسانية التي طال أمدها. لا زالت الأزمة السورية ممتدة عبر 10 سنوات وتنتقل من مرحلة لأخرى من مراحل صراعها، حاملة معها قدرا لا يمكن تصوره من المعاناة الإنسانية وتزايد معدلات اللجوء إلى الفقر والتدخلات الخارجية والاحتلال وضياع المقدرات الوطنية لهذه الدولة العربية العزيزة. إن أخطر ما يعاني منه السوريون اليوم هو ما يمكن تسميته بالاعتياد على الأزمة، وكأن ما يجري من دمار وتشريد قد صار وضعا طبيعيا. لقد نشأ جيل كامل في أجواء الصراع، حيث نصف سكان سوريا خارج الوطن و2.4 مليون طفل خارج إطار التعليم الرسمي. إن الأعمال العسكرية لا زالت مستمرة خاصة في الشمال السوري وسط تفاهمات هشة لوقف إطلاق النار، والتواجد الأجنبي على الأراضي السورية يترسخ بصورة أكبر سواء من قبل القوى الإقليمية المحيطة أو القوى الدولية. والتنظيمات الإرهابية استطاعت إعادة تنظيم صفوفها من جديد وعاودت نشاطها بقوة، إذ لم تتغير البيئة السياسية والاجتماعية التي أفرزتها من الأصل. والعملية السياسية تشهد هي الأخرى صعوبات في ظل تعثر أعمال اللجنة الدستورية، والأزمة الإنسانية تتصاعد حدتها مع تمدد غير مسبوق لرقعة الفقر في ظل تدهور الأوضاع الاقتصادية ووباء كوفيد-19. وتشير تقديرات إلى أن 90% من السوريين يعيشون حاليا تحت خط الفقر. السيد الرئيس، إن جامعة الدول العربية تتابع كل هذه الظروف والأوضاع الصعبة عن كثب، وهي تمتد آثارها وتداعياتها إلى جوارها العربي وتزيد من عبء التحديات الضخمة التي تواجهها الدول العربية المستضيفة للأشقاء السوريين وبالذات في لبنان والأردن، وهي تتطلع إلى المزيد من الدعم لجهود الإغاثة الإنسانية للشعب السوري داخل وخارج سوريا. وتدعو الجامعة إلى تحرك دولي جاد نحو إنهاء هذا الصراع المرير وفقا لقرار مجلس الأمن 2254 مع الاسترشاد بأساسيات الموقف العربي إزاء الأزمة السورية، والتي أكدت عليها قرارات المجلس الوزاري للجامعة العربية، وفي مقدمتها الالتزام بالحفاظ على سيادة سوريا ووحدة أراضيها واستقرارها وسلامتها الإقليمية، ورفض التدخلات والاعتداءات الخارجية وأية ترتيبات تعزز تواجد قوات دول إقليمية داخل الأراضي السورية وتستهدف فرض تغييرات ديموغرافية أو ترسيخ واقع جديد على الأرض. كل الشكر لرئاسة المؤتمر، ونتمنى أن تتضافر جهودنا معا لتخفيف معاناة الشعب السوري ومساعدته على تجاوز أزمته. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, co-chairs. I have the honor to make this statement on behalf of Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, His Excellency Josep Borrell. Assalamu alaikum. We thank the EU and the UN for their sustained efforts in keeping the Syrian crisis under international focus. From the very beginning of the crisis, the OIC has been following with great concern the human tragedy in Syria, which triggered huge refugee outflows. OIC member states, most notably Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, have been carrying the extreme burden of refugee hosting together with Iraq and Egypt. They deserve our full support and deep appreciation. The OIC has been consistent in urging greater international solidarity to address the dire humanitarian situation of the Syrian people, the IDPs and the refugees, which have now been further compounded by the COVID-19. To this end, we must also bolster the socio-economic resilience of refugee-hosting neighboring countries based on the principle of solidarity and burden sharing. The OIC commends the members of the international community, including its own members, notably Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, among others, who have been making generous financial contributions. The Islamic Development Bank, a specialized institution of the OIC, is also active in supporting economic resilience for the Syrian refugees and the vulnerable host communities in the region. Co-host, the OIC remains committed to mobilizing its financial institutions and the member states to further extend the necessary humanitarian support to the Syrian people and to the regional host communities. Together, we must also ensure unfettered cross-border delivery of humanitarian assistance. In conclusion, let me reaffirm the OIC's full support for an UN-led political settlement based on relevant UN Security Council resolutions, especially Resolution 2254, as we uphold Syria's unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. We welcome the untiring efforts of UN Special Envoy Pedersen to this end. We, however, believe that for a political solution to be sustainable and credible, it must be grounded on a comprehensive strategy agreeable to the Syrian parties and supported by major powers and regional actors. I thank you very much.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, a few weeks ago I saw young girls and boys waiting for their UNRWA school bus in the middle of the rubble in Yarmouk camp in Syria. It was surreal. They seemed to appear out of nowhere to head towards the future. Nauras is a young Palestinian refugee who fled from Yarmouk. With many efforts and much perseverance, he was accepted at Kassel University in Germany to study nanotechnology. There, he was handpicked to join a team of researchers working to develop a topical COVID-19 vaccine. The list of high achievers among Palestinian refugees in Syria is very long. The list of their hardship in the last 10 years is very long too. But the list of basic rights and services that they are entitled to is not that long and should be provided at a minimum. Unfortunately, this is not the case. 90% of the 440,000 Palestinian refugees remaining in Syria live in absolute poverty, and 60% have been displaced at least twice. Those who fled to Jordan and Lebanon are facing growing hardship as both countries struggle with the socio-economic impact of the pandemic. For 2021, UNRWA must secure $320 million to provide emergency assistance to a population that ranks among the most vulnerable according to the United Nations. When the assistance they receive is modest, it is often a lifeline for those who rely entirely on UNRWA services. After 10 years of conflict and 1 year of pandemic, global solidarity with the people of Syria should include solidarity with Palestinian refugees. I call on the international community to keep them on the radar in its response to the Syria crisis. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner General Lazzarini. I would now like to invite Mr. Steiner to make some concluding remarks before I give the floor to Mr. Grandi to make the final conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And colleagues, it is clear from today that we all agree that 10 years into the Syria crisis, we are witnessing a worsening socioeconomic situation in the region for populations at large, for refugees and for those inside Syria. As we heard from, amongst others, Lebanon and Jordan, government resources and capacities are now beyond stretched. This is therefore a time for all of us, including our generous international partners, to not just to sustain their support, but to significantly and decisively step up funding to prevent any further deterioration for those most affected and to a region already impacted by so much instability and now COVID. I reiterate again the importance of increasing the contributions to the 3RP and in particular its resilience pillar. The resilience response is now more critical than ever in order to deliver basic services, strengthen national capacities, and help maintain social cohesion. As mentioned by Yasmin Kayali, our civil society representative from Lebanon, it is vital to enhance the development response in the livelihood sector, which is now at the front line in the battle against deepening and widening vulnerabilities and poverty levels. Alongside protection, this is the focus of the 3RP. In this regard, we are working closely with civil society and local NGOs. I close by thanking, and in particular, all our partners from the European Union and many others, and hope that we can perhaps come together next year and see how our strengthened and decisive action allowed us to mitigate the crisis in a region so that no one is left behind. And I end by simply saying we may be struggling to put up the kind of response that is needed, but to the people in the region, host communities, refugees, all those who are affected by this conflict, you are not alone. And we are committed to supporting you wherever we can and as best as we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Grandi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I also want to thank all speakers during this segment and join Achim in supporting the calls that we have heard from host governments and civil society for the international community to invest more in host countries, in host communities, and of course in refugees themselves. In other words, to stay the course. I was also very impressed by the calls by Yasmin Kayali and Yusuf Mansour for us to do more to support civil society and local actors. They have often been the first responders in support of both host communities and refugees. And, it is host communities who have often borne the biggest brunt of this protracted situation. I want to thank also the interventions from states and international organizations, including on the important pledges for 2021 and 2022, and encourage them to continue to try and meet the substantive needs that have been put forward through the RP. One thing that has transpired is that clearly a lot over these 10 years has been done. We have heard, for example, from the World Bank, from the EIB, from the EBRD, including on very important initiatives like the Global Concessional Financing Facility, which also deserve the full support of stakeholders. They must continue and expand. And I agree fully with the calls from host countries, in particular from Jordan, to refresh the multi-year support to the region. A renewed commitment, a renewed compact of some sort, as was mentioned, is needed. Let me conclude by saying that I have been associated personally with the Syria crisis since the beginning, first as Commissioner General of UNRWA and then as the head of UNHCR. And never in these 10 years I have seen such risks and potential risks of hardship and difficulties for both host communities and refugees, exacerbated clearly by the COVID-19 and by other factors such as in Lebanon. It is very important, therefore, that the international community continues to support these populations and that the commitments that we have heard today are underpinned by very concrete financial contributions. This situation is grave. A business as usual approach will not work. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. High Commissioner. A very somber note to conclude our second panel on. And now we'll move into our third panel, in which we are going to focus on discussing topics selected by civil society. During the day of dialogue yesterday, food security and livelihoods were discussed. Today, we are prioritizing education and protection. 2.4 million children are out of school and at risk of child marriage and child labor. An entire generation is at risk of being lost. The worst situation is in IDP camps and other settlements where more than half the children are not in school. Syria remains a protection crisis with multiple challenges, having a heavy impact on women and children, in particular through increased gender-based violence, including domestic violence and forced marriage, labor, and exploitation. Women and girls, particularly adolescents, are bearing the brunt of this crisis. I will now give the floor to Mr. Janez Lenarčič, the EU Commissioner for Crisis Management, to make some opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome everyone, all the participants, to this final session of the Brussels 5 conference. While final, this session is also a very important one because it's about humanitarian aid. And 10 years since the Syrian crisis began, we note that the humanitarian situation in the country and the region has further deteriorated, primarily due to the economic crisis in the region and also, obviously, because of the impact of the COVID pandemic. Now we have more than 13 million Syrians in Syria who are in need of humanitarian aid. To that, there are millions around the region who also need our assistance. So that's why this session is so important, and that's why I would like to make 3 points in this context. First of all, I think there is a clear need for humanitarian assistance to continue to address emergency needs of Syrian people, emergency life support, alleviating suffering, and the like. At the same time, the humanitarian aid should also focus on life-sustaining activities, on supporting them, on supporting people's early recovery, their resilience and their self-reliance, to help them to stand again on their own feet. And in this context, I would really like to praise at this occasion the efforts of the local civil society organizations who are in the forefront of these efforts aimed at resilience, aimed at recovery, aimed at self-reliance of the Syrian people and Syrian communities. Second, as it was said, the main topic of this session is about protection and about education. This crisis in and around Syria is primarily a protection crisis. There is a need to ensure protection of civilians, including humanitarian workers. There is a need to protect civilian infrastructure, in particular educational and health facilities. Without this protection, we cannot advance towards resilience and early recovery. Likewise, there is a need to ensure humanitarian access by all the routes available and needed, including cross-border. All these things protect civilians, protection of humanitarian workers, protection of civilian infrastructure, ensuring humanitarian access. These are all obligations under the international humanitarian law, obligations by all those who are party to this crisis. When we talk about protection, we must in particular bear in mind the needs of vulnerable groups like children. And for them, what is particularly important is education. Education is not only giving these children, Syrian children, hope for a better future. It also gives at least some degree of protection. Education facilities should be an environment that protects, and we should spare no effort in providing that. That's why we will continue to commit, as European Union, at least 10% of our humanitarian aid, 10% of overall humanitarian aid of European Union to the education in emergencies. Our support so far has reached more than 800,000 children in and around Syria, so as to prevent their lack of schooling and to give them hope for their future. My third point is about resources, because for all this we continue to need resources. Resources with which we can help people in need in Syria and in the countries of the region. In this context, I would really like to express my deep appreciation for the generosity and hospitality that Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, but also Iraq, Egypt, have displayed for so long time, for so many years, to the Syrian refugees. When we talk about resources, we hope that this session will result in generous pledges also this year. And whether we reach the amounts that are necessary today or later, I do hope that the pledges today will be generous enough and that they will be followed by further pledges so as to ensure the need to all those Syrians who need it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner. I will now pass the floor to 3 donors who will be making a pledge announcement. We will hear interventions from Canada, Ireland, and Japan.
Chair, fellow participants, thank you to the European Union and the United Nations for hosting this important conference on the future of Syria. This month marks 10 years since the start of the Syrian conflict, a tragic anniversary indeed. A decade of war has exacted ever-worsening humanitarian and economic suffering on Syrians, and the COVID-19 pandemic has magnified the hardship. This is why the Brussels conference is so important. The international community must not lose focus. We must come together to find a way forward to renew our response to the Syrian crisis, including our humanitarian commitments. Today, Canada is announcing $49.5 million in new humanitarian funding. This amount builds on previous multi-year commitments and brings our total 2021 commitment to $330.5 million. Over 5 years, from 2016 to 2021, Canada has committed $3.5 billion to respond to the crises in Syria and Iraq and their impacts on the region. Canada's response has included significant humanitarian, development, and stabilization assistance, and we are one of the top humanitarian donors in Syria and in neighboring countries. We also advocate for the protection of civilians and ensuring that people affected by the crisis, both in Syria and in neighboring countries, have unhindered access to humanitarian assistance. The regime and its enablers continue to deliberately attack civilian targets in egregious violation of international law. This year, there have been 5 attacks on medical facilities in Syria. A recent appalling example is the March 21st attack on the hospital in Adarib, which killed medical personnel and civilians and closed a facility servicing 100,000 people. These attacks are completely unacceptable. Conditions in Syria do not allow for the voluntary, safe, and dignified return of refugees. Unobstructed, life-saving humanitarian access across lines and across borders remains critical. That is why Canada calls for the renewal of the UNSC resolution for the UN-sponsored cross-border humanitarian passage in Syria. Of course, lasting peace is the only way to end this horrific humanitarian disaster. Canada consistently supports the UN-led process towards an inclusive intra-Syrian political solution as laid out in UN Security Resolution 2254. An inclusive political transition is only possible through the meaningful participation of all Syrians, including women. Canada is a consistent and vigorous advocate for the meaningful participation of women in politics, negotiations, and conflict resolution. Accountability for human rights violations is also critical to a sustainable political solution. That is why Canada, in partnership with the Netherlands, has formally requested negotiations with Syria to address its grave human rights violations under the Convention Against Torture. We commend and greatly appreciate Syrian civil society members for their powerful and tireless work. We also recognize the tremendous generosity of Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Turkey, and Egypt in hosting Syrian refugees through difficult times for their own populations. After a decade of suffering, the Syrian people deserve the continued attention and support of the international community. For our part, Canada is resolute in our commitment to the Syrian people, including to the over 70,000 Syrian refugees who are rebuilding their lives in Canada. We welcome the same commitment from members of the international community. Thank you.
I'm grateful to the EU and UN for arranging today's conference, which tragically marks a decade of conflict in Syria. The conflict, which followed the Syrian people's expression of their legitimate aspiration to democracy and respect for fundamental rights, has forced millions to flee their homes. It's left millions of Syrians in need of humanitarian assistance also. All parties are aware of their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. And I repeat the call for an immediate cessation of hostilities. Ireland applauds the generosity of neighbouring countries, which, although facing challenges of their own, including COVID-19, continue to host millions of Syrian refugees. We also commend all of the humanitarian actors who prioritise delivering assistance to those in greatest need, often at risk to their own safety. This year, as humanitarian co-penholder on Syria on the UN Security Council, we are acutely aware of the necessity of ensuring that humanitarian assistance reaches all Syrians in need. Recently, I visited the Bab al-Hawa crossing, where emergency humanitarian aid is channeled to 2.7 million people in the Idlib area. Speaking with Syrian and international NGOs and UN agencies working in the northwest of Syria brought home to me the sheer human misery that results from conflict. All parties must allow humanitarian access to all people in need, wherever they're located, in line with humanitarian principles of independence, impartiality and neutrality. And we must do everything in our power to support these operations through adequate funding and by ensuring that humanitarian actors can carry out their work. Ireland will continue to support those efforts. In 2021, Ireland will contribute a further €23 million in humanitarian assistance to the Syrian crisis. This brings our total funding since the outbreak of the crisis to over €192 million, our largest ever response to a single crisis. Finally, I strongly believe that the only way to bring lasting peace to all the people of Syria is through a sustainable, Syrian-owned political process, and I urge all parties to engage seriously with the UN-facilitated process under the provisions of UN Security Council Resolution 2254. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairpersons, distinguished delegates, let me begin by expressing my respect to the resolve of EU and UN to hold today's Brussels V conference, which is an important opportunity to renew the commitment of the international community towards the settlement of the Syrian crisis. This month marks the 10th anniversary of the Syrian crisis. Japan remains concerned about the long-standing stalemate of the crisis, as well as the receding momentum for its settlement. The Syrian people should not be left in the current unstable circumstances. Today, Japan reaffirms its unwavering commitment to delivering humanitarian assistance for all Syrians who are facing difficulties. Japan's assistance to Syria and neighboring countries has amounted to over $2.9 billion since 2012. Moreover, Japan contributed to the adoption of relevant UNSC resolutions while serving as a member of the Security Council. We are determined to continue close collaboration with the international community to enhance access to humanitarian assistance in Syria. This includes the extension of the mandate for UN cross-border humanitarian assistance and effective implementation of cross-line assistance. The Syrian crisis will never end without a political solution in line with UNSCR 2254. In this regard, Japan strongly hopes for acceleration of discussions at the Constitutional Committee and its steady progress. There is no doubt that the next presidential election should be held with the participation of all Syrians and in a manner which ensures the understanding of the international community. To this end, Japan is committed to continue its diplomatic efforts in close cooperation with the UN and with international partners. Due to the prolonged crisis and the socio-economic impact of COVID-19, humanitarian needs are diversifying year by year, and the international community needs to respond all the more flexibly. Today, I am pleased to announce that Japan has decided to provide an additional contribution of about $200 million for humanitarian assistance and social stabilization support for the people of Syria and the neighboring countries in the year 2021. I would like to conclude my remarks by emphasizing Japan's commitment of continuing its utmost efforts to address the humanitarian crisis in Syria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to those three donors for their announcement. And we will now listen to interventions from Denmark and the Netherlands, two donors who will focus on priorities for emergency education and protection as recommended in the civil society.
Moderator, co-chairs, excellencies, colleagues, thank you for inviting me to speak today. Today we have heard how vast the humanitarian needs of Syrians are 10 years on. The fighting has slowed, but the conflict is not over. Just 10 days ago, we saw another attack by the Syrian regime, this time on a medical facility in Aleppo, 11 people killed. This must come to an end. It is of the highest priority for Denmark to provide protection for civilians in armed conflict. In our humanitarian work, we strongly emphasize the protection of women and girls from gender-based violence and the protection of children. Education is essentially to build a future for children and young, and it's a mechanism for protection. Education provides a safe space. We are the second largest global partner to Education Cannot Wait. They provide education and a safe space to internally displaced Syrian children. Local partners are key. They know the context, they know what is needed, they find creative solutions, and often they are best suited to help when access is limited. In northwest Syria, our partner Save the Children Denmark works with the local NGO SAFAK. They use buses as mobile classrooms to reach the many displaced children in areas with destroyed schools. And they train teachers to support children with psychosocial first aid. We do this to prevent that a whole generation of Syrians is left without a future. We invest to enhance their resilience in the hopes that they will be able to support themselves and live a dignified life. The ultimate goal of protection is sustainable solutions to displacement. Denmark is also actively engaged in Syria's neighbouring countries to support fragile host communities and refugees, also beyond their immediate needs. We work to ensure access to protection, livelihoods and inclusive services. We support activities that promote economic resilience and local ownership. We do this to help people close to their homes and to help them help themselves. Building resilience takes many forms. Our partner, Danish Red Cross, gives young Syrians vocational training in the cities, and they help rural households rebuilding small-scale farming. By using existing local community structures, help is distributed and shared equally. But the humanitarian response must be accompanied by political efforts. There can be no normalization of relations with the Syrian regime and no reconstruction until we see meaningful political progress. to this end, we support the efforts of Special Envoy Geir Pedersen. Denmark will stay on the course. We will maintain the same level of support to ensure a future for ordinary Syrians and to support the neighboring countries generously hosting Syrian refugees. I'm pleased to pledge more than $100 million in 2021. We support NGOs and the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement. And we remain a strong supporter of the Humanitarian Fund led by United Nations. Last but not least, I want to express my deep appreciation to all of you dedicated to ending the hardship of the Syrian people, and express a deep-felt thank you to all frontline staff delivering humanitarian assistance in Syria. You work under extremely difficult and dangerous conditions. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years ago, we witnessed peaceful protests and demands for freedom and justice in Syria. And we also witnessed how they were met by a brutal response by the Syrian regime, launching a cycle of conflict that has, alas, persisted for years. Years of violence, death, human suffering, and displacement. A sustainable peace in Syria cannot be achieved without holding the Syrian regime accountable for the atrocities it has committed, such as the siege of cities, the starvation of their inhabitants, and the tortures of opponents. Only last week, another hospital was deliberately targeted by the regime. These crimes have left no Syrian family untouched, and the voices of victims must be heard. For these reasons, the Netherlands and Canada are holding the regime accountable for breaching the Convention Against Torture. Syria can, however, work towards a solution, but only by ending human rights abuses, listening to the people and engaging in a meaningful political process. If Damascus fails to take these steps, targeted sanctions will continue and reconstruction aid is off the table. We need a genuine political transition. Life-saving action remains our priority, but civil society representatives in Syria and the region are also calling for more sustainable humanitarian interventions that foster resilience and dignity amongst the Syrian people. And this is why it's so important that mental health and psychosocial support are integrated in all forms of crisis response in the region. MHPSS is an essential part of helping people and communities to build their resilience and to regain a sense of control and dignity, despite the very hardships they face or have faced. MHPSS also helps young people benefit from education and livelihood opportunities. It gives them a way out, as small as it may be. Let me be clear. First and foremost, sustainable humanitarian interventions must have access to the most vulnerable people. UN Security Council Resolution 2533 allows for life-saving assistance to be delivered to Syria through the last remaining border crossing in northwest Syria. If this essential border crossing is closed, lives will be lost. Cross-line aid from Damascus has not proven to be sufficient, so regular cross-line and cross-border humanitarian assistance needs to be in place in both northeast and northwest Syria. Humanitarian action and funding should never be instrumentalized for political goals, nor should it ever benefit those responsible for the very human rights abuses in Syria that we seek to combat and which consequences we try to address. The Syrian crisis is also a displacement crisis, affecting the whole region. Millions of refugees have found shelter in neighboring countries. We will continue to support these countries in their efforts to provide prospects to refugees and to their own vulnerable host communities. We know that the majority of Syrians hope to return to Syria one day, but the conditions for their safe, voluntary and dignified return are not yet in place. These conditions are fundamental to the principle of non-refoulement, which should be respected at all times. The Netherlands will continue to stand by the refugees and facilitate and advocate for durable solutions wherever possible. Online consultations with civil society through opinions platforms shows an increasing emphasis on the need to build resilience by improving access to education and livelihood opportunities. In neighboring countries, we support education programming through the Prospects Partnership. This partnership is working to align more closely the school curriculum to the demands of the labour market, and thus improving young people's chances of finding work. Bringing the prospects partners together helps smooth the transition from education to employment, from learning to earning, as are the stated goals. The Netherlands remains committed to supporting the people of Syria. We've demonstrated our commitment by contributing 19 million euros to help alleviate humanitarian needs within Syria. In addition, we've recently allocated additional funding to our partners in Lebanon and Jordan, adding a total of 15 million euros to our current programming for improved social security conditions, livelihoods, and MHPSS. The ongoing suffering of the Syrian people remains unacceptable. Their voices need to be heard. Their needs, legitimate concerns, remain at the heart of any inclusive political solution in Syria. A solution to finally end this tragedy after 10 very long years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister. Now we will have interventions from several organizations that will highlight their support in the field of emergency education and protection. We will hear from UNICEF, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the Norwegian Refugee Council, and the local NGO Violet.
Excellencies, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you to our European Union partners here today for your leadership in organizing the 5th Brussels Conference. This is an opportunity to shed light on the situation of Syrian children after 10 years of one of the most brutal conflicts in recent history. And UNICEF welcomes this timely discussion. We hope that the results in not only increased support for children and families, but in a much needed shift in how we deliver assistance inside Syria and in neighboring countries. Before I address their urgent education and protection needs, please allow me to place these needs in a broader context. Nearly 90% of Syria's children now require humanitarian assistance, about 20% more than last year. The psychological scars that war has left on children run deep. The number of families who reported psychological distress among children in Syria has doubled. Families' resources have either been depleted or are dwindling fast, affected by the triple impact of conflict and displacement, multiple economic crises with a sharp increase in poverty, and the COVID-19 pandemic. 3.2 million Syrian children are out of school without any opportunity to access learning. 40% are girls. And throughout, we cannot forget that there is an impact of this decade-long crisis on Syria's neighbors. They have generously taken in about 80% of the total caseload of all Syrian refugees, while struggling on their own challenges, including economic and political instability. 10 years on, and in the absence of political solution, the volume and the needs continue to grow. And we see these needs very clearly in education. The conflict has brought about one of the largest education crises in recent history. 1 in 3 schools inside Syria can no longer be used because they are destroyed or damaged, or because they are hosting displaced families, or being used for military purposes. Many families can no longer afford to send their children to school. Children are falling behind in their learning and finding it difficult to return to school, and they are at risk of dropping out. Younger children and children with disabilities face further challenges, and we are seeing a sharp drop in attendance for adolescents. The critical lack of access to secondary education and vocational centers in many areas limits their ability to continue their education and prepare for the world of work. At the same time, Syrian children and their families recognize the critical need to continue education, even in the midst of conflict. Last year in Syria, one of our partners told me about a Syrian father who lost 2 of his 3 daughters in a school attack. Despite this unspeakable tragedy, he did not want the school to close because he wanted his only surviving daughter to continue learning. He did not want to lose her to ignorance and illiteracy. In responding to these needs, UNICEF and our partners are scaling up programs, including learning kits and distance learning options, to keep Syrian children and young people learning. Last year, we reached over 3.7 million children with formal and non-formal education in both Syria and in neighboring countries. But building truly sustainable and resilient education systems that can support children throughout their learning journeys, UNICEF believes that we need to make progress in 4 key areas. First, we need to strengthen formal and non-formal education to help children continue their education and ensure that they do not fall behind. One way to do this is to provide direct support to individual schools. For example, support provided to Lebanon's public education system has helped hundreds of thousands of Lebanese and Syrian children continue their education, and to do so in the face of COVID-19 and the challenges that Lebanon is facing in forming a new government. Second, we need to increase life skills programs to prepare young people for the job market. This should include more investments in vocational training and in skills-based programs. And third, we need to continue our work to remove barriers to education, from cash transfers to help families to keep their own children learning, to school feeding programs to support their nutrition at school, and to transportation support to ensure that children can travel to and from education centers safely. And fourth, we need to work with and for teachers. They need training and equipment to address the learning needs of Syrian children. As part of this, we need to continue closing the digital gap and continue making quality online learning an option for young Syrian learners, no matter where they live. And now moving on to protection. We've heard about the many grave violations against children, and particularly the dire situation in northwest Syria. But today I would like to focus on the issue of mental health. Millions of Syrian children are suffering the consequences of a 10-year crisis, including the consequences to their mental health. They have seen and experienced things that no child should: deep loss, heart-wrenching grief, terrifying and bewildering displacement, and violence on violence repeated in their own nightmares. This has lifelong consequences and cannot wait until a political solution to the crisis is found. Effective psychosocial support requires time and specialized skills delivered in communities, schools, and healthcare facilities. Last year, UNICEF and our partners reached over 400,000 children with psychosocial support in both Syria and in neighboring countries, and it is a cornerstone of our work. But we are only scratching the surface of the true needs. For example, there are only 2 qualified psychiatrists in the entire northwest of Syria for a population of 4 million people. We need to urgently invest in training and capacity development to expand mental health and psychosocial support services and systems. This means to frontline workers, including health professionals and teachers, the tools and training that they need to support not only the young people in their care, but for themselves also. As the global community invests in the physical protection of children and young people in the midst of this crisis, we urge investments and scaled-up solutions for their psychological protection and well-being too. Such an investment is small, but it will be rewarded many times over in the decades to come. Before I close, allow me to address the critical question on access. Our operation in Syria continues to face a series of unnecessary hurdles that block our access to all children and hamper the regular delivery of aid. It's time to reach an agreement where the humanitarian access is unconditional throughout Syria, using all modalities, including cross-border and cross-line operations. We take this opportunity to ask for renewal of the Security Council resolution that will allow more regular access, including to address huge protection and education needs in the northwest of Syria. Without access that we have had so far, the situation of Syrian children would have been much, much worse. We must do more. The needs are growing every day. They are not shrinking. 10 years on, we cannot continue to be faced by the same restrictions that we have faced so far. So, as we urge the global community to stand behind children's education and protection, let us also commit to providing humanitarian access on a sustained basis to children and to families, no matter where they live. Thank you.
Why I'm not moved.
Hello.
Dear colleagues, I have just returned from visiting Damascus, the bombed streets of Daraya and Al-Hol camp in northeast Syria. Over the years, as I have visited, Syrians have told me of their devastated lives. But today, people speak not only of their suffering from the brutal conflict, but of the crippling economic crisis, the impact of sanctions and COVID-19. The lack of hope is utterly pervasive. Syria is the ICRC's largest and most complex operations in the world. Close to 3/4 of the people need help, an increase of 20% over the last 12 months. Tens of thousands are still missing, and access to basic services remains a daily struggle. Unquestionably, the conflict has been characterized by regular violations of international humanitarian law, disproportionate attacks in urban areas, the targeting of civilians and essential services, and detention without family contacts. There are other conflicts in the world where we see outrageous IHL violations, but it is the level of destruction in Syria that makes this extraordinary. We recall the flattened cities of Homs, Aleppo, Raqqa, and the huge numbers of people displaced and disappeared. For 10 years, ICRC and the Syrian Arab Crescent and movement partners have endeavored to feed and shelter those displaced, to treat the injured, to support those searching for missing family members, and to visit detainees. The last decade of violence and brutality has ripped the hearts out of the Syrian people. The future will continue to be bleak unless the international community transforms its approach starting today. Civilians are paying the price of the lack of political breakthrough, but also of transactional approaches to humanitarian action by all parties involved. People should not live in tents, relying on water trucks and food handouts for months, let alone years, let alone decades. In this long-running emergency, we need to help people rebuild their lives. Amid the devastation and the political stalemate, the foundations for the future of Syria are and must be humanitarian, human. International humanitarian law is the pragmatic guide to assist and protect civilians. Colleagues, today I call on the international community to make long-term financial and political investments on 4 key humanitarian foundations. 1, despite political blockages, we must find ways to stabilize essential services to prevent further collapse of the society. The Syrian population is in desperate need right now of basic supports such as water, electricity, medical services. Stabilizing critical infrastructure cannot wait. The collapse of these services would force millions of Syrians into even deeper humanitarian crisis. Across the country, over the decade, power generation is down 70%. 30 to 40% of drinking water production has been lost. 50% of hospitals are damaged or destroyed. ICRC is rehabilitating essential services across the country and supporting small businesses. Our priority is to bring large-scale humanitarian relief where it's most needed to make life as bearable as possible. When humanitarian organizations like the ICRC repair infrastructure, it may look like reconstruction or development, but this is far from the reality we are working in. These large and complex humanitarian engineering projects are a stopgap to prevent whole systems from collapsing. The international community must step up its political and financial support for an expanded humanitarian response, including multi-year commitments. Sanctions that cause suffering for the civilian populations, impacting essential services and food security, must be addressed. Secondly, the fabric of Syria's society needs to be repaired, and this will be possible only if the rights of all are upheld today. Progress on political talks will rely on humane resolution of key issues such as missing people and detention. These will require long-term support and commitment, but much can be done now. Searching for missing people and responding to the needs of their families is crucial and urgent. Tens of thousands of families are awaiting news and many face deep economic disadvantages. They need to be supported. Critically and urgently, detainees must be treated humanely and with dignity. Whatever the reasons for their detention, they must be allowed to have systematic links with their families and go through a due legal process. The ICRC continues to visit detainees in a number of prisons in Syria. We are in constant and confidential discussions with authorities to improve conditions of detention, on humane treatment, and to allow families to maintain contact. Thirdly, people detained or living in legal limbo need humane and sustainable answers. In northeast Syria, such as Al-Hol camp, tens of thousands of people, mainly women and children, live in squalor. I was frankly shocked at the conditions. Among the worst I have seen, children are malnourished, stunted. They die from treatable diseases. Makeshift tents offer little protection against the escalating violence nor the harsh weather conditions. Their rights are ignored. Some are stateless, others risk being forgotten in juvenile centres and places of detentions. There are an estimated 40,000 children in the camp who have now spent 2 years living in insecure and life-threatening conditions. This is undoubtedly a child protection crisis on a massive scale. It's a scandal that the international community is allowing such a place to continue, not because of insurmountable humanitarian challenges, but because of political divergences. States have turned their back, failing to live up to their international legal responsibilities, either for the foreigners or the Syrians and the Iraqis. It is time to find the political will to act before more lives are lost and more futures ruined. The many challenges cannot be used as an excuse for inaction. And finally, we call for the alleviation of constraints on neutral, impartial and independent humanitarian action. At a time when it is acutely needed, the noose on life-saving action is tightening. The cross-line, cross-border stalemate is holding the lives of millions of people hostage. The ICRC is ready to step up life-saving actions across Syria, including in the Idlib pocket, yet politics block our action. Dear colleagues, it is clear for me, Syria is in a deadly spiral of suffering, which must be countered by concrete responses and pragmatic action. Syrians cannot afford to endure another year in these desperate conditions, let alone another decade. I thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Egeland. Please, the floor is yours.
Friends, many thanks to the European Union for your continued leadership. It's been 10 long, horrific years of a war like we haven't seen in a generation. I represent around 3,000 field workers in my organization. We're in all over Syria, and we have been working in all of the neighboring countries. Preparing for this, I spoke to many of them. And I think the message is very clear, and it's also been said by Henrietta and Peter, and will be said by Hisham after me. The way it is now, it cannot continue. It cannot continue. We cannot have another 10 years like this. The stalemate politically and military now, and the collapsing economy, it is not a neutral scenario. It's a catastrophic scenario. It's getting worse and worse on our watch. We have less funding per person we try to help. We have less access to many of the groups we need to reach, and the protection crisis is deepening. So it has to change. And I would also maybe use this occasion to actually challenge politicians and others. If you hold more or less the same speech now after 10 years as you held in year 3 and 6 and 9, you may be part of the stalemate, really. The stalemate that is continuing to take lives. Mona and Muhammad, who fled in March 2013, it was a period with a massive displacement, exactly 8 years ago, 2 years into the conflict. Mona, 10, Muhammad, 12. They're 18 and 20 now. They lost their entire youth. Their entire childhood was marked by this horrific conflict. The scars on their souls are deepening because they're losing hope. Perhaps that's my main message today. People are losing hope. It cannot continue like now. So what we're hoping for, what we're asking for donors and political actors on all sides is to give youth, children, an option of now returning to school and remaining in school. And what does that mean? There has to be an end to the violence. You cannot have violence, war, in Idlib, for example, or in rural Aleppo, as we just saw. These are refugee camps. There's 1.6 million displaced people there. There has to be a political solution to the ongoing conflicts in Syria. And then we have to do something with the increasing socioeconomic collapse. Many families feel it's a question of the family's survival that the children start with child work, with begging, with early marriage. They don't have an option because we're not giving them an option. It's a disgrace in a Mediterranean country. It's a disgrace in any country. Protection-wise, the crisis is also deepening. Let me mention the need for civil documentation. I mean, too many are now paperless. Children are growing up paperless. Families are losing all traces of the housing, land, and property. And they may remain in this vulnerability forever unless we change the way we do business. So, ending here, what do we need? Number one, not another year of this conflict, not another 10 years of this stalemate. We're talking about an L3 of humanitarian work. We need an L3 of diplomacy here. Too many are not speaking to each other. You have to speak with those who are parties, with those who are fueling the conflict still. Speak to them. Go to Damascus and Moscow and Tehran, Gulf countries, neighboring countries. Talk. We need your help to end it. Secondly, no more funding gaps. We need fully funded appeals. At the moment, we're decreasing our civil documentation work for children because we're underfunded. Thirdly, the access and protection crisis is deepening. We are in government control areas and in non-government control areas reaching too few people because of all of the constraints. Help us with diplomacy, with pushing, pressing, and encouraging parties to give us the access we need. And finally, on protection, yes, hospitals are still being bombed. There is no functioning deconfliction system in Syria. There is in Yemen. There are many other conflicts. We need, again, to have a deconfliction system so that hospitals, schools, humanitarian facilities are not targeted, are not bombed. They are to be protected under international law. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, colleagues and your excellencies. Actually, sitting here today bears a great honor, but carries a lot more responsibilities trying to give justice to cover all issues affecting the education of Syrian children and youth. My colleagues from the Syrian civil society gave me few messages to pass on, and how the crisis is affecting us even more than before. No words actually, nor figures can describe the magnitude, the breadth of the Syrian cause. We are turned into robots when mentioning the figures of displaced and gaps. Our friends, our families and neighbors turned into numbers for most of us. First of all, I want to renew our gratitude to the international community and supporters of the Syrian people for your support over the past decade. You made a huge difference. In northwest Syria last year, more than 1 million people displaced and more IDPs are still stuck in camps. We helped many of them, but they still stuck in camps, dreaming of dignified living conditions. Some of them displaced for more than 4 times along the past years. The protracted crisis meant the needs are increasing. Not help with the implication of the global pandemic that saw the loss of millions of lives and many more jobs. Still, it's not the time for cuts. We keep hearing debates about the cross-border resolution, and we clearly state it is not debatable for us, and we cannot continue to provide programs in its absence. Cross-line cannot replace cross-border as was proved in northeast Syria, in eastern Ghouta, in Dar'a in the past. So we need more access, not less. Let's face it, the crisis forced civilians to adapt bad habits were their coping mechanisms whilst trying to go about their daily lives. Resilience-focused approach, outcome-based programs in Syria is needed and can better tackle many issues like early marriage and child labor and also child recruitment. Suad, a smart 14-year-old girl, forcibly displaced from eastern Ghouta to Idlib with her family. The toll of displacement on the family's income was too great, and they struggled to meet their daily needs in the camp where they are living in a tent. Her family felt she would be better protected and less of financial burden on the family if she gets married. Violet's cash assistance to the family made them think again about Suad's marriage and sent her back to her school until the death of her father in an airstrike. The family's situation got worsened even with the cash assistance, and Suad ended up leaving the school and getting married. Suad's ambition to study mathematics in university were washed away as a result, despite her outstanding calculation skills. The story of Suad is one of many, many other stories where sustainable programs can help. With the protracted crisis in Syria, short-term interventions cannot resolve the issue of education nor protection. A proper education not only teaches children how to read or write, but a proper education, a comprehensive education plan, also builds a nation by investing in their children and youth. To let children get back into schools, we need to provide them with hope. We need to provide them with dignified living conditions, with the health services, with the running safe water, with the housing and livelihoods for their families and for the youth. We have to provide them with the guarantees that schools will not be attacked, and also the other facilities. Durable solutions are needed for them and for their families. But we are sure that Syria's youth will build Syria. We ask you the question, how can we integrate humanitarian assistance with the education and the time to protect civilians. Efforts remain focused on primary education, but what about secondary education and the higher education? The struggle for survival and to meet the daily needs led families to make the difficult choice to get their children out of school and to send them to the labor market in the best scenario. Not mentioning the worst scenario when girls like Suad was getting married at a young age. COVID-19 global impact did not spare Syria also. The absence of physical education meant that remote learning is more challenging than ever, given no access to the technology like tablets, computers, even phones to support children's education. That's where we are. What do we need now in Syria? We need a lot of, but we need some vocational training, apprenticeship programs to youth. We need to continue with multi-sectorial programs that tackle early marriage and child labor and such big problems in Syria. Livelihoods and education should be integrated to avoid dropouts. Schools and children are not targets. 723 schools were subjected to aerial attacks since 2011. So the needs are great and not limited to the aforementioned asks. How can we get there? The worsening economic situation now is a result of continued displacement, huge displacement, multi-million people displacement in Syria. Syrian capital can be saved by investment in children and youth, education, and complement with other interventions. Short-term planning cannot address a decade of problems. Multi-year and multi-sectorial funding is a solution. It is a time to commit to the triple nexus: humanitarian, development, and peace nexus. We are still far from achieving the grand bargain commitment, and in particular localization. Local NGOs should be empowered and directly funded. Thousands of humanitarian workers with the local NGOs now are in the front lines providing the humanitarian assistance for the people since 10 years. The Syria Cross-Border Humanitarian Fund is a role model for the direct funding and empowerment of the local NGOs. Finally, I would like to say that Syrian demands have never changed. Freedom and dignity. That is simplest to human rights for all Syrian women, children, and men, whether they are IDPs in camps or refugees in neighboring countries. It is their right to return to their home of origin safely, voluntarily, and in dignity with a sustained return. It is that simple, but it is also that hard. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity and for my colleagues working on the ground to present the voices of the Syrian NGOs, Syrian civil society, and I renewed our gratitude for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dirani, for sharing the story of Suad and of so many others like her, and for showing the importance of education and protection. We will now have some statements from Malta, from Slovenia, and Estonia.
Excellencies, as we convene today to bring international attention to the Syrian conflict, we express our regret on the paralysis to register progress on this crisis. This is a collective failure. What the past decade has made indisputably evident is that there can be no military solution to this conflict. Sustainable peace and stability can only be achieved through the full implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 2254, a nationwide ceasefire, meaningful engagement of all warring parties, an end to the policies of repression and obstruction of the political process, a negotiated Syrian-owned constitution, free and fair elections, and effective CMBs, and the release of detainees. In this vein, I wish to reiterate Malta's continued support to the UN-led efforts as spearheaded by UNSC Pedersen. The economic and humanitarian crisis in Syria have deteriorated drastically, particularly as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Poverty, food insecurity, as well as the squalid conditions in IDP camps is gravely concerning. I therefore appeal to all UN Security Council members to renew UNSC Resolution 2533, enabling cross-border assistance, and to increase the number of cross-border points available to provide life-saving assistance for the Syrian people in compliance with international humanitarian law. I wish to take this opportunity to commend the role played by neighbouring states, particularly Lebanon, Jordan and Turkey, for their efforts to host such large numbers of Syrian refugees. The government of Malta has decided to dedicate once more a good part of its annual humanitarian budget in aid of the Syrian people to assist in mitigating the challenges and difficulties they face. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a tragic decade has passed since the beginning of the horrific war in Syria. Allow me to start by paying tribute to all victims of violence in violation of human rights and humanitarian law at the hands of the Assad regime, foreign actors and various armed groups. Women and children, especially girls, were disproportionately affected and victimized on multiple grounds. Slovenia strongly condemns this act and welcomes the work of international mechanisms to help investigate, identify and prosecute the perpetrators of crimes committed. At the same time, I would like to express Slovenia's deep gratitude to humanitarian workers for their noble and unselfish work under extreme circumstances. 10 years after the beginning of peaceful protests for democratic rights, and more than 5 years after the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 2254, endorsing a roadmap for inclusive and Syrian-led political process, millions of Syrians continue to suffer. Slovenia commends the UN Special Envoy, Mr. Pedersen, for his constant efforts regarding the Constitutional Committee and other aspects of political process. Regrettably, the Syrian regime has so far failed to commit to a political settlement of the crisis. Slovenia fully supports Special Envoy's call for a nationwide ceasefire and urges all parties to the conflict and the UN Security Council members to ensure that progress in the political process is achieved and that the obligations under international law are fully met. Cross-border assistance needs to reach everyone in need. Since 2014, Slovenia has provided almost 6 million euros for humanitarian assistance to the Syrian people and refugees abroad. We also stand ready to provide our share today. I'm pleased to announce an additional contribution of 70,000 euros, which will be disbursed through the UNHCR in 2022 and 2023. These funds will be complemented by bilateral projects focusing on refugees and implemented in Syria, Jordan and Lebanon by ITF, enhancing human security and Slovenian NGOs. Thank you for your attention.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, this month we mark the 10th anniversary of the tragedy of the Syrian people. Unfortunately, 10 years since the start of peaceful protests in Syria, where forceful crackdowns turned into a full-scale civil war, we still do not see the light at the end of the tunnel. Decade-long conflict in Syria has led to massive displacement of civilian population with severe humanitarian consequences. Instability continues. People suffer from widespread violence. Thousands of people are detained or missing. Homes destroyed. Chemical weapons used against its own people. Most of children have never lived a day without war. It is a living nightmare, not enough words to describe it. Syrian people deserve peace. Syrian people deserve justice. Syrian children deserve future. We cannot allow Syria to become another protracted crisis with despair to last another decade. Tremendous human suffering can end only when a credible political solution is found. We fully support efforts of the UN Special Envoy Pedersen to move forward with a political process to achieve sustainable peace and stability. And the Syrian regime and its allies must understand that there will be no support for Syria's reconstruction or lifting sanctions until the genuine political transition is firmly underway. Meanwhile, we must keep assisting the Syrian people as humanitarian needs remain tremendous. Humanitarian access to all people in need remains priority, including cross-border delivery. Estonia continues to contribute financially to the mitigation of Syrian humanitarian crisis. Estonia's contribution so far has been 11 million euros, as total to alleviate the humanitarian suffering of Syrian people. Estonia fulfilled its previous pledges and even exceeded them. Today, I would like to announce additional pledge of 1.3 million euros for the years of 2021-22 in order to meet the continuing humanitarian needs caused by long-lasting conflict. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will pass the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Liechtenstein and then to the President of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I salute the continued EU leadership to end the devastating war in Syria and to mitigate its effect on civilians. 10 years ago, an innocent act of defiance, teenagers writing graffiti on the walls of Dara, was met with unspeakable violence, which quickly led to a full-fledged armed conflict. The complete disregard of the most basic rules of war and human decency has marked the conflict ever since. The horrors suffered by the Syrian people are a lasting stain on our conscience and a historical failure of the Security Council. Today, Syria is in the midst of an enormous humanitarian crisis, potentially its deadliest yet. 60% of all Syrians lack enough food. Children are hungry than ever. The health system is under constant attack, and humanitarian access is used as a weapon of war. While we have gathered to pledge our financial support to the Syrians in need, Liechtenstein will contribute to that effort with 665,000 Swiss francs. We also have to be united in our political message. The free and unimpeded delivery of assistance must be our top priority. We are left with one cross-border channel for aid delivery, a lifeline to 3 million people. It's abundantly clear that more cross-border aid is needed, as the authorities abuse the concept principally as a matter of course. If the Security Council does not take its responsibility seriously, we must be ready to use all available tools of the General Assembly to support the Syrian people. No doubt, the humanitarian crisis must be addressed in a comprehensive political solution. Justice is an essential element of a sustainable and peaceful future for Syria. This is a key message to come out of this conference and has been stated clearly, both by the Secretary-General and his Special Envoy. Those with the most blood on their hands cannot be those who rebuild and reconcile the war-torn society. They need to face justice. I'm very encouraged by the work of the IIIM, supporting already 12 national jurisdictions in their criminal proceedings. The recent German court decision is a landmark development, but we need more and more systematic accountability work. We cannot absolve the Security Council from doing its duty in this respect. Without justice, how can the many displaced ever consider Syria as a home for themselves and their children again? I thank you.
So much. Mr. Roca, please, the floor is yours. I just think have you unmuted yourself?
No.
Now I can hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will not repeat the alarming statistics nor reiterate how increasingly difficult life has become in the region. Instead, please allow me to directly share 3 key points and 3 asks of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. In the current economic crisis in Syria, worrying about COVID-19 is a luxury that many cannot afford. The overall health situation is critical. Furthermore, the imposed sanctions have negatively influenced the humanitarian aid and its effectiveness. Sanctions are a major factor driving aid dependency, which adds pressure to the humanitarian response. And as a local humanitarian actor anchored in the communities, the Syrian Arab Red Crescent has access to most of the country, and especially in areas where many others do not, such as the importance of their being at the community level. In areas where access is prohibitive, volunteers are ready to resume provision of support as soon as it is granted. It is time to uphold commitments to channel funding to local organizations. And without a doubt, SARC delivers the majority of aid in Syria. Why not, in the 10th year of conflict, take the firm commitment and invest in their capacity to support the communities beyond the critical situation of today? Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Syria face huge daily challenges in accessing basic services. Rehabilitation of essential infrastructure is vital for their survival, allowing them to get back on their feet, to live with dignity and hope. Rehabilitation of essential infrastructure, early recovery and resilience building interventions are needed now, irrespective of conditions placed by donors and the political context in which the issues of reconstruction and post-conflict development are discussed. And the Red Cross Red Crescent is under pressure to expand its humanitarian programs. However, aid alone will not resolve this crisis. The responsibility is on the parties to the conflict and the international supporters. There must be a political solution to the crisis. So we ask you to work at every level to ensure access and protection of our volunteers and staff in reaching vulnerable people. Rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access is critical and must be always granted. To support IFRC appeals for Syria and its neighboring countries, please continue to demonstrate solidarity through your renewed support to humanitarian programs, a support that is flexible and free from any restrictive conditions. And my last ask is a plea to you all. The Syrian Arab Red Crescent is the humanitarian agency channeling support from the Red Cross Red Crescent, UN agencies, and the international NGOs. To your action, I beg you, support and protect SARC so they can continue to be a neutral and impartial humanitarian actor. We have a moral duty to support the sustainability of Syrian Arab Red Crescent. Without SARC, millions more will go hungry every day. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roka. Now we will have some statements from Lithuania, Slovakia, and Bulgaria.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 10 years on, the unprecedented war in Syria continues bringing further suffering to Syrian people. Humanitarian situation is as dire as ever, and perspectives for political solution remain inconclusive. The global pandemic and economic downfall severely deepens the humanitarian needs across Syria and neighboring countries. Vast numbers of civilians lack most basic needs. Millions of refugees, internally displaced persons, particularly women and children, remain the most vulnerable. Throughout all 10 years of conflict, Syrians have been facing massive and systematic human rights violations. There can be no impunity for such crimes if there is to be a sustainable peace in Syria. Lithuania firmly commends all legal initiatives to bring to justice those responsible for severe breaches of the international humanitarian law in Syria. Steps needed to end the suffering of the Syrian people are clear. However, they must be transformed into actions. Political settlement in line with the Security Council Resolution 2254 is the only viable path to end this brutal conflict. On this account, we maintain our strong support to the UN Special Representative Geir Pedersen. A lasting solution can be only achieved with active engagement of Syrian civil society. Lithuania commends the tremendous work of the Syrian NGOs and welcomes their active engagement in the days of dialogue. A decade of multidimensional conflict calls for our full dedication to seek peaceful political solution and address critical humanitarian needs without delay. Having fulfilled its past pledges, Lithuania will continue to provide humanitarian assistance supporting the UNHCR activities in Syria and the region with €50,000 in 2021. We'll further support the Middle East Scholars Program, enabling young Syrians to gain higher education in Lithuania. Thank you.
Dear Vice President, dear Undersecretary General, dear Ministers, colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A few days ago, we commemorated 10 years since the outbreak of the Syria conflict. Today, we are meeting again to re-emphasize that the peace cannot be won on the battlefield. Yet the political process is being stalled because the regime doesn't want the political process to continue. We call on the international community to join forces in supporting the political, Syrian-led and Syrian-owned solution in accordance with the UN Security Council 2244, as well as for the efforts of the UN Special Envoy Pedersen. There cannot be stability for Syria without accountability. Slovakia stands ready to support free and fair elections in Syria in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2254 and under the UN supervision with all Syrians, including those forced to flee the country, eligible to cast their vote. The July renewal of the UN Security Council Resolution 2533 is crucial for Syrian people, as it authorized the UN delivery of food, medicine, COVID-19 vaccines, and other life-saving assistance into northwest Syria. Slovakia reaffirms determination for continued support for Syria and its neighbors that host Syrian refugees, notably Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, but also Iraq and Egypt, as one of the top priorities in our official development assistance program since 2015. Our organizations working on the ground have been providing basic and special health care, psychosocial support and assistance, as well as necessary trainings and education programs for refugees and internally displaced people. Slovakia supports Syria's comprehensive political transition, opening the way to the new peaceful, democratic and united Syria. Today, I am privileged to announce Slovakia's pledge in the amount of €600,000 for the year 2022, which will be used for humanitarian and post-humanitarian projects focused on Syria and its neighboring countries affected by Syrian crisis. Emphasis will be put on the stabilization of Syria so as to help refugees retrieve their homes, be more resilient, and, most important, live a decent life. Thank you very much.
High Representative, Vice President of the European Commission, Borrell, Under Secretary General Lowcock, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the conference is a unique opportunity to gather all relevant actors to effectively address the current situation in Syria and the region, to offer continued support to the United Nations efforts for a comprehensive political solution to the Syrian conflict and mobilize necessary financial support for the people of Syria and the neighboring countries hosting Syrian refugees. The spiral of violence and instability in Syria continues to cause enormous suffering and further displacement of millions of people. We should continue insisting on providing humanitarian aid and health support to all population in need, and that all parties guarantee the protection of civilians and ensure easy, secure, and sustainable access to humanitarian aid in all areas of Syria. We believe that the crisis in Syria has no military solution, and the only way is to seek for a genuine political transition in compliance with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254 and the 2012 Geneva Communique. We fully support the efforts of the Special Envoy of the United Nations Secretary General, Geir Pedersen, and his team to support stepping up the political process. We look forward to the implementation of the Constitutional Committee's mandate as a precondition for sustainable peace in Syria and support the need of strong efforts to achieve sustainable results. We should all acknowledge the generosity and extraordinary efforts of Syria's neighbouring states and their citizens, in particular Jordan, Lebanon and Turkey, as well as Iraq and Egypt, in hosting millions of Syrian refugees over many years and continuing to provide them with much-needed support. The return of refugees must be voluntary, safe and dignified. Any attempts to change the demographics in parts of Syria are completely unacceptable. We should work towards a lasting ceasefire across the country and engage with all relevant actors for a comprehensive political solution and to address the humanitarian needs of the Syrian people. The Brussels Conference is an effective tool for all of us to support the United Nations political and humanitarian efforts. For this year, Bulgaria is allocating €150,000 to alleviate the suffering of the people of Syria and the region through the European Union Regional Trust Fund in response to the Syrian crisis, the Madad Fund, through the International Committee of the Red Cross, and through the United Nations Population Fund. Bulgaria is also contributing over €9 million altogether for the period 2016-2023 to the EU Facility for the Refugees in Turkey. We strongly believe that the 5th Brussels Syria Conference will further contribute to our joint efforts to stabilize the situation and bring us closer to the resolution of the conflict, which has devastated the lives of the people of Syria and the region for more than 10 years now. We are here to send a strong message of the international community and express our support for inclusive Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political process facilitated by the United Nations in line with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254 and the 2012 Geneva Communique. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much. Now we will have interventions from Poland, Australia and Switzerland.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the hosts for organizing the conference and for keeping the Syrian cause at the top of the international agenda. 10 years since the beginning of the conflict in Syria, the violence and protracted instability continue to negatively affect the lives of its people. It is crucial that we continue to shed light on the immense suffering endured every day by Syrians and do not become numb to their tragic situation. Poland strongly supports the UN Special Envoy's efforts to unblock the political process. We remain convinced that any lasting solution to the conflict may be achieved only through political dialogue, in accordance with the UN Security Council resolution and the Geneva Communique. Presidential elections to be held in Syria in the current circumstances cannot contribute to the settlement of the conflict. It is therefore crucial they are not used as a pretext for international normalization with the Syrian regime. We are concerned that the humanitarian situation in Syria continues to further deteriorate. Poland joins other like-minded partners in calling for a safe, full, unhindered and sustained access for the humanitarian aid. This should include reauthorization of the Security Council resolution establishing the mechanism for cross-border aid deliveries into Syria, which will expire in July. Poland also strives to provide continued support to the region. Refugees and internally displaced people as well as hosting communities in the neighbouring countries who deserve our special recognition. We are aware of the negative consequences of the Syrian conflict to the people of Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey and Iraq, and we reiterate our engagement in providing them support. From the very beginning of the ongoing Syrian crisis, Poland is present in the Middle East, providing necessary humanitarian aid to the Syrian civilian population. Since 2012, we have been involved in bilateral and multilateral humanitarian aid to Syria and neighbouring countries. Between 2017 and 2020, we've transferred over €36 million on humanitarian assistance in the Middle East region. As a gesture of solidarity, in 2021, Poland once again will support financially the endeavours of the international community and respond to the humanitarian emergencies in Syria and neighbouring countries. Poland plays its full role in this effort. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, co-chairs. March 2021 marks 10 years since the beginning of the conflict in Syria and ensuing regional humanitarian crisis. The continued violence, effects of the global COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent economic collapse have seen humanitarian needs increase throughout 2020. This is a sober reminder of how fragile this protracted crisis has left the region. Australia expresses its appreciation for the generosity of refugee-hosting countries in the region, particularly Lebanon and Jordan. Despite the economic impacts of COVID-19 and the devastating consequences of the 4 August Beirut blast, both countries continue to support millions of Syrian refugees. Australia stands by those most affected by the crisis. Since 2011, we've provided over $467 million in humanitarian assistance to Syria, Lebanon and Jordan, including $5 million to support Lebanon following the blast. We remain committed to assisting those in need. Australia will provide an additional $25 million to assist vulnerable populations in Syria, as well as Syrian refugees and host communities in Jordan and Lebanon. In Syria, Australia's funding will support COVID-19 prevention, preparedness and response, and help to meet the needs of women and girls, especially those suffering from gender-based violence. In Jordan and Lebanon, we will support immediate life-saving assistance, improved livelihoods through access to education, training and employment opportunities, gender equality, addressing social tensions, and COVID-19 testing and treatment for refugees. Australia urges all parties to the conflict to protect civilians and remove all obstacles to delivering vital humanitarian assistance. The Syrian cross-border mechanism should continue beyond July 2021, and the geographical scope and number of approved crossing points allowing humanitarian assistance should be expanded. Improving cross-border access would also facilitate the equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines within Syria. A decade of war that has harmed a generation of Syrians and continues to destabilise the region must come to an end. We firmly believe meaningful dialogue provides the best mechanism for resolving the Syrian conflict. We call on Syria to engage in good faith with the UN-facilitated process to create the conditions necessary for its peaceful resolution. Australia commends those gathered today for continuing to stand shoulder to shoulder in solidarity with those most affected by this devastating conflict and for generously supporting them in their time of need. Thank you.
Distinguished co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, a decade of war in Syria has caused appalling human suffering, and yet no end to the conflict is in sight. How can we spare the Syrian people further despair? How can we help to set Syria on a path towards peace? UN Security Council Resolution 2254 provides a roadmap to peace. However, achieving tangible results has been difficult. Progress in the Constitutional Committee has been faltering. The international community must unite behind the UN peace process. As its host state, Switzerland remains available to host future meetings. In parallel, humanitarian aid must continue while adapting to current realities. For 2021, Switzerland commits 60 million Swiss francs to the people in Syria and the region. We provide emergency aid and access to essential services. We support the protection of the civilian population and their livelihoods. Aid must reach all those in need in all of Syria. We urge the UN Security Council to renew Resolution 2533 to allow cross-border aid to be delivered to millions of Syrians in the northwest. Finally, international law must guide all our efforts for Syria. Millions of Syrians must see justice for violations they have suffered and are still suffering. Switzerland will continue to support justice efforts, especially at the UN and within Syrian civil society. Today, Switzerland renews its commitment to help all Syrians in need. We will not spare any effort in helping to set Syria back on a path towards peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we will hear from New Zealand and Iran.
I would like to thank the European Union for convening this important event. This year marks a decade of unimaginable human suffering in Syria. New Zealand remains deeply concerned about the safety of civilians who have borne the brunt of this conflict and must be protected. Neutral, impartial and independent humanitarian action must also be safeguarded so that humanitarian agencies are able to reach those who need assistance. We call on all parties to respect UN Security Council Resolution 2286 and to comply with international humanitarian law at all times. International humanitarian law is not optional nor conditional on circumstance of reciprocity. In 2016, New Zealand played a pivotal role in the renewal of the mechanism for cross-border aid delivery and knows how critical it is for humanitarian actors on the ground. We therefore call on all parties to renew the current cross-border mechanism. Cross-line deliveries are no substitute for cross-border deliveries. Humanitarian agencies continue to provide a lifeline for people facing extremely difficult conditions inside Syria, but the humanitarian challenge remains vast. As such, New Zealand is pledging an additional $2 million to support the distribution of food and other essentials, restore water supplies, and ensure that hospitals and health centres can continue functioning. New Zealand has always played its part in addressing the world's most pressing issues. This contribution brings New Zealand's total humanitarian support to the Syrian conflict to over $39 million since 2011. We continue to support the tireless work of the UN Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen. New Zealand continues to hope for a sustainable political solution to the conflict in Syria that brings about a lasting peace for all Syrians, in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254.
Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Syrian tragedy is past its 10th year, an indication of the bitter reality that there was no genuine will by the international community to help resolve this crisis based on the principles of international law, in particular respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of Syria. Despite the importance that is accorded to sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations under international law, some countries have invited themselves into Syria without the consent of the Syrian government. Since the beginning of this crisis, Iran has supported political solutions. This is why, along with the persistent cooperation with the UNSG representatives for Syria, and aiming to end military operation and find a political solution, we launched the Astana process in collaboration with our partners Russia and Turkey. In this context, we supported the establishment of the Constitutional Committee and its effort as a platform for Syrian dialogue, and we continue to do so. As the Syrian crisis moves from the military to political phase, the international community has a responsibility to facilitate this transition with the help of Syrian government. And at this critical juncture, it should be cautious of the possibility of ISIS resurgence and re-emergence of other terrorist groups. The safe and dignified return of all Syrian refugees without them being instrumentalized for demanding political concessions is important in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world is ravaged by COVID-19, Syria is grappling with all the calamities and catastrophes of war and the virus. The current situation highlights the significance of reconstruction and humanitarian assistance to the people of Syria. All international humanitarian assistance must be distributed within the Syrian population regardless of their political affiliations or their locality in Syrian territories. The imposition of unilateral and illegal sanctions, the seizure law, is not only against international law, but also the intensifier of pain and agony of ordinary Syrians after a decade of war. Only the Syrian people should decide the future of their country free from foreign intervention, foreign interference. Any political process will succeed only by respecting Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. To encourage Damascus to engage in political process while at the same time imposing restrictive measures against it is unacceptable. Iran considers such attitude as an impractical and opportunistic one and deplores it. Iran has been providing the Syrian people with humanitarian assistance throughout last decade and stands ready for joint efforts aimed at alleviating the misery of Syrian people and ending the Syrian crisis. I thank you, Madam Coordinator.
Thank you very much. Now we will have some statements from Brazil and Iraq.
Greetings to all. Brazil has historical relations with Syria that are very much strengthened by the presence of a community of 2.5 million people of Syrian origin in our country. The Brazilian government and Brazilians in general, therefore, followed the crisis in Syria with attention and concern. We believe the reconstruction of Syria will be designed through dialogue and collective engagement once an inclusive Syrian-led political solution is achieved. After 10 years of catastrophic conflict that triggered a dramatic refugee crisis, Brazil joins this 5th Brussels conference to reaffirm that a lasting solution to the Syrian conflict can only be reached on the basis of respect to the will of the Syrian people, as well as to Syria's territorial integrity in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. Brazil is committed to alleviating the suffering caused by this conflict in Syria. In addition to donations made in recent years, such as the one announced at the 4th Brussels conference, Brazil has facilitated the welcoming of persons forced to flee the Syrian conflict. An important initiative in this regard was the granting of temporary humanitarian visas to nationals and stateless persons affected by the hostilities. It is also important to acknowledge the invaluable work of UN Special Envoy for Syria, Gay Peterson, especially within the Syrian Constitutional Committee. Finally, on behalf of Brazil, I thank the European Union and the United Nations for co-chairing this 5th Brussels conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي السيدات والسادة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. في البدء يثمن العراق كافة الجهود المبذولة لعقد هذا المؤتمر الذي يتزامن مع الذكرى العاشرة لاندلاع الأزمة السورية التي أدت إلى وقوع عدد هائل من الضحايا المدنيين ونزوح الملايين من أبناء الشعب السوري داخل سوريا أو إلى دول الجوار، بالإضافة إلى الدمار الكبير الذي تعرضت له مدنها وبناها التحتية. وقد أصبح العالم أكثر إدراكا الآن لأهمية البدء باتخاذ خطوات فعلية لإنهاء الأزمة والخروج من حالة الجمود التي سيطرت على مساعي الحل السياسي. السيدات والسادة الحضور، إننا نؤكد مرة أخرى ومن هذا المنبر بأن الحلول العسكرية لن تؤدي إلى أي حل للأزمة، بل إلى مزيد من المعاناة والدمار وانعدام السلام والأمن في سوريا. وندعو إلى حل سياسي يضمن سيادة سوريا واستقلالها وسلامة أراضيها وعدم التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية وعودتها إلى منظومة الجامعة العربية بأسرع وقت ممكن. كما نجدد بهذه المناسبة موقفنا الداعم لتسريع خطوات الحل السياسي انسجاما مع قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2254 وبيان مؤتمر جنيف حول سوريا لعام 2012 ومحادثات ستانا للسلام في سوريا ودعم جهود المبعوث الخاص للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد غير بيدرسون، وبما يسهم في إيقاف معاناة الشعب السوري. إن العراق انطلاقا من تجربته المريرة مع العقوبات الاقتصادية أبان تسعينات القرن الماضي يؤكد موقفه الثابت من عدم جدوى تلك العقوبات الظالمة، خاصة وأن المتضرر الأول منها هو الشعب السوري، ويدعو الجميع إلى العمل لوضع حد لها وإيجاد حلول سريعة لتلك المعاناة. ختاما نؤكد بأن دول جوار سوريا قد تأثرت بالأوضاع الأمنية المتدهورة فيها، وأن العراق وبسبب حدوده الجغرافية الطويلة مع سوريا كان المتضرر الأكبر من المجاميع الإرهابية التي اتخذت من الأراضي السورية مقرا لها. وعليه فإننا ندعو المجتمع الدولي إلى التعاون من أجل القضاء على تلك التنظيمات، وعلى رأسها تنظيم داعش الإرهابي والنصرة والقاعدة ومحاربة أفكارها المتطرفة، مع التأكيد على تحقيق العدالة من خلال محاسبة ومحاكمة جميع المجرمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much. And now we will hear from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, followed by the Executive Director of the UN Population Fund, and then the Director General of the International Labour Organization.
For the past 10 years, through what has been among the most devastating conflicts of the modern era, civilians have been brutally and illegally attacked with impunity. Families and communities have been starved, bombed, and forcibly displaced. A generation of children has known nothing but this bloodshed and deprivation. Today, realization of the entire spectrum of human rights remains impossible for many Syrians, from the right to life to an adequate standard of living, housing, education, and the right to health, a right that is especially vital in the context of the global pandemic. At least 11.8 million people have fled their homes, with 6.2 million of them seeking refuge inside Syria's borders. The situation is especially perilous, and the sharply worsening conditions in the Al-Hol camp are of particular concern. The international community needs to dramatically step up efforts to meet humanitarian needs. I am deeply disturbed by the brutal conditions endured by large numbers of people in detention. Many others have been forcibly disappeared, leaving their families unaware of their fate. All parties to the conflict are responsible. The international response to this nightmarish conflict must now, at last, place human rights at the forefront. Parties to this conflict, including regional and international actors, must put an end to the bloodshed, and we need to see tangible progress by the Constitutional Committee. International actors must seek to bridge divides and make the voices and needs of the Syrian people, including the displaced, a key priority in a negotiated political settlement. We must advance effective accountability for the severe human rights violations committed by all parties in order to move towards a sustainable peace. I repeat my endorsement of the call for creation of an independent mechanism with an international mandate to clarify the fate and whereabouts of missing people, identify human remains, and provide support to their families. Above all, we must all take action to support a future for Syria's people in which human rights are respected, protected, and fulfilled.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, 10 years on, the devastating conflict in Syria continues to inflict a massive toll on women and girls. With food insecurity in the country widespread, nearly 1 in 5 pregnant women are malnourished. Unable to meet their basic needs, communities are resorting to harmful coping mechanisms, such as child marriage, to survive. Today, 3.6 million women and girls of reproductive age in Syria require life-saving sexual and reproductive health services. Failure to guarantee these services spells death for women and babies. Already, nearly 30% of births are to adolescent girls. This increases the risk. Last year, despite COVID-19, UNFPA reached more than 800,000 people with family planning services and 1.2 million people with gender-based violence programs. Please help us to continue our vital work to assure Syrian women and girls lives with dignity and free of harm. So far, we've received 39% of the $132 million that UNFPA requires to do so. 17-year-old Lana from Aleppo, a survivor of gender-based violence, told UNFPA, "We are not as helpless as people think. All we need is for those who have power to help us get our lives back." Let us heed her call and use our power to bring health and dignity back to the girls and women of Syria, to make peace in the home a reality for them once and for all. Thank you.
Excellencies, we meet today to renew and to strengthen the international community's commitment to supporting the Syrian people, the neighbouring countries, and the communities most affected by the conflict. This is more critical, more urgent in the face of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The ILO's estimates that working hours in the Arab states region suffered a 9% loss in 2020 relative to the last quarter of 2019. Workers in informal employment and those lacking social security coverage have been amongst the hardest hit in terms of job and of income losses. The challenges facing workers in the informal economy, the lack of protection and resilience, are even starker than before. Informality and precarity are more often than not the plight of young workers and women, and especially of refugees. In this context, the ILO focuses on promoting the transition to sustainable livelihoods for refugees and for host communities alike. Since 2016, we have supported equal access of host communities and refugees to formal labour markets, as well as access of vulnerable workers and job seekers to the acquisition of soft skills. The programmes implemented have resulted in the creation of over 1.5 million working days for both communities in the region, 20% of whom were women. We have also facilitated more than 30,500 job placements, including placements with access to national security protection systems, and we have supported the development of some 1,800 small businesses as a source of decent jobs across the region. But today we are all compelled to intensify our efforts so as to find long-term solutions to creating resilience and to promoting peace. Decent work opportunities and decent livelihoods are central to this endeavour and can help link the humanitarian and developmental dimensions of crisis response. And this means a strong push to open up greater opportunities for formal employment, including through systematic public works as part of national programmes and using digital labour platforms that provide businesses with wider markets and workers with more decent jobs. And this must be backed by more robust social protection measures and systems. Host communities and refugees need our solidarity and our action so as to support a human-centred recovery and a future with decent jobs for the peoples of Syria and of its neighbours. I hope that we will all rise together to this challenge.
Thank you very much. And now we will hear from the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, the Director General of the World Health Organization, and the Executive Director of the United Nations Human Settlements Programme.
Excellencies, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this very, very important event. It was just 9 months ago when I last spoke to you in this forum, and at that time, a record number of people living in Syria were food insecure, 9.3 million people to be exact. Today, 12.4 million people are food insecure. That's 60% of the population, a staggering increase of 3.1 million people in just a matter of months. This conflict has been going on, as you know, for 10 years now. A whole generation of children have only ever known war. And the economy? Well, it's in ruins. The Syrian pound has collapsed, while the price of basic commodities has soared by more than 375% since October of 2019. Today, millions of Syrians rely on WFP's food assistance to survive. Our teams in Syria and across the region are working around the clock to save lives, but we are still only reaching a fraction of those in need. 5 million people per month inside Syria and 1.5 million people in neighboring countries. Families are showing up at our distributions in Syria right now. Imagine pleading to be added to our distribution list. It's heartbreaking to turn away a mother and her children because we simply don't have enough funds to feed those already on the list. When I spoke to you 9 months ago, I warned that we were facing a 30% cut to the size of the rations in Syria, just to keep things going. And despite the support of many donors, for which we're very grateful, we were forced to make that 30% cut. Without additional funding, we're now looking at cutting rations even further. Just to keep rations at their current reduced level, WFP needs $375 million over the next 6 months to assist people in Syria and a further $260 million for Syrians in neighboring countries. If we can't raise these monies, we will be forced to cut rations again or even remove people from our list altogether. So, ladies and gentlemen, please reflect on that for a moment. What will happen to our Syrian brothers and sisters if we make more cuts to food assistance, just when hunger rates are soaring? The consequences could be catastrophic for millions of Syrian families. So, obviously, we urgently need the support of member states. As the Nobel Committee highlighted just a few months ago, food security is linked to political stability and peace. If we take away food just when it's needed most, I have no doubt that we will see a second wave of migration to Europe, and I'm deeply concerned extremism will flourish. European countries have stood by the Syrian people for 10 years, and for that, we're very grateful. But now is the time to step up, not step back. So I urge you to act today and give generously to avoid the worsening hunger crisis in Syria. Thank you.
Your Excellency Josep Borrell, Vice President of the European Commission, Excellencies, Ministers, Honourable Delegates, dear colleagues and friends. I would like to thank the EU and the organisers for bringing attention to the devastating conflict in Syria and to the donor community for its continued commitment to relief and recovery efforts. Over the last decade, the crisis in Syria has claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, decimated livelihoods, and badly disrupted the health system. Today, little more than half of primary care facilities are functioning, and the recent increase in COVID-19 cases presents yet another threat. The need for humanitarian health assistance remains massive, affecting an estimated 12.4 million people. WHO and partners are delivering medicines and supplies and supporting service delivery throughout the country, including to communities in conflict areas and those that are otherwise cut off. In 2020, WHO and our partners conducted almost 12 million medical procedures, treated 250,000 trauma cases, and conducted 241,000 mental health consultations, while also working to prevent, detect, and respond to epidemic-prone diseases. Working with partners through COVAX, we aim to provide more than 20% of the population with COVID-19 vaccines, including in IDP camps in northwest Syria, hard-to-reach areas, and to frontline health care workers. While humanitarian efforts are critical, the only lasting relief will come from bringing this decade of conflict to an end. I urge all parties to accelerate efforts to forge a lasting peace for the Syrian people. I thank you.
Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Donor Representative, UN colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, afternoon, and evening to all of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We have now entered the 11th year of the Syrian crisis. The conflict has destroyed the physical and social fabric of Syrian communities. The functionality of services and systems are collapsing. Community tensions that had roots in ethnic and identity divisions have deepened. The outlook is bleak, with multiple cascading crises combining to produce a vicious cocktail of skyrocketing food prices, chronic energy shortages, mounting poverty, dwindling livelihood, prolonged displacement and uncertainty, lingering tensions that threaten to spill over into renewed violence in others, and in some cases, a continuation of the protracted conflict. These challenges are particularly prevalent in Syria, but some are also recognizable in neighboring countries that are facing challenges stemming from the rapidly evolving economic crisis and, of course, the COVID-19. UN Habitat has been involved in the response to the Syrian crisis since 2011. When I spoke last year at this event, I mentioned how we have prioritized resilience of subnational authorities and communities affected by the crisis. I also mentioned the need to apply a nuanced understanding about resilience during different stages of a crisis and structuring our responses to be absorptive, adaptive, and transformative. Our program in Syria has been at the forefront of efforts to introduce community-led, area-based resilient programming. We have sought to identify the major challenges facing Syrian cities, assess damage, listen to the needs of the communities, and develop recovery plans for over 80 towns and cities. These plans provide a menu for resilient programming. By applying a conflict-sensitive, multi-sectoral and area-based approach, we believe that international assistance can better support the resilience of and enhance social cohesion between communities. This can be achieved through activities focusing on the delivery of basic services, restoring mobility and access, supporting to displaced population to return to their home, and generating livelihoods opportunities for the most vulnerable. For Syria's neighboring countries such as Jordan, Lebanon, and Iraq, our support has been framed by a recognition that subnational authorities should and are de facto at the forefront of the response at the local level, playing a vital role in responding to evolving crises. We have expanded our partnership with the EU Trust Fund, Madad, and other partners to ensure that subnational authorities are better equipped to engage in area-based planning and service delivery. This takes place in the context of multiple and new socio-economic challenges, particularly in Lebanon, where poverty rates are rising at an alarming rate, in addition to the severe repercussions of the Beirut port explosion and COVID-19 pandemic. I know it is sad to repeat what I said last year, but since the situation in the region only appears to have worsened, and because there appears to be no clear end in sight, we are called upon to think differently and reconsider our approach. We know that voluntary, safe, and dignified return hinges on many factors, but we need to confront the reality that an investment in a resilient programming for Syria is now also needed. There are ways to do this whilst ensuring certain essential safeguards remain in place. In all cases, the surest contribution we can make is to invest in local capacities while simultaneously pursuing social equity, participatory governance, local development, responsive service delivery, environmental sustainability, gender equality, and of course, durable solutions. Thank you. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much. I will now pass the floor to the Director General of the International Organization for Migration, followed by the Assistant Secretary General and UN Women Deputy Executive Director, and then to the Deputy Director General of the Food and Agricultural Organization.
Dear Excellencies, after more than a decade of conflict in Syria, the humanitarian community continues to respond to mass displacement, food insecurity, and suffering. The already staggering needs have been compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing hostilities. 30% of the total population of Syria is currently displaced. Over the last decade, many have been in a constant state of flight. Nearly 1/4 of internally displaced persons in Syria have been displaced at least 4 times. UN data for 2021 shows record levels of desperation, with 13.4 million people in need of humanitarian assistance inside Syria, a 21% increase from last year. In northwest Syria, more than half of the area's population, roughly 2.7 million people, are displaced. Access to these communities through ongoing cross-border operations continues to remain an essential, life-saving humanitarian intervention. Furthermore, countries hosting refugees have also been affected by COVID-19 and subsequent economic downturns. They are struggling to sufficiently support the basic needs of both refugees and host communities. This presents significant concerns for the likelihood of increased social tensions, xenophobia, and violence. Last year, IOM, in partnership with local NGOs, was able to provide life-saving humanitarian assistance to over 1 million people inside Syria and another 900,000 people in neighboring Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Jordan, and Turkey. Today, we are appealing for $198 million to respond to the needs of 2.3 million Syrians inside and outside the country in 2021. I call upon our trusted partners and the international donor community to continue to support IOM's operations under the Syrian humanitarian response and to not turn their backs on the Syrian people. More needs to be done to support the resilience of communities. And while greater humanitarian funding is urgently needed, this situation will never be solved with aid alone. Too many lives continue to be threatened to the absence of long-term solutions. I join my fellow UN principals in calling for a sustainable resolution to end the conflict so that the Syrian people may rebuild their lives in peace. Thank you to the European Union and the United Nations for their active coordination, and to the donors present for their generous financial contributions and political commitment to the humanitarian response and peaceful resolution of the conflict in Syria.
Greetings. 2 weeks ago, we marked a grim milestone, the 10-year anniversary of the Syria conflict. Both in response to the conflict and to the COVID-19 crisis, the Syrian people have demonstrated extraordinary resilience and leadership. Women are serving as breadwinners, as humanitarian first responders, as leaders in displacement camps, and as peace builders negotiating local ceasefires. In responding to the conflict, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic, women across Syria and in countries hosting refugees are leading initiatives that provide health and essential services. Yet conflict-related sexual violence continues. Girls are increasingly dropping out of school. There is an increase in domestic violence, child marriage and food insecurity, and women are facing rising care responsibilities and loss of livelihoods. The gendered impact of this conflict will echo long after the fighting stops. So we must focus on key steps to empower Syrian women. We need to support more women in accessing justice, education, livelihood opportunities, and relieve them from the disproportionate unpaid care burden. We must expand investments to increase access to services for survivors of gender-based violence. We also must ensure that women's organizations are adequately resourced, both for delivering essential services in refugee and host communities and for their active leadership in local and national mediation efforts. Syria's future will not be sustainable without the participation and contribution of women. UN Women will continue to work with governments, civil society, UN agencies, women's organizations to extend dedicated women's centers in host and refugee communities. We will also continue to work with the UN Special Envoy for Syria and with Syrian women, including through the Women's Advisory Board, to advance the direct and meaningful participation of diverse women at all levels of political decision-making. With increased and better coordinated resources earmarked for women and girls, we can collectively do more, and our overall impact will increase. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the tragic milestone of a decade of conflict in Syria, 10 years of destruction and displacement. A decade of asset stripping and livelihood loss has had enormous impacts on food production and availability. Food insecurity is rising fast. In 2021, some 12.4 million people, or almost 60% of the population, are now food insecure. Over the last 10 years, the people of Syria have remained extraordinarily resilient in the face of conflict, economic crises, climate shocks, and most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we are calling for immediate and sufficient funding to support the people of Syria. For the last decade, agricultural infrastructure, irrigation systems, and markets have been destroyed, lands ruined, livestock lost, homes and crop fields abandoned. Syria's agriculture sector has enormous potential, even within the humanitarian response, to rapidly increase food production and availability, provide livelihood and income earning opportunities, and contribute to better nutrition for all Syrians. In 2020, despite enormous challenges, cereal production began to slowly improve in the country, but is still less than 2/3 of pre-crisis levels. Without additional assistance to the agriculture sector and to rural areas, food insecurity will continue to rise and stability will remain elusive. Under the Humanitarian Response Plan, the agriculture sector is urgently appealing for $370 million to assist almost 2 million families in Syria to resume or continue food production. Through emergency livelihoods interventions, we not only provide a lasting source of food, but begin laying the foundations for greater resilience to future shocks, bringing hope for the future and contributing to peace and stability of rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one more round of interventions before we start to draw some conclusions from this long day's event. First, we will hear from the United Nations Mine Action Service, then from the Islamic Development Bank, and then from the International Monetary Fund. Thank you.
Excellencies, colleagues, the 10th anniversary of the start of the conflict in Syria is a stark reminder of this humanitarian crisis, which is exacerbated by the presence of explosive ordnance in all areas of Syria. And the threat is evolving with the increased use of improvised explosive devices, notably in the northwest and the northeast of the country. Over 10 million people, that's over half of the population, reportedly live in areas contaminated by explosive ordnance. For each known explosive accident, an average of 2 people are killed and 2 more are physically injured. 1 out of 4 of these casualties is a child. More people are likely to adopt unsafe behaviors to sustain their livelihoods. In 2020 alone, UNMAS and the Humanitarian Mine Action Partners reached nearly 2 million people with risk education and victim assistance in all governorates of Syria. However, this is about 1 million fewer than we were able to reach in 2019, clearly as a result of the pandemic and a decrease in funding available. While risk education and victim assistance will remain critical, the only way to permanently remove the threat of explosive ordnance is through clearance. The UN Mine Action Service has identified and is ready to start clearance at a site in rural Damascus, pending approval from the government of Syria. However, given the scale of the contamination, this will be but a drop in the ocean. So please, advocate for unhindered and meaningful humanitarian mine action access to all areas in Syria, and please contribute the necessary flexible funding to support clearance efforts at scale. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me first start by thanking the European Union and the United Nations for the excellent arrangements towards the success of the 50th Brussels Conference supporting the future of Syria and the region. The Islamic Development Bank Group is pleased to be part of this conference and reaffirms its commitment to help the millions of displaced Syrians and their hosting countries. I take this opportunity to thank the Syria neighboring countries for hosting Syrian refugees and availing them all essential services, including healthcare, education, in some cases supporting income-generating activities despite their overstretched capacity. During the first pledging conference that took place in 2016 in London, the Islamic Development Bank Group pledged $6 billion geared towards the support of the Syrian refugees and the hosting countries of Jordan, Lebanon, Turkey, and Egypt. However, as at December 2020, ISDP contribution has reached by little more than 8.8 billion. ISDP Group support to member countries hosting refugees included development financing to public and private sector, humanitarian operations, trade finance, capacity building, targeting basic social and economic infrastructure, including education, health, energy, transportation, agriculture, IT, and industrial sector. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Islamic Development Bank Group has swiftly developed and operationalized a financing package with an envelope of $2.3 billion to support its member countries. Around $1.4 billion was approved by ISDB Group for the member countries hosting Syrian refugees in 2020. out of which 111 million was approved to support these countries to combat COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, the Islamic Development Bank Group is currently preparing a program to support its member country hosting communities and the Syrian refugees to access to COVID-19 vaccine. Finally, the Islamic Development Bank Group will continue its unwavering support to build the resilience of refugee communities and their hosting countries. We reiterate our commitment to work closely with all our partners to foster cooperations towards inclusive development, accelerated recovery, and establishing conducive environment for investment through technical assistance, provision of concessional and non-concessional financial resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to attend this conference and recommend the efforts and pledges made here today. The IMF has had no direct contact with the Syrian authorities in the last 10 years, but we're very closely engaged in the region. Neighboring countries continue to bear the brunt of the Syrian crisis and to show extraordinary generosity in hosting Syrian refugees. International donor support remains crucial, especially as many of these countries are facing their own challenges. As an example, in Lebanon, the deep economic crisis has led to an unprecedented economic contraction, affecting the lives and livelihoods of all people living in the country, as well as the ability of the state to provide a reasonable economic environment for the refugees it's hosting. About 88% of the refugees in Lebanon now are living at less than $3 a day. The IMF is ready to work closely with the new government when it's formed, as well as with other IFIs and the international community to formulate a comprehensive reform program to help Lebanon address the current crisis, restore macroeconomic stability, and lay the basis for a return to a high and more inclusive growth over the medium term. In Jordan, the pandemic has had a very heavy toll on the economy, with the economy estimated to have contracted by 2.5% in 2020 and unemployment to have risen to 25%. Female unemployment is even higher at around 35%, and youth unemployment has reached close to 50%. Growth in 2021 is likely to be modest as the service sector continues to be affected by the COVID crisis, despite the considerable effort of the Jordanian government over the past year, supported by an active IMF program and the donor community. So strong international community assistance to this country, including Egypt, Iraq, and Turkey, for the forthcoming years remains critical for their economic stability and their ability to help refugees they so generously host. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Menkolasi. I would like to finally pass the floor to Undersecretary General Lowcock to make some closing remarks for this session before I ask the Commissioner to reveal the total pledge announcement. Mr. Lowcock.
Well, first, Valerie, thank you very much indeed for your skillful and professional moderation of our exhaustive proceedings today. Let me also extend again my thanks, Janesh, to you and to all your colleagues, including the High Representative, for your admirable professionalism also in co-hosting with the United Nations today's proceedings. Over the last couple of hours, we've heard, I think, from the heads of all of the major UN humanitarian agencies, as well as the leaders of the Red Cross movement and several NGO leaders, all those organizations providing help to Syrians inside their country and in the region. And everybody said the same thing. Things are getting worse. We've had a decade of death, destruction, displacement, disease, dread, and despair. That's why we have the biggest ever response plan for Syria and the region this year, nearly $10 billion, trying to reach 10 million people inside Syria and another 10 million people, including 5 million refugees and members of host communities in Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey. Despite all the challenges you've all heard about, humanitarian agencies have been able to save hundreds of thousands of lives by getting help and protection to those people. In fact, last year, we increased by nearly 30% the number of people we were assisting, up to 7.7 million people each month inside Syria. But as David Beasley said a few minutes ago, we did that at the expense of providing less help to each person. And that's one of the reasons why poverty and suffering is increasing. If we're going to continue to help Syrians, we basically need two things. We need access and funding. And on access, I want to reiterate what many speakers have said today, that the cross-border operation is essential if we're going to reach all of those in need. In the long term, again, as everybody said, what Syria needs is a ceasefire and a political settlement. But until then, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the humanitarian assistance we provide across Syria and in the region saves lives, protects people, provides education, and prevents the humanitarian situation from getting worse. It also depends on your generous and continuing funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Undersecretary General. Commissioner Lenacic, will you please make the final pledge announcement?
Thank you. I have the privilege of announcing the total pledge from this year's Brussels Conference for Syria. The total pledge amounts to 5.3 billion euro, or 6.4 billion in US dollars, of which for 2021, 3.6 billion euro, or 4.4 billion in US dollars in grants, of which for 2022 and beyond, 1.7 billion euro, or 2 billion US dollars in grants. In addition to grants, international financial institutions and donors have announced loans in concessional terms in the amount of 5.9 billion euro, or 7 billion in US dollars. At this stage, I would like to thank all the donors for their pledges, and I would also like especially to thank Mark Lowcock for co-chairing this year's event and for having been such an outstanding humanitarian advocate for the people of Syria throughout his tenure as Emergency Relief Coordinator. Thank you, Mark, and this conference is now closed.